A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 226. A silence fell across the room as I finished my story. Yusaka was the newest one here, and knowing what I got up to, crossing world lines and all that, I think she was also the most surprised or horrified at what happened. To her, Susanoo was a nearly untouchable existence, and even one she peripherally worshipped, what with being a Miko for Amaterasu. "Please don't kill the Susanoo here." My fluffy fox finally spoke up. "I don't have plans to," I reassured her. "Good." She nodded, still with a blank face. "And you can have fun explaining everything to Izanami." "Yeah," I sighed. "Accept the consequences to your actions." Artorias said evenly, "I will not get upset with you for doing such things. But I will not allow you to skirt your responsibilities. As Meridia stated, your existence changed, and it will be difficult to hide that from her, so you best prepare appropriately." I had no plans to. I was actually going to fully talk to her about everything. I stated, "I am pleased." Artorias smiled. "It's difficult to find time between my responsibilities to go and see her again. I would not mind her coming here when she desired as well." "You're acquainted with her as well?" Reiku asked. "Indeed, our first meeting was not quite ideal, but I would call her a friend at this point." Artoria explained, "I can understand your skepticism, but I support Yusaka and Will's opinions in this matter. It would not be fair to judge her based on our home world's depictions." "I understand. I suppose I do have some bias." Reiku acknowledged her own sentiments. "I am upset that you took the risk." Meridia still looked annoyed with me. "But I am also happy that you can further protect yourself." She crossed her arms with a little glare. "I am conflicted. I wish you would first consult with us on such things beforehand. But I can also understand that it was not possible to do so in your situation." Scat seemed to keep quiet, allowing the others to express their thoughts on the matter. "I don't want to see you get hurt," Jin said quietly. "It doesn't sound like he was as strong as the gods I'm familiar with, but please be careful." "Are your gods strong, lass?" Scat perked up with a bit of interest. It was funny that Jin still sort of accepted the role of the younger one, even when she was probably the second oldest here. Jin nodded. "Using the terms of this world, I think you could say they would be in the top 10. Though that's just my speculations, I couldn't even really gauge their strength. They were my creators, and I didn't even harbor any kind of motivations like that back then. But I do recall the scene of the god of darkness sundering the moon on a whim. Yeah, that's something to think about. Though, the Moonon remnant looked a tad smaller than what I was used to." "Impressive," Scat acknowledged. "I do not understand these kinds of rankings. How are they even measured?" Meridia scoffed at the notion. "Not everyone can smack stars out of the sky when they're at their best," I pointed out. "So it's easier to look at certain beings and gauge their power." Well, the corners of her lips curled up at my offhand compliment. She seemed happy that I wasn't putting her in the same category as these gods. Kind of amusing that she's so much stronger than them, yet at the same time, so much more restricted. Her that was here right now, it probably wouldn't be able to fight any of the top 10 strongest in this world without being dispersed. But this was just a small part of her, so it wasn't a fair assessment to make. The real her would slap around the top 10 without any real issue. The pride of the strong, I suppose. That's both a scary and comforting thought," Yusaka said dryly. "Knowing that she's so strong." "Yup, and she's my woman," I said with clear pride. Meridia let out a huff. "You have no shame." She pursed her lips, trying to hide that little flush that seemed to always creep up. "Teasing her is always fun. You should solve any issues with Izanami soon." Yusaka spoke up again. "If nothing else, it would be wise to have her on your side in the event that one of the other Shinto gods discovers your existence. I don't wish to see the consequences if Lady Amaterasu sees you walking around." "Would she be able to deduce anything about him?" Artoria tilted her head with the question. "Most likely." Scat spoke up. "Divinity is something that is rather unique to feel. It's difficult for those who have not encountered it before to sense, but once you get accustomed to it, it becomes rather noticeable to your senses. It's as she says." Reiku also added, "I was born with my divinity, and I could tell those at a glance who also possessed a certain amount of it. It's possible to hide such things, but if the one looking is a god, It's unlikely for divinity to remain hidden if they truly wish to inspect you. I'm still getting a hang of mine. I scratch my head. It's a different power than I'm used to. The best I can do at the moment is suppress it, so it's not broadcasting everything for the world to see. If a god glanced at me, I don't think they'd immediately notice, but if they stopped for a second look, it would be easily given away. A passing glance may not raise any suspicious. Someone actually looking at me intently, yeah, I don't think I could hide it. My patron would be sensitive to your origin. Yasaka bit her lip. I could leave if it's inconvenient for you. I don't want to. Absolutely not. Yasaka cut me off. I refuse your suggestion. You are someone important to me, and I won't allow some self-imposed exile for something that may not even occur. Almost to accentuate her point, her tail found itself wrapped around me once more. Don't take my concerns to heart. I'm stressing over the worst-case scenario, and I don't believe anything would truly happen. I haven't even spoken to Lady Amaterasu in years, so we need not worry. Her tone didn't really leave any room for argument. I put my arms up in surrender. All right, I won't bring it up again. It's good that you understand. She nodded happily. Regardless, you should speak with Izanami, as I have said. I will, don't worry. Even without this whole mess. I wanted to catch up. She's someone I care about, too. I actually have several friends I wanted to visit since I wasn't working on anything in particular for the foreseeable future. But I digress. Is there anything you need immediately done to alleviate some pressure? I should pop over to Remnant soon, see if some of the heat had died down. I'd admit to wanting to see Salem again, but I also wanted to see Miltia and Pyrrha as well, among a few others I had a good impression of. Maybe Jin would like to visit her home as well, though it may be something of a sore spot for her, so I shouldn't just assume. I trust you to handle everything well. Yasaka smiled. As for things I need done as soon as possible, I do have a few things. Spending time with everyone had been nice. I don't know how hard it would be to get all my girls together at once in the future would be, so I had taken the opportunity to enjoy it while it lasted. It was great that everyone seemed to get along. While I didn't expect everyone to become best friends, my hope is that there wasn't any unnecessary drama between them. But they're all grown women. I don't think they would start anything petty or let any kind of negativity simmer. Kind of funny to think how I'm the youngest one out of all of them. Yasaka was elated at the offers of help, and I felt like absolute crap at not realizing earlier how many problems she was dealing with. Everyone sort of went about their own business and separated. Scathack had dragged off Reiku to go have a chat with a mountain god that was causing issues around a few important mines. According to Yasaka, it was kicking up a huge fuss and even causing the mundane people to start asking questions. Something that could cause disturbances and possibly reveal things the greater supernatural world didn't want revealed. That took a very high priority, as many other factions would get upset if they had to step in to conceal things on a large scale. Meridia, of course, went back to her world, though she was apparently muttering about gathering some supplies and having it delivered. I knew she couldn't stay long, so I was happy for any time she took to come and spend with us. Raw resources were probably at a premium for the Yukai at the moment. Even just mundane stuff to start rebuilding all their damaged city. It would take a couple days to truly know what was needed as Yasaka gathered everything together. She had only been working within the idea that she had to try and gather what she could while not bankrupting the faction. Knowing she could acquire things from different sources and such, it would take a little time to redo her plans. I couldn't even begin to describe how complicated the process of running a faction this large was. Hell, I thought lending a hand to the Igmalenia faction was going to be a pain in the ass in the long run. But she was keeping together this many forces under her heel and making sure it didn't implode on itself while sustaining everything. Jin went back to Skyrim to do something or other. She was a bit vague on the details, and I didn't want to pry as I thought she was doing something in secret to show me. Artoria, of course, accompanied her as she felt it her duty to. Skyrim was a bit dangerous right now, and I guess I'm not the only one to worry. And just like that, I'm all alone again. But I at least had something to do. Walking through the streets of Kyoto was peaceful. Even though it was early in the morning still, people were up and about. Now that I think about it, I guess many Yukai would be nocturnal. An interesting thought that I wanted to ask Yasaka about in the future. It didn't take long for me to come up on my desired destination. Walking up to the door, I knocked on it. I heard stomping, and some mild shouting as a familiar blonde opened up to greet me. "Oh, it's you. What? Hey there, Emo-chan." I greeted. She slammed the door in my face. I knocked again. She opened with a scowl. "Hey there, Emo. I will cut you," she threatened. "Modred, death it is." She summoned her sword. "Oh, stop being so melodramatic." I rolled my eyes with a grin. "How have you been, my dear son?" She let out a long sigh, dismissing her sword. I learned with the flowery bastard not to react. He wanted a reaction. The best thing to do was to ignore it. "Something wrong?" I asked. "You seem to be in bad mood." I enjoy teasing Mordred, but not when she's actually feeling like shit. "It's nothin'." She snorted. "What do you want?" "Just wanted to check up on you." "If you're not willing, I'll get out of your hair." I didn't want to talk about the heavy stuffy if she was upset about anything. "I didn't say you weren't welcomed." She huffed. I couldn't help but smile. "Your master around?" "He's sleeping off a hangover. We went drinking last night." She stated. "They got surprisingly good booze here, but the old necromancer's a lightweight." She flashed a grin. "Well, you are a servant. I'm mostly guessing you just drank him under the table. Want to get breakfast then?" She perked up immediately, almost the same exact reaction that Artoria had. "Shit, if you're paying." "Of course." I nodded. "Fuck yes." She did a little fist pump. "The food in this place is great." I think she meant this era opposed to specifically here. There was something pleasant about the genuineness behind everything Mordred did or said. Granted, she tried to hide her actual feelings sometimes, but if she's pissed off, she lets you know. If she's excited about something, it's plainly obvious. "Wanted to talk to you about some things, too." I stated. "Yeah, what?" She slipped on that red jacket I saw her wearing previously before closing the door behind her and walking down the street with me. "I ain't causing any issues." "No, it's nothing like that." I waved off her concerns. "I just got back from seeing Artoria." There was a strange look that flashed across her face before she settled down. "How's father?" "Artoria's doing well. She just met Scat-Hack and Reiku for the first time, and it looks like they're getting along." Mordred let out a snort. "Surprised the cow didn't do anything. Her mad enhancement is gone, so it shouldn't be an issue anything." I chose to ignore what she called Reiku. Honestly, it didn't really feel as insulting as it seemed on the surface. But I digress. Artoria is around now, back from the world she was in, and is taking a little break. I spoke to her about you, and she's on board for meeting up when it's convenient. "Really? Father wants to see me?" she asked quietly. She was still having doubts. "Yup." I nodded. "There's still some stuff going on, but I guess you can expect to hear from her sometime soonish." While I wouldn't get in between them while they try to settle the issues they had, I felt like it was okay for me to do this much. I always worried about overstepping certain boundaries, but I was just making sure Mordred was kept abreast of the situation. "Thanks," she mumbled, "for everything, letting me come here and helping with father. It's entirely likely that Artoria and I will take the next step in our relationship at some point down the road." I glanced at her. "So to say you're family, it wouldn't be wrong. I do want to get along with you, Mordred, and I want to make sure you're happy, just as Artoria is." Well, I don't think she knew how to react to what I just said. She looked surprised and unsure of herself, which was a little amusing to see. "Thanks," she managed to whisper before, ducking her head. The rest of the walk was in pleasant silence. Chapter 227. Wilhelm. Yasaka perked up, looking at me from behind her desk. There were stacks of paper all about in an almost comical way as she went through documents and reports. It was the first time I'd been in her office. "I was going to ask if you were busy. Did the stacks of paper tip you off?" She snorted with a laugh, almost deprecating in nature. She let out a sigh, setting her pen down. "This is actually a good day." "Really, this is a good day?" I blinked in surprise as I took a seat. "At least I don't have to deal with a court setting today." She waved it off. "I'd much rather deal with them complaining on official documents than here whining in person. I swear, it's like they don't realize everyone had been hit hard in the attack." She groaned, laying her head on the desk. "Something happened?" she asked, her head still laid down as she stared at me. "No, why?" "I didn't expect you to come by and see me so soon. Maybe when I went to go pick up Kunu from school." She replied, lifting her head up and propped it up with her arm. Not that I'm complaining. She finished with a smile. There's no issue. I just wanted to see you. I returned the smile. I did see Mordred and we had breakfast together. It was nice. That's sweet. Yasaka cooed. I hope Artoria and her can settle everything. Did she talk to you? Yes, we spoke a bit. She told me of her origins. Though, I had suspected as much with all the clues I had been given, as well as what you get up to. She shook her head with a laugh. First Minamoto no Reiku, and now Arthur Pendragon. Is it strange that your world's version of these figures are female, or is it my world strange that they're male? Huh, I never thought of it that way. I shrugged, not dwelling on it too much. History recorded them as male in our world as well, so probably my world. I laugh. Besides, you forgot to mention Mordred. That doesn't count. Mordred apparently likes male pronouns, so it's not weird that specific historical fact was muddled. Honestly, I don't know if she does or not and just went with it because she was told to. I've been using female pronouns, and she hasn't really gotten upset. I think it's more the intent than anything. Though, I should probably ask her at some point. It would be the polite thing to do. Oh. Yasaka suddenly shot up straight. Before I forget. She started rummaging through the drawers on her desk. Here it is. She presented an envelope with a noble-like insignia stamped over wax. I didn't really know what to say as I accepted it. Is this what I think it is? Yes, the Gremory family insignia. I doubt anyone would actually pretend to be them and do this. Yasaka replied. Interesting. I looked it over. So where do you shred things at? Or should I just turn it into ash? I won't tell you what to do with it, she stated, but you should hear everything that accompanied it before you make your decision. I let out a sigh. Fine, let me hear it. The person who dropped it off was very specific that it was at the behest of Venelana Gremory, or rather Lady Gremory. Yasaka said calmly. They were waiting outside the gate for hours until I got back, and they were very polite with their approach. My grandmother. I pursed my lips. I admit I haven't given her any real thought since she was mentioned by Okita Tsuji. You're under no obligation to respond, nor even read it. If you want to discard it and never mention it again, I'll happily go along with it. No love for devils. I don't think any faction in the world actually likes them. She deadpanned. Unfortunately, they seem to have a stranglehold on certain products and technologies that make it so we have to interact with them in some capacity. Products? Remind me again which ones are so important. I knew a lot of things, but I wasn't omnipotent. Well, I could list certain technologies. Hell, I use the DevilNet more than I should. But if we're talking about strategic resources, Phoenix Tears are something that's hard to come by, off the top of my head. I recall those. Something about requiring a ritual for the Phoenix family member to shed a tear and whatnot. It's supposed to have some insane healing properties, but doesn't do much for missing limbs. That's more or less correct. It also helps with diseases as well. It's impressive and all, but are healing magics and potions/regents really in short supply here? Short supply. I can't say they're short, but mostly faction-specific. Good healing is hard to come by unless you're part of the Heaven faction or important in some pantheon. To us mortals, and such, finding someone proficient in healing that can do something close to the ability of a Phoenix Tear is difficult. We of course have many in our number, but compared to our entire population, it's only a small fraction. Most holy-type healing-based magics are not compatible with Yukai due to our origins. While we don't suffer the same backlash for such things from true, sinful species like devils, it's still less than desirable. That's something I can help with. Really? She blinked. If you could supply a large amount of healing supplies, it would be very beneficial. We would have to stop paying outrageous amounts for the small amount of Phoenix Tears we can get our hands on. If they can be used in the middle of a battle, they would be worth their weight in gold. I seem to understand. It's not that healing is unheard of. It's that most healing is not compatible with every species around, and it's almost like a magic doctor, not a consumable like a healing potion. I guess it isn't so surprising. I can't compare the modern world to somewhere like Tamriel. Tamriel hadn't been polluted, so to speak, like Earth had, and as such hadn't lost the majority of its magical nature on the surface. And Phoenix Tears apparently don't discriminate at all, making them even more valuable, even ignoring the strength of their healing. Yeah, I can see why phoenix tears are so valuable after giving it a bit of thought. They're no apples from Iden's tree or peaches of immortality, but they're probably the best us mortals can get our hands on. She sighed. I took a healing potion out of my ring and set it on the table. I have some things going on that should begin a steady supply of these. They're fairly decent healing items, aptly named healing potions. The ingredients come from Meridia's world, but I also have some people under me starting research on growing them from where Mordred and Co. came from. Interesting. She picked it up, examining the bottle. She didn't even hesitate to pop it open and take a drink. She paused for a moment, deep in thought. I felt a warmness wash over me. I've used a phoenix tears before, and this is much lower than one, but if they're mass-producible, they are, to an extent obviously. I would offer to go buy up large quantities in Skyrim, but they're currently having their own difficulties, and supplies are hard to come by. No, this is fine as is. It's not an emergency, but something to look forward to down the line. It would free up a lot of money and resources on our end from having to our source. She set the healing potion down. Oh, that's a surprise. She mumbled. It doesn't seem to overdraw the body's vitality like most Senjutsu healing does. There are other things. I'll give you a list of sorts when I start up production on my end. You're so good to me. She smiled. And the others already are doing things. Scat-Hack and Reiku went to deal with the biggest pain right now. I don't know what I'd have done without you all. I flicked the letter in my hand into my ring for now, deciding to think about it more later. It's not like you haven't helped us either, accepting my requests without a second thought, and even helping get everyone settled. That's nowhere near the same. She huffed. I just had to snap my fingers to make that happen. Yeah, and how easy do you think it is for Scat-Hack and Reiku to handle a mountain god? I snorted. Hell, Scat-Hack will probably have fun doing it. She blinked. That's a fair point. She looked rather excited when I mentioned it. She's a bit of a sadist. And she's also in your harem. Yup. Should I be made aware of certain interests of yours? She said with a little smirk. If you want to start talking about my interests, then you're not going to get any work done. I didn't back down from her teasing. I guess I already accepted her as someone important to me, so it didn't really feel off anymore. She let out a groan, head dropping to her desk again. This stupid paperwork. She let out an uncharacteristic whine. At least, I don't think she'd show this side of herself to her subordinates. She really is cute. I picked up my chair and moved it around her desk, sitting next to her. All right, let me help. Really? She perked up. Of course. I'll help you get this done quicker, and we can go pick up our daughter together. Kunu was still at school, so we should have time to knock this out. She looked at me, then at the stacks of paper, and happily pushed about half of it in my direction. If you don't think you can do anything with the documents, put them in a separate pile. I'll look them over later. Okay. I nodded, taking a pen. I paused for a moment. So a random thought. Is it weird that I sort of expected you to be using a traditional brush? Do you think we're that backwards? Well, no. But it's just, I'm messing with you. We actually used them when pens first came around, then I nipped that in the butt right away. Had some elders kick up a fuss about it too, spouting all that nonsense about tradition. Oh, what happened? We don't talk about them anymore. I think you're doing this on purpose. I stated. I don't know what you're talking about. Yasaka hummed, holding my arm with her tail wrapped around me in the way I've come to enjoy. I'm not complaining, mind you. But you're definitely doing this on purpose. Am I not allowed to be affectionate with the father of my daughter? Yasaka grinned. I grumbled but didn't dwell on it any longer. She was definitely doing this on purpose. We were talking the long way, towards Kunu's school, as in walking through a very populated part of the city. It was actually very roundabout and added probably an extra 20 minutes to reach our destination. People were watching us very intently. Yasaka was a very well-known figure to all of them. To call her a celebrity wouldn't be wrong either. While I'd been on the internet here, there were plenty of forums and websites dedicated to Yasaka, and not entirely in a wholesome way. So yeah, people were watching us, taking pictures and such. Even her guards were keeping their distance, making this look like a romantic outing, which it was. And not that our relationship wasn't kind of known already, but it hadn't been made this blatantly public before. I just want everyone to know that you're my man, she said sweetly. I suppose it doesn't hurt that it also distracts people. Gives them something to talk about other than the attack and the subsequent mess that's still being dealt with. Weaponizing celebrity gossip. Yes, it's quite the coincidence. You're lucky you're so fluffy. I ran a hand through her fluffy tail. I honestly didn't mind. I actually liked that everyone knew that Yusaka was now mine. The possessive side of me reared its head. You know, most men would be obsessed with other parts of my body. She visibly bounced her chest, drawing me eyes with a smirk. Yet you can't ever resist it when my tails are within reach. Should I give other parts of you equal amounts of attention, then? I raised an eyebrow. Don't make promises you can't keep. Another of her tails wagged in my face. I reached for it, and she moved it away with a little giggle. Just wait until we're alone. I hummed. Oh my, I fear for my chastity. She continued to tease. This old fox will be completely at your mercy. If we weren't in public. Yeah. I grumbled at her flirtations. She knew I couldn't do anything at the moment. Regardless, we finally made it to the school. It looked like the defenses had been further enhanced since the last time I'd been here. Well, I was already registered here, so it didn't really matter. As soon as we stepped inside, though, I expected a little fox to come bolting towards us. And, well, that's exactly what happened, but I was expecting my Kunu, not a literal fox running on 4 legs. The little fox made some yips as it ran at high speeds and jumped towards me, but Yusaka plucked it from the air, holding it up by the scruff of its neck, bringing it to her eye level. Kunu, she said sternly. What have I told you about transforming without supervision? With a puff of smoke, the little fox turned into my daughter. It was an accident, she said hesitantly. And now you're lying to me. Yusaka still held her by her collar. That's 2 strikes. You know what happens on the 3rd. I'm sorry, she said quietly. Sorry for what? Lying. And transforming. Yusaka snorted, setting Kuna down. We'll be having a talk when we get back home, young lady. Yusaka didn't waver in her tone. But go say hi to your daddy. Kunu immediately perked up and turned to hug me. Daddy, she said happily, almost completely forgetting the little scolding she just got. My little fox. I wrapped her up. I glanced up to Yusaka, who looked exasperated and couldn't help but chuckle. So well-behaved when Daddy is around, isn't she? Yusaka snorted again. Well, we're a team here. I should help out too. Kunu, sweetie. I broke away, looking into her eyes. Remember what we talked about before? Yes. So why didn't you listen to your mom? I just wanted to show you. Her ears flattened on her head. Even Yusaka softened her expression at that. I was certainly surprised. I pat her head. But you know your mom told you no for a reason, right? I looked up at Yusaka, not knowing the reason, but she must have had one. We went over this, sweetie. Remember you just started learning how to transform properly, and you still get stuck sometimes. If neither I nor your teacher is around, it could be dangerous. Yusaka knelt down next to me. I'll make you a deal. If you can go through your next 5 lessons without any problems, I will let you do it whenever you want, provided that it isn't causing problems. Really? Kunu perked up excitedly. But you're still going to be in trouble for lying to me this time. Yusaka returned to her stern tone. I'm sorry, Mama, she replied. Good. I accept your apology. Yusaka nodded happily. Before turning back to me, you see what I have to deal with here? This little bundle of fur that can't sit still and always gets in trouble. Mum, I don't always get in trouble. She pouted indignantly. Can I show Daddy my fox form again? Yusaka let out an exasperated sigh. Fine, you can show your daddy. Immediately, Kunu transformed, a puff of smoke surrounding a little 9-tailed fox, looking up at me and yipping. I couldn't help but pick her up as her little legs wiggled in my arms. This is ridiculously cute. I'm having trouble wanting to let go. Yes, that's how she ropes you in, the cuteness. Next thing you know, she's stealing snacks from the kitchen and hiding them in her room. Yusaka eyed her daughter. I rubbed her head, and she made some very happy noises. This was my daughter, and I'm okay with this. So why can't she transform? I can't claim to be overly familiar with your species. But shouldn't it be something that comes natural? In normal situations, yes. Yusaka nodded. But Kunu is slightly different. Are you aware that the first child of every nine-tailed fox will also be a nine-tailed fox? I think I heard that before. It sounds familiar. I admitted. Yes, well, it mostly doesn't matter what race. Our first child will always be a nine-tailed fox. I say mostly because there are exceptions, like in the case of deities or maybe dragons. Something that can overpower our bloodlines. I get what you're saying. I continued to nod along. My mother was a nine-tailed fox, and my father was a one-tail that she fell in love with. Such, I am fully kitsune. Kunu's father was a human, so even if she is still a full-fledged nine-tailed fox, her origin is partly that of a normal human. Yasaka reached over, scratching behind Kunu's little ears. That doesn't mean anything is wrong. She simply has a little bit of trouble coming into her bloodline. It will come, but it's not as instinctual as it was for me. She's not the first one over the centuries, so we do have some knowledge on this stuff. So she was having trouble changing into her fox form? We began walking back home. The first few times she couldn't change back and she got so excited that she ran around, got lost, and we couldn't find her. Yasaka let out a laugh. It was the most ridiculous series of events. But eventually it got settled, but we've been making sure she's had an eye on her when practicing. Will she get as big as you? I asked. Are you calling me fat? She grinned a little, her teasing nature coming out. Oh, stop, you evil woman. I nudged her. That is a landmine I will never step on. She laughed. Kunu should get around my size. It also depends on how far she takes her training with Senjutsu and Tuki. But I'm surprised. Have you seen my full form? I have. I nodded, picking up Kunu. Sweetie, you want to play with Sir Wiggles? She yipped, nodding at me happily. I reached into my ring and into my hat to take out my little companion. Sir Wiggles hopped out with a small burst of lightning, and I immediately noticed something different about him. Though he happily started playing with Kunu, so I would deal with it later. But yeah, I saw it before. When I first came to Kyoto, you were stomping on some people. Oh, I remember now. Some idiots thought just flooding me with the weakest trash they could find would be a good strategy. So, I just transformed and stepped on them. Well, I guess that's one way to go about it. Don't worry. She brushed up against me, whispering in my ear. You're the only one I'll step on from now on. I resisted the urge to face palm. Jin told you, didn't she? Yasaka began to laugh. She does love to share some interesting stories. Well, someone's going to get a spanking, though she'll probably enjoy it. I'm sure that isn't the only thing her cute little butt is going to get, is it? Oh, geez, she told you that too. I was a little surprised by that. That girl of yours has absolutely no shame. Yasaka smiled. I look forward to when I get my turn. Well, she had the full extent of Remnant's internet in her head. I can't really blame her there. With a shake of my head, I reached for Yasaka's hand, taking it into mine. Her tail quickly found my waist again, wrapping me up. Kunu and Sir Wiggles continued to run around and play as we walked back home. My eyes slowly opened as I felt something tickling my nose. A furry appendage rubbed against my face, and I took a moment to remember where I was. A bed that wasn't mine, and a partially nude fox clinging to me. I couldn't help but run a hand through her closest tail. Lower. She mumbled. I raised an eyebrow as I let go of her tail, my hand trailing down her leg. I gave her but a little squeeze, admiring the softness in my hand. I stayed over with them last night, and was about to head home, but Yasaka convinced me to stay for the night. We didn't really do anything beyond some kissing and cuddling, but it was still nice. You can play with my tits too if you want. Yasaka turned over, giving me a smirk while my hand was still playing with her rear. Tempting. I snorted, looking at her chest that only had a thin white shirt covering them. I hummed out loud. Am I really going to have to convince you to touch my chest? What strange world have I woken up into? I rolled over and pushed my face right between those large mounds, wrapping my arms around her. The perfect pillow. You are ridiculous. She giggled, running a hand through my hair. Did you sleep well? I always sleep good when I'm with someone I care about. I looked up at her. And it was true. I found I slept best with one of my girls in my arms. You're welcome here anytime. She smiled brightly. I don't expect to have you in my bed every night, but I hope you don't forget about me. I'm trying to make sure I give everyone enough attention. I reassured her. I don't want any of you to feel neglected. You're sweet, she said softly. I was hesitant to get involved in a harem early on. I joked about it, but I've seen enough harems implode over the years, and I didn't want my daughter having to see something like that. And I didn't wish to have to experience it myself. I didn't set out to make a harem. To be honest, it just kind of happened. I admitted. Why did you change your mind? I've said it before. The way you handled Kunu, how happy she was with you around. I thought it was a risk worth taking. She explained. And you have been nothing short of wonderful. To both myself and Kunu, you do your best when you're with us. And your other women, they're great as well. I have no complaints about how I ended up. She paused for a moment before continuing. I didn't realize how much I missed having a partner until you became a part of our lives. To have someone to lean on again. Being a dad is strange, but equally something I never knew I wanted. I let out a long breath. Seeing Kunu look at me like that, it really brings up certain things that are hard to describe. You've been doing a wonderful job, she replied. And she actually listens to you. Give it time, she'll start being just as feisty with me as she is with you. Is that supposed to comfort me? No, but I will. I leaned up, giving her a quick kiss, earning that enchanting giggle from her. As much as I'd love to be comforted some more, Kunu is probably eating her weight in unhealthy breakfast right now. Yusaka leaned in, pressing her lips against mine briefly herself. I rolled off her. I always hate getting up. I groaned. Tell me about it. She sighed, slowly rising out of the bed. I admired her body again, as she was wearing but a pair of purple panties and a tight white t-shirt. Her tails swayed lightly from side to side as she started going for her dresser before taking out a robe and wrapping it around herself. I followed suit, taking something appropriate out of my ring to dress in. Some shorts and a random shirt to be somewhat presentable. We walked out of the bedroom, towards the kitchen where Kunu was sitting at the table, a bowl of cereal in front of her. How many bowls have you had, Kunu? She stopped, then quickly took a spoonful and stuffed it in her mouth. MMMPHH. Aha. Yusaka deadpanned, reaching for the box in front of the little fox. Funny, I just bought this for you a day ago and it's empty. I put a hand on Kunu's head. Sweetie, you should know better. Her ears went flat again. No cereal for the next week, Yusaka stated with a sigh. She begged me to get this for her after seeing it on TV. What is this? I picked up the box. Super Satan Rangers. Really? I blinked at it. Kunu loves it, Yusaka said dryly. I opened my mouth and closed it. I feel like my childhood is ruined. I loved Super Sentai as a kid. I mean, who didn't? The English version obviously being Power Rangers, which this crap totally ripped off. What is it even about? Some devil propaganda with heaven sending down some monster, or something, and the Satans dealing with it like how you would expect based on its name. Yusaka started rummaging through the fridge. I'm morbidly curious now. We can watch it together, Kunu quickly said. I'll show you all my favorite episodes. Well, guess I'm stuck with this now. I'd love to do that with you. I smiled towards her. Even if I had no desire to actually watch this, it was something she wanted. But I have some things I have to go take care of today. You're going. Kunu pouted. Not leaving, just running some errands. I'm not leaving Kyoto. I reassured her. I didn't want her to think I was going away again. I'll be nearby helping your Auntie Artoria with some problems she's had. Is she okay? Kunu asked. She's okay, but she has some things she needs to work out with her son. Auntie Artoria has a son? Kunu seemed surprised. Yup, and I hope you can meet them soon. I patted her head again. If all goes well, that is. Yusaka walked up, tail rubbing against my arm. Thank you for staying around for so long. You never have to thank me for something like that. I replied. I'll always make time for you both. You promised to come back soon. Kunu tugged on my sleeve. I super promise. I knelt down next to her. Would you like Sir Wiggles to stay here with you? Yes. Kunu immediately agreed. With a laugh I took him out, letting Kunu hug him happily. Sir Wiggles definitely had a good impression of her if the feelings from the link between us were accurate. Okay, but you have to promise to be good for your mom. I promise. She nodded. Good girl. I rubbed her head again, standing up a moment later. Yes, let's see how long that lasts. Yusaka let out a laugh. Do I get a proper goodbye? I took a step forward, my hand cupping her cheek before I moved closer in. Our lips met as she leaned a little more into it, deepening the kiss. I'll see you soon. Yasaka spoke as we separated. Be back soon. I nodded at her before turning away. I didn't want to leave, but I did have things to take care of. With a wave of my hand, I opened up a portal left. Schweinorg. I recognized Rin's voice, turning towards her sitting down in char at the kitchen table. Hey, Rin. It feels like it's been forever. God, I know. She agreed. Wilhelm Artoria, sitting across from her, smiled at me happily. Artoria. I couldn't help but smile back. You're back. Yes, Jin is in her workshop, and we finished everything we needed to do last night. Artoria replied. Did you spend the night at Yasaka's estate? She asked, not really in an accusatory way, but more in simple curiosity. I did. I didn't hide it. Reiku and Scat hacked back. Yes, they have both claimed rooms upstairs, and I have not seen them since they retired for the evening. They returned rather late, so I assume they will still be resting. Oh well, let them sleep in. No idea what they did, but they certainly deserve a nice rest. I turned towards Rin again. So how's it been? Meh. Rin sighed. Still kinda exhausted. Really? It couldn't have been that bad traveling Skyrim. No. She waved me off. But I used a spell to push away my fatigue and tiredness for too long, and it's caught up with me. How many days in a row did you use it? I blinked. 4 days. Artoria answered. Against my wishes, she continued to push herself. We were doing important work. We were acquiring treasure from tombs filled with undead and monsters. Important work, Rin stated. Very important work. I nodded. See, Rin exclaimed. Important work. You both. Artoria sighed. I never understood the obsession with material wealth. Sorry, the woman who had multiple divine weapons and a literal kingdom says what? Right. Rin snorted. Well, that's not quite the same. Artoria stumbled. Aha. I call bullshit. Besides, I continued. I'm a devil and part dragon. Being greedy is part of my nature. I feel like that's an excuse you'll use whenever it's convenient. Rin deadpanned. You have good instincts. I offered no argument. I walked over, giving Artoria a quick kiss on the cheek, earning a happy little noise from her. You pick up any new tricks while in Skyrim, Rin? Yeah, they have an interesting system of magecraft. I added a few things to my jewelcraft arsenal and some of their own spells. Rin replied, Now that resources aren't much of an issue, I've been able to experiment a bit more to push my craft forward. I'm glad. I smiled. How about any progress on your kaleidoscope studies? Meh, had some ideas, but I need to test them out. Seeing what you did with the house and the doorway gave me some inspiration. Rin said lazily, And you need to take out Ruby for those. Yeah, that. She sighed. Well, I'd love to hear some of the stories from your adventures at some point. Yeah, sure. She yawned. When I'm not so tired, I only got up to help with the thing. I appreciate it, Rin. Artoria stated. Of course. She puffed up proudly. Speaking of, how do you want to do this? I asked. I have resolved myself. Artoria said firmly. I will meet with Mordred, and we will discuss the problems between us. Don't make it sound like you're getting ready for battle. Artoria immediately sort of deflated. I do not wish to come off that way. Mayhaps I should approach it from a different angle. Artoria. I reached forward, taking her hand. You just need to be yourself. Meet Mordred as the woman you are now. Let her see you fully without all the burdens you shouldered previously. I will take your advice. She seemed to accept my words. I am just nervous. Yeah, I would be too. But you're fine, we're here with you. Rin reassured her. Indeed. Artoria smiled at that. I have nothing to fear, so I will not hesitate. Wilhelm, would you please send a message to Mordred for a time today, and perhaps a location where we can have a conversation where he will not feel bothered? I'll head over now. I nodded towards her. I was glad that this was finally happening. They both needed to get some closure and move on in this second life of theirs. Even if they never saw each other again, it would be best if they had a proper talk. Chapter 228. I finished getting ready, making sure I was presentable. I didn't change much of my usual wardrobe as I believe I already dressed above a certain degree on most occasions. I adjusted my tie and made sure there were no wrinkles anywhere. While I knew this wasn't a situation that demanded such high levels of preparation, at the same time, it would be the first time that really Mordred saw me as Artoria's significant other. I wanted to look good in that light. Running a hand through my hair, I made sure everything was fine one last time before heading downstairs. How long does it take you to get ready? Rin glanced at me as I walked down the stairs. Perfection can't be rushed. I shot a smirk towards her. Rin snorted in response. God, you're so full of yourself. I'm surprised you can even walk straight with how big your head is. Sounds like jealously, I laughed, earning an eye roll from her. There was no actual hostility here. At this point, we usually bickered mindlessly about random things. Wilhelm. Artoria smiled towards me. I walked up, taking her hand. You look absolutely stunning. I look no different than normal. She looked confused. Imagine that. I winked towards her, enjoying it as she turned a little red as she realized what I meant. Bleh! Rin exaggeratedly gagged. I couldn't help but laugh. Thank you. Artoria regained a normal expression. Of course. I brought her hand up to kiss it. She was probably stressed, so I wanted to lighten the mood a little bit. I guess she saw through my intentions easily enough. You good? I am prepared as well as I am going to be. She nodded. It sounded a little morbid, that she was resolving herself for something horrible. But coming from someone who also had unresolved issues, I could understand her sentiments. To others, it may seem like a silly thing, but she's probably feeling a lot of pressure right now. You're fine. It's all going to be okay. I squeezed her hand a little bit. Both Rin and I are here. Rin was probably a better pillar of support than I was at the moment. They had known each other longer and faced many life or death situations together. Calling them best friends might be too weak a term to use. He's right. Rin spoke up. It's not a big deal. We've dealt with worse situations before. You are correct. Artoria nodded, easing up a little bit. Mayhaps I am just continuing to overthink it. I am. Happy to finally confront this. I do not wish for it to continue being a thorn in my heart. Well said. I swung her arm up, earning a little noise from her. You ready to go? Why, yes, let us depart. I do not wish to be late after everything. Artoria nodded, recovering quickly. Without another word, Artoria led us out the door with a look of confidence on her face. Why, yes, let us depart. I do not wish to be late after everything. Artoria nodded, recovering quickly. Without another word, Artoria led us out the door with a look of confidence on her face. Kyrie snorted. Sounds about right. Should I introduce myself? I raised my hand. Screw off, Schweinorg. Rin immediately denied me. Heh! Mordred let out a small laugh at her dismissal. Has anyone here not heard of you prancing around yet? I decided to ignore them. I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I have several titles, but at this particular moment, I'm Artoria's boyfriend. I slowly reached out for her hand. She didn't deny me, her hand squeezing mine a little. There was just the tiniest hint of red on her cheeks. Probably declaring this in front of Mordred made her get a bit flustered. So you weren't lying, huh? Mordred's blunt words rang out. No. We have been in a relationship for a bit now. Artoria decided to respond. How'd that happen? He doesn't seem like the type. Acts too much like the flowery bastard. Mordred asked. I guess it was an easier subject to broach for both of them. Artoria actually smiled. Yes, he does remind me of Merlin sometimes. But he is also kind and treats me very well. His sincerity is what won me over when we met. Should I take it as a compliment that I'm compared to Merlin? I questioned. No. Fuck no. They both answered almost immediately, sharing an amused look before going silent again. Mordred began tapping on the table as the silence took hold again. Do you? Artoria began to speak but was cut off. Why? Mordred finally asked with a heated look on her face. Pardon? Artoria looked confused. Why didn't you accept me? Is it because who my mother is? Mordred looked down at the table. Was I not good enough for you? Artoria took a deep breath. The circumstances of your birth, they are memories that haunt me. I did not wish for you to be born. You were a product of Morgan's schemes. Is that why you... Mordred, Artoria said sternly. Please allow me to finish, she stated, waiting for Mordred to respond, but with no response she continued. I do not blame you for Morgan's machinations. Mayhaps at the time, I failed to see beyond that. Is that why you said I wasn't worthy of being king? Mordred asked, her voice quiet. Artoria took a deep breath to settle herself. I thought I knew everything I needed to for ruling. During my life, I thought I was the only one who could take the true path to elevate Camelot into what I had envisioned. When my knights began to leave, I still held firm to my belief, even as I watched in pain at their departure. When, Lancelot, I still believed my path true and righteous and did not waver. Even as I was forced to sentence Guinevere for her crimes, I did not waver. It was only the moment that I had your blood on my hands and I looked around and saw all the familiar faces of my comrades on that field did I come to the conclusion that I was wrong. Artoria took a deep breath again. At the moment you asked me, I had a very specific idea of what it meant to be a king. In my eyes, you were too brash, too impulsive and aggressive. You got into fights constantly, and you never thought through your actions. She sighed and shook her head. But you were also kind. You helped those in need without fuss. You were never the one to throw the first punch in fights without honor. You never acted as a coward and performed your duties to the best of your ability. You were one of my finest knights. Mordred was silent as she processed that, many intense emotions flashing across her face. Do you still despise and reject me? I never despised you, Mordred. I hated what you represented to the former me. A loss of control, a reminder of what had been done to me by Morgan. Even after dying, and remember your face in those final moments, I can't hate you. I realized that for all the grief I had, you were suffering just as much. So I would be a good king. If we were back in Camelot, would you tell me that I'm worthy? Mordred asked. Artoria opened her mouth, but went silent for a moment. Throughout my life, I thought I knew what I was doing. When I lay there dying, I thought I was wrong about everything. When the world offered me a choice, I wished to participate in the Grail War and attain a wish. I again was so sure of myself that I eventually thought removing my existence from history would be the best option to remedy my failures. To make it so I had never existed in the first place. What fucking bullshit is that? Mordred slammed her hand on the table. Do you think we fought just to fight? We fought under your banner. If you weren't there, what was the point of everything we did? Artoria didn't get upset at her outburst. Instead let out a self-deprecating laugh. Yes, I have been made aware of my folly. I appear to have the habit of thinking myself correct on any path I take. It took me a long time to come to the understanding I have now. If you ask me if you are worthy, I can simply say I don't know. You don't know. I often think about what I could have done different, how I could have changed things for the better. But I simply do not know the answer to your question, Mordred. At the very least, I believe you would have done a better job than I did. I always looked up to you, Mordred said quietly. Even when the witch would tell me stories, I always admired you. I just wanted to help you shoulder your burdens. She clenched her fists. You never gave me a chance to prove myself. Artoria's eyes softened. Was that your wish for the Grail? She asked, able to guess at this much. I wanted a chance to pull Caliban from the stone and prove my worthiness. Mordred actually looked a little sheepish. Compared to how proudly she declared it to me the last time it was brought up, it was an odd thing. Oh, Mordred, Artoria said softly. I think that's a wonderful wish. I do not believe it matters anymore, but I would have supported you fully in such an endeavor. I do possess the Caliban from this world. If you wish it, I think it would suit you more than me. Really? Mordred looked surprised. You would just give it to me after everything? Even if you don't hate me for being born the way I was, I still ended your kingdom. I ruined your perfect story and rebelled. Yes, you did. I cannot say that your actions did not bring me torment. However, they were not without cause themselves. And you were not alone in your actions either. There were plenty of others who were to blame, and you should not be the only one to shoulder any perceived sins. Artoria replied, a sad look on her face. I believe that many of my actions would have led to an inevitable conclusion, even if you had not taken such a course. Once more, Artoria took a deep breath, a small smile appearing on her face. If it would alleviate any of the guilt you feel, Mordred, I forgive you. The look on Mordred's face, it was like she was about to burst out in tears. Well, I believe I'm going to get a drink. I abruptly stood up. Kyrie, Rin, care to join me? I very smoothly made an opening to give them some privacy to themselves, as I didn't believe our presence here was necessary anymore. Thankfully, they took the hint and silently got up as well. As fucking subtle as a horse. Mordred snorted, running a hand across her eyes as she looked away. Is he seriously someone you're dating? He has his flaws, but I do not regret my decision. Artoria smiled. Why is it so hard to believe? He probably didn't tell you about all the crap he pulled during the war. Mordred snickered. The details were vague, and I do believe there are stories to be had. Artoria looked interested. Oh shit, yeah. I'll tell you everything he said when we met. Yeah, really going to need that drink now. Chapter 229. So, Kyrie. I took a sip of my drink. How you doing? Kyrie turned to look at me before giving a grunt. Same old, same old. He downed a shot pretty smoothly. You want some juice, Rin? Screw off. She huffed. Hee hee. I nudged her shoulder even as she rolled her eyes. There was a little smile on her face. But for real. What you been up to, Kyrie? Is this really the place to talk about that sort of stuff? He glanced at the bartender who stood not too far away. I come here with Azan on me to have drinks and talk about random things. I shared a look with the bartender who nodded at me. Do you really think this would be a place we wouldn't be comfortable in openly talking? Well, he's a magus, so I can't really fault him on his hesitation. But I can understand your sentiments. I gave the bartender another nod before dipping my finger in my drink and using the liquid to draw a couple runes, creating a makeshift bounded field around us. I'll just say that Izzy made sure there were protections in place and leave it at that. That seemed to pacify him slightly. Neat trick. Kyrie spun around in his stool, drink in hand. Saw Bazette do something like that once. You're seriously nonchalant about talking about this stuff in public when you're usually really private. Rin commented. Honestly, it's really not that big a deal. He's missing some, a lot of context, but Artoria is already known here and there's already some talk about her. She helped me defended this place from a bunch of terrorists, who I might add are reincarnations, or descendants of heroes who tend to take the names of their ancestors. And that's completely ignoring all the other precautions that have already been taken. I pointed out. Really? Kyrie perked up. Reincarnation is a real thing over here? Kinda, sorta. More so impressions and memories of their ancestors than an actual reincarnation that you're probably thinking of. An inheritance of a spirit, if you will. It's still the age of God, so the cycle of souls is a bit malleable. Everyone has their own realms of the dead still, so shuffling a soul through their own methods still is possible without disrupting the world's flow. Not to mention my own circumstances. I couldn't help but smile as I glanced over to see Artoria and Mordred still talking. I got Gramps working on the delicate parts, but otherwise I got your payment. I looked back towards Kyrie. Kyrie just grunted, taking a cigarette out of his pocket, and lighted up. Shit, I probably made more just walking around here for a few days, picking up knickknacks than the payment I'll get for the war. For real? Rin looked surprised. Is stuff here that valuable back home? Depends. I swiveled in my stool. It's not so much that things are strictly valuable by themselves, but there are many things that are just lost to time that are required for many different uses. Imagine not being able to cast a greater ritual because a certain flower is missing, but it still grows around here like a weed. Good point. Well, I don't think I have to worry anymore. With the loot I got from running around in those godforsaken dungeons, I'm probably set for life. Rin hummed. Yeah, she's amassed quite a fortune so far. You ready to head home at some point when this is all over, Kyrie? I asked. He was good sport and stuck around for a bit while everything got settled. Honestly, he was a good guy. I liked him. Surprisingly, Kyrie looked conflicted. I don't suppose you'd need a freelancer on a more permanent contract? Huh. I hadn't thought he would want to stay. As it so happens, I find myself in need of someone with your specific set of skills. Oh. Yes, you see. I believe my girlfriend has recently come into contact with a little lion that could do with a caretaker. Kyrie snorted, pushing his cigarette into a nearby ashtray. For something like that, my pay needs to match the difficulty. Don't worry, I'm not short on money. I waved it off. Well, you could always ask your sugar mama. Rin teased. Isn't that basically what you called Yusaka? Someone sounds jealous. I grinned. Bah, who'd be jealous of you? Fluffy tails all mine. Rin huffed in response. For real though, money isn't really an issue. I turned back towards Kairi. I also turned the Ig Millennia family into my sort of subordinates. They're going to rise up after my help, and I'll be raking in a lot of resources soon. Kairi let out a sigh. Well, it's not like I had anything that really bound me back home. My family is pretty much gone, and what's left I haven't spoken to in years. If they get a little bit of goodwill like you said, I'll consider it even between us and cut my losses. Equivalent exchange, karma. Lots of names for the same thing, even if understanding sometimes differs. Well, he has a good head on his shoulders, so he wasn't just jumping ship without settling things in his heart. You'll have more opportunities here too. People here aren't as guarded with their magecraft, and you can probably pick up the local casting system relatively easily. I took a look at it already. Kairi nodded. Didn't seem too complicated on the surface. You keep bringing people here, Schweinorg. You got some scheme going on? Rin asked. Not particularly. I shrugged. But if it helps Yusaka, I'd call that a win. This is more or less where I have set up my home, and I want it to do well. I was too neglectful of her own worries and burdens. I want to help alleviate those when possible. While I won't try to coerce Mordred to do anything, I think she wouldn't mind working under Yusaka, especially if Artoria's descendant is around. Meridia and Yusaka were the only ones that had firm foundations that couldn't be moved. Meridia didn't need my help, and I doubted I could provide her with anything useful. Yusaka, on the other hand, I hate to say it, but her faction wasn't very strong. So I would do my best to support her when I had time like now. I'd fulfill my desire to resurrect Scathack. Now I had no immediate goal, so I would set this as my target. I should ask her how she dealt with those hero faction idiots. If she needed help extracting their sacred gears, that could also be a large boon to her faction. I should also ask her for her opinions as well. I don't want to start assuming anything. For all I know, she doesn't want to further expand her influence or to increase her faction's potential, and is content on keep the status quo. I certainly don't want to step on her toes as her faction leader. That would be a big no-no as far as boundaries in our relationship go. Schweinorg. Rin poked me. Oh, sorry, got lost in thought. I pushed those to the side for now. But yeah, I'll always welcome you. Even if you want to retire and live a peaceful life here, I'm sure Mordred would love it. I can't claim to know how close you two are, but I don't think she's one to be so open to a stranger. You mind if I get some things from back home? Just got a few personal items I'd rather not part with. Sure, I can give you a lift when we've worked everything out. That was easy enough to do. Thanks. He nodded towards me in appreciation as his attention was forced back behind us. Artoria and Mordred started walking over, showing a lot less awkwardness between them. With a little flick of my finger, I removed the bounded field. Yo! Mordred casually walked over. They got any good stuff here? She eyed the drinks on the shelves. I think they have a minimum age requirement. I replied. I'm older than you. She said without missing a beat. Height requirement. This supposed to be a fucking roller coaster. She snorted. How do you even know what that is? Random things I don't know. Half the shit the Grail gave me I have no context for. Like, the fuck is a Maserati? Huh, that really is just a random thing it told her. A type of car. I said idly. Well, Mordred seemed much more relaxed and back to her normal self, so that's good. Whatever. She shrugged. Oi, necromance, we're done. I want to go back to watching that thing on the TV. It's called a movie. Kairi sighed, standing up. I'll catch you all later. I waved a casual goodbye as Mordred and him left. I'm guessing you've settled things for now? I turned towards Artoria, who had been silent in these few moments. Yes, we have talked about several things. Even Artoria seemed more peaceful. You look better now, Rin commented. Not like you're going to your execution. You good? I'm good. Artoria nodded as we headed out ourselves. I set some money on the counter and followed along. Artoria let out an uncharacteristic sigh. But I feel as though I am exhausted. She took the initiative and reached for my hand as we walked down the street. Thank you. She looked up at me. There is still a long ways to go before either of us truly moves on, but I feel as if a weight has been taken off my shoulders. I didn't do anything. You're the one who was willing to confront your own demons. Not that I was calling Mordred herself a demon, but I think she got my sentiment. I just brought her around. I'm happy for you. Rin spoke up. You going to be seeing more of her? Yes, I do believe I will. It had been rocky as a start, and there were still some strong feelings, but I believe I will be trying to spend more time with Mordred. I wish to try and be a proper parent, as ridiculous as it sounds since we are both dead. That's going to be tough. She didn't seem like someone who needed a parent, but she also seemed to really look up to you. Rin shrugged. I don't really have any advice to give, so try not to force anything, I guess. Yes, your words do make sense. I will give time for our new and strange relationship to settle and go from there. As Wilhelm has told me on several occasions, we have plenty of time and we're in no rush. She smiled happily. Happy Artoria was really heartwarming. Well, I'm fully awake now. You want to eat a few gallons of ice cream and watch some bad TV. That sounds wonderful. Artoria responded immediately. Well, I'll give you your girl time. I laughed. Wilhelm, I didn't mean to. I'm kidding. I gave her forehead a little poke. But I also won't get upset when you want to spend time away from me. You're taking a break from adventuring in Skyrim. Go be lazy with Rin. You certainly deserve it after everything. Rin looked happy at my words, even if she didn't say anything. I know they didn't mean anything by what they said, so I didn't take offense. And I want her to also understand I don't intend to come between the relationship they built. Besides, I'm definitely going to get her one of these nights. Thank you, she said quietly. You have been everything I hoped for in a boyfriend. Really? Well, some of the things I desired. She had a blank look, staring at me before a little smile formed on her face. I always have enjoyed her sense of humor. You're adorable. I leaned in, and she welcomed me with a loving kiss. I didn't prolong it as I knew Rin was standing right next to us, and I didn't want to make it too awkward on her. Go make Rin poor again with your appetite. Hey! Rin looked indignant. My appetite isn't that bad. Artoria also squeaked out. I just laughed again at their reactions. I'll see you both later. I'm going to hop over and see Izzy. Oh, please give her my best and tell her to come visit. I wish for her to meet Rin, and we can spend time together. Artoria perked up at the mention of our mutual friend. Still weird to think about, Rin muttered. But what the hell? Bring Japan's death goddess to come visit when you have time. I looked one last time at Artoria's beautiful smile before opening up a portal and headed to Yomi. Chapter 230. Yomi hadn't noticeably changed in my absence, not that I believed it would. The eerie land of the dead still felt just as unwelcoming as the first time I had been here. Though I knew that nothing would actually harm me or even try, as Izzy had a firm hand on what occurred here. Honestly, I don't even know if anything lived here besides her anymore. There were legends and myths about certain creatures and such, but I had encountered nothing in my admittedly few times being here. Well, I now had some free time. Maybe I should explore in the future. Izzy's house was almost comical in how out of place it stood. Like someone just cut out a normal house and slapped it right inside her realm without doing anything else. I walked up the familiar steps and didn't even get to knock on the door before it opened before me. Wilhelm. Izzy looked surprised to see me. Izzy! I smiled as I saw her for the first time in too long. Would you like to come in? She moved to the side, gesturing into her home. That'd be lovely. I nodded, walking inside. Oh, I've had a long day. I flopped onto her couch. How have you been? It's been way too long. Yes, it has been quite a while. She nodded, closing the door, but stared at me with a scrutinizing gaze from a fair distance away. I looked back and felt weird with how awkward she was being. Oh, I realized. I guess you can feel it. Huh. Are you referring to the feeling as if you will draw a weapon on me at any moment? She raised an eyebrow. Or perhaps are you referring to the aura of my son that seems to permeate your being? She added an extra dry tone. You are very different, and I don't know what to say. It makes me question if you are who I think you are. Wait. What? You think I might not be me, yet you let me into your home. Yes. Do we need to have a talk about stranger danger? I take it back. You are definitely Wilhelm. She snorted. I doubt anyone else would say something so ridiculous to me. Does my new feeling make you dislike me? I know that there was a strange relationship between Campionian gods in that particular world line. An instinctual desire to fight each other, even if they had no true dislike. No, it's difficult to explain. She shook her head. It was almost like an instinctual repulsion. Though I am over it now. Well, as long as our relationship didn't sour. But I wish to know why you feel so similar to my son. She added, others may not be able to recognize it, but I would know my son's presence anywhere. So, that's a long story. I paused, letting out a sigh. You're my friend, Izzy. She blinked. I greatly appreciate you saying such a thing, but I don't understand the sudden admission. In fact, I am slightly worried now. You wondered about Artoria, didn't you? And about other things around me that confused you? Like how I could come and go to Yomi without you being able to stop me. Yes, you being able to tear a hole into my realm without my input. And I am curious about Artoria's origin, but I don't want to press. Well, I scratched my head. It's a long story. Should I go get a bottle of wine? Probably. I nodded, though it was more of a figure of speech. She merely flicked her hand, and one appeared in her hand with a couple wine glasses. She didn't speak as she poured us both a glass, taking a seat, weirdly far from me. Izzy! What? She questioned me. Why are you being so distant? Did I do something wrong? I am not being distant, she said curtly. Bullshit. She let out a huff. I am not being distant. I gestured to the space between us. Hug. I held my arms out. What? Hug, or I'm not telling my story. You are blackmailing me. Yup, now hug. I smiled. You know, without context, trying to blackmail a woman into being touched would make you a creep. She snorted again, getting up from her seat. But there was also a faint smile that wouldn't leave her. I think I'm legally still registered as a minor in Japan. I pointed out. A mature woman, inviting a handsome young boy into her home. She opened her mouth. Are you implying that Izanami no Makoto, goddess of death, mother of Japan, is a cougar? Hey, I didn't say it, you did. I should smack you. Bold talk for someone in hugging distance. I took a step forward, wrapping my arms around her. She didn't stiffen either. If anything, she welcomed it wholeheartedly. I said it before, but you are infuriatingly kind sometimes. She said quietly. I'll take that as a compliment. It was about half and half. Still taking it as a compliment. She seemed to be more at ease. What's wrong, Izzy? I finally asked as we separated. She let out a sigh. It's nothing important. She waved me off. Go on with your story. I want to hear what you were about to tell me. She sat down next to me, sipping her wine. And I really wish to know why you feel so similar to my son. I'm trying to hold myself back from being aggressive about it, Wilhelm, but for some reason it's giving my anxiety. I let out a sigh. All right, but it'll take a bit to get to that part. That's fine. I have nothing else planned. Ever. She leaned back. Thank you. By the way, I'm not used to having people care about me like this. It's nice. Well, you're stuck with me now. I grinned. Joy. She drawled. I suppose it could be worse. My life would be more boring were you not such a fool. Admittedly, I did have her go fight Godzilla Light with me, however. Who's more foolish, the fool or the one who's friends with the fool? I smirked. She raised an eyebrow. So that's how it's going to be. Come at me. I did the little gesturing motion as an additional taunt. I'll remember this, don't you worry. She calmly set her wineglass down. But stop getting distracted. Explain what you were going to explain. Fine, fine. I huffed. All right, so I should talk about my origins. To be honest, I'm not exactly normal. Yes, you're a half-devil, she said dryly. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Okay, that's fair. I sighed. Let's try this again. My origin isn't really normal for this world, even considering the supernatural aspects. Are you an alien? She asked. I blinked at her sudden question. What? Her lips curled up. You're messing with me. Well, you are smart enough to catch on. Now, who's getting distracted? Ugh, you're right. Seriously, keep going. Now I lost my place. How did you lose your place? You spoke like 2 sentences. She groaned. Maybe I'm not smart enough to remember. I hummed. Well, as you keep proving, being able to speak does not make one intelligent. She retorted with a little smirk. I just nodded, accepting it. I was expecting a more subtle remark. Honestly, I love how she's able to quote Star Wars with me. Please, like there's anything subtle about me, she said with an arrogant little smile. Definitely not a cougar. I'm sure she could sense my sarcasm. Why you? She slapped my shoulder. Just for that, you're punished with being confined to Yomi. Insulting a goddess like that. She huffed. For how long? I leaned over. At least another few hours. She looked away. Izzy, what's wrong? I didn't want to push her on it, but something clearly had her upset. With a sigh, I decided to not bring it up again for the moment. You know, it's funny, you're not the first person who asked if I was an alien. I laughed, remembering my first time meeting Ruby on Remnant. She seemed to recover a little bit. Really? That's either a strange coincidence, or I'm closer to the mark than I thought. I'm not an alien. I rolled my eyes. Technically, now that I think about it. I was joking, but your tone is making me question many things now. I was born on this planet, I offered, and that comment doesn't fill me with assurance. She pointed out. All right, I usually start this off with explaining my magic, the one with the colorful portals that lets you trespass into my home without my consent. Do you have to make it sound so creepy? I'm sorry. Did this cougar hurt your feelings? You're never going to let that one go, are you? Nope. All right, moving on. I clapped my hands. So, my magic is known as the Kaleidoscope, which is the operation and manipulation of parallel worlds. I looked at her as she digested that information. Awkward silence. I see. She finally spoke after a couple minutes. You do. I tilted my head. It took a lot of explanation on my part when I told Yusaka. Wilhelm. She responded. I am a goddess. Nothing against Yusaka, but she does not have as much of an understanding about the world as I do. Fair point. Yes. She pursed her lips, though I am still confused at a great many things. That's it. No other reactions. I'm processing. She snorted. I think some things are starting to make sense now. You said before that you traveled to the land of shadows and trained under Scathach, yet Scathach died centuries ago. I didn't question it before and merely wrote it off as something unimportant. Oh, she's dead in this world. I sort of voiced my thoughts. I didn't realize. And a comment like that answers many more questions. She said dryly, Parallel worlds. It's not an unfamiliar notion, but not one I thought a mortal would touch upon. So, yeah, I travel to other worlds frequently. I could have guessed as much. She replied, I have many questions regarding that, but I want to urge a response about what I mentioned earlier. Okay, but I'd like to preface this by asking you to listen until the end and not get mad. I have a feeling I won't like where this is going. It's not as bad as it sounds on the surface. I hesitantly accept your words for now. Please continue. Okay, so I went to a certain variation of Earth. Rules there were a little different. Basically, I may have killed a god and usurped a bit of their authority. She paused, her gaze turning intent. Wilhelm, I would like to punctuate this by saying that I understand the concepts you are stating. Other worlds, variations, and whatnot. Even in popular media, the idea is rather common, so I'm not completely ignorant, even if my nature was ignored. So, I would like to ask, did you kill my son and take his authority? He started it. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. The little bit of tension seemed to evaporate. Please explain properly. So killing a god there isn't really killing in a normal sense. Basically, they just get banished back to the realm of immortality, where they descend into the mortal world from. Okay, I feel as though I'm missing much context, but that alleviates many of my concerns. So, not mad. I'm not upset, Izzy replied. I was thrown off guard by your first admittance, and I believe I just required a moment to think it through. The idea of my son getting killed, it is not one I can process easily. She let out a long breath, pouring herself another glass of wine. I should have asked first, but you believe me? I kind of glossed over that notion and just kept going. Yes, I do not believe you would lie to me. She replied honestly. I'm happy that she trusts me like that. All right, why don't I start from the beginning? She let out a sigh, curling up on the couch next to me. Sure, let me hear about your totally not an alien life. I could see the corners of her lips curl up in amusement. It starts as many stories do. I started to paint the picture. Why do I feel like this is going to be a Disney-esque tale? Fuck that. It started when I got stabbed through the chest with a magic holy lightsaber. I am both horrified and intrigued. Well done. Chapter 231. Okay, I have many questions, but a few come to the forefront. Izzy leaned against my shoulder. All right, hit me. I had pretty much told her my story, though I did keep a few things out due to the personal nature of other people or myself. It's not like I was going to go into detail with how I spent my first night with Meridia. But more or less she knew the broad strokes what I'd been up to since I had been stabbed by that psycho priest. Speaking of, maybe I should find him? Give him a taste of his own medicine. So, I just want to repeat, for clarity's sake. She cleared her throat. You saved a king of a large nation in another world. He was so grateful, he bestowed upon you a harem of 3,000 of his daughters. Aha! I nodded along. Call me skeptical. She snorted. Then you supposedly saved a dragon that happened to turn into a beautiful woman who was so grateful she pledged herself to you. Then you went on to defeat some demon king that was plaguing another world. Cue more grateful women. Okay, I may have embellished 1 or 2 minor details. Honestly, what story doesn't? Don't give me that look. It's not that far-fetched. Okay, it's maybe a bit out there. It's plausible. Want to try one more time? She asked with an eye roll. I let out a huff. Really? Those are the ones you take issue with. Not the story of Sir Wiggles, leading an army of immortals to the demon realm to do battle. No, I believe that entirely. The corners of her lips curled up before she broke out into giggles. I couldn't help but smile seeing and hearing that laugh of hers. It was something I didn't realize I needed much more in my life. Not to mention how cute it was to witness. All right. Any questions on the real stuff? I wasn't really just making up stories. I did tell her everything I'd been through with some random things I thought up on the spot just to get a reaction out of her. I had made it painfully obvious which things were real and which weren't. Honestly, she was looking a bit sad and I wanted to cheer her up a bit. Besides the obvious embellishments, I do have a few questions. But first, where is Sir Wiggles? I missed that little furry bunny. She asked. Oh, Kuno has him. I answered. She was a little sad when I left this morning, and I wanted to cheer Hirup a bit and also try to keep her out of trouble while I was away. Apparently, she's been acting up a little bit for her mom. She's at that age. Izzy nodded, unsurprised, testing the limits of what she's allowed to do, pushing back against parental authority. I just let out a small laugh. I have no idea how I'm going to handle her when she's older. A sigh escaped my lips. I've been mostly following Yasaka's lead and helping where I can. I let out a long breath. But I digress. Anything specific you want to know? I was curious about the me from your home world. She spoke up. You didn't really explain what happened other than they aren't around anymore. Oh boy. I could give a lecture on how the Age of Gods ended in my world. To make it simple, the gods were forced out of the world and into the reverse side where magic and such still holds weight. Otherwise, they just faded from existence. Huh. She just blinked. I would like to touch on that later. But otherwise, you did a fair job of explaining everything. I will most likely have questions about things later when I have had time to consider everything carefully. That's fair. I probably upturned her perception of reality, but she's handling it extremely well. Now that I think about it, Yasaka did as well. Though, I guess they lived in a world where magic and such are common occurrences. This wasn't a too world-shattering reveal. Thank you, she added, tilting her head, so her eyes met mine. You were willing to trust me with such an important and intimate secret of yours. Izzy, I said quietly, you're important to me, don't forget that. I put my arm around her shoulder, giving her another hug. Maybe we hadn't known each other for an extremely long time, but I felt strongly about the relationship we had developed. And I'd love for you to meet the other important people in my life. Your harem, she muttered. I've only met Artoria at this point. Well, I have other people as well. But Artoria also would love to spend more time with you. She just has responsibilities that take her far away and for indeterminate periods of time. Her oath to her master is one she takes very seriously. I'm even careful not to overstep as her boyfriend. Heroic spirits. She spoke aloud. It's strange, but it fits with what I felt. And you say she pledged herself to a magician, magus as they call themselves. Yup, Rintosaka. I nodded. She's something like a sister, I suppose. She's my gramp student as well. And she wouldn't be scared of me? She had expressed an interest in meeting you. I won't lie and say that certain myths and legends haven't pre-colored her perspective, but she's not going to be afraid of you at this point. I smiled. She didn't react, but I think she was happy. You know, some of their identities are probably going to cause issues if they come up. It was obvious she was speaking of my girls. Scat Hack is dead, and she was not someone many could dismiss. You have Indra's son, daughter, at your side now. You have King Arthur, one of heaven's most powerful soldiers, walking around with her own Excalibur. She paused. Actually, I take it back. Please tell Indra in explicit detail everything you have done to his daughter. I would love to see the look on his face. I blinked at that. How would he even react? Bewildered, insulted, confused, then insulted some more. She laughed. He hasn't had a child in many years, so it would certainly be a surprise. Not to mention, he's one of those types that would seek revenge if someone even accidentally bumped into one of his children. She rolled her eyes. The sarcasm was obvious. As amusing as it would be to see, Reiko had her own issues with her parentage. I wouldn't dream of using it just to mess with Indra like that. Besides, I would first need to actually do the deed before I could brag about it. And I feel like that's suddenly going to move up on my priority list. I can't deny that I would like to hear the sound she makes when she's below me, but that's something for later. No horny when I'm talking to Izzy. Well, it's probably best to leave that issue be for now. I shrugged. You think they will remain unknown forever? She questioned. No, I'm not that Navi. Hell, Scat Hack and Reiku already went out and are probably going to get noticed soon, but that's on their own prerogative. Personally, I'd rather they have time to settle down and develop some sense of normalcy before the world starts calling. I feel like all of them deserve some manner of peace and happiness, as most of them did not have very good lives. Though I'm sure Scat Hack would disagree and go pick fights just to prove me wrong. Can't say I don't adore that side of her, though. The kind of woman who wouldn't hesitate to punch me if I did something stupid, but then cradle my head in her lap with a smile. You've put thought into it then. She sighed almost longingly. You really care about them. It's sweet to see. Of course. I perked up, smiling wide. I wouldn't have them in my harem if I didn't care about each of them. Well, that and I don't trust myself to not develop attachment if I tried anything casual. I was more than aware that I latched onto people whom I found myself liking. So what about you? I lightly poked her cheek. She puffed up, groaning. You want to know about my harem as well? Her lips curled up as she joked. Don't be obtuse. I rolled my eyes. How have you been? We've been talking about me for a while now. I don't want to make it sound like I only want to hear myself talk. Nothing important and not anything nearly as exciting as you adventuring through different universes. She shrugged, but I felt something was there. I have done what I have always done. I heard you went to a gathering of death gods. What was that about? And didn't you say that your son was coming around? Did that happen? How'd it go? I really did want to know what she's been up to, the going-ons in her life. I was going to keep going, but she tensed up and it made me pause. Izzy, I said softly. What's wrong? Nothing is wrong. She denied immediately. The gathering I went to was pleasant, and I was happy to see some familiar faces. I generally get along with the other death deities, since they are also ignored by their pantheons. We're basically co-workers if you want to see it that way. That's nice, and I'm glad you had a good time. I'll be asking for more details later. I nodded before meeting her eyes. And what about your son? I raised an eyebrow. She went quiet, and that told me what I needed to know even without words spoken. Oh, Izzy. I pulled her into another hug, and she didn't resist at all. If anything, I think she welcomed it more fervently than before. It's fine. I'm fine, she whispered. I have long been used to being abandoned. Once more will not do me any further harm. My tears have since dried up. Did he just not show up after saying he would? I felt a rage swelling up inside me before I pushed it back down. He made Izzy cry. I took a deep breath, calming down. She didn't need that from me right now. Can I? Please, just don't bring it up anymore. She cut me off, her voice very quiet. Just, let's talk about something else. She wanted a distraction. I paused for another moment before taking out the letter. I figured it would take her mind off her own problems at the moment. Apparently my grandmother sent me this. I set it on the table in front of us. She was quick to accept the change in subject. Did they not take the hint I gave them last time? I would have thought the body would be obvious enough. She deadpanned. Well, Yasaka told me that the person delivering it was very specific, that it was just from Lady Gremory and no one else. I made sure to clarify. And I notice you haven't opened it yet. She eyed the latter suspiciously on the table. I haven't. I admitted. I almost just tossed it away as soon as Yasaka handed it to me. I ran a hand through my hair. Honestly, I don't even know if I want to humor the idea of opening it. Part of me just wants to tear it up and wipe my hands of this whole thing. To finally just move on and stop caring. Devils are nothing if not persistent. It is unlikely this would be dropped anytime soon. It may just be better to deal with it directly and finally be done with it forever. She suggested. Besides, you don't even know what's written. Will you be my mail delivery service again if I write a response? I looked at her, giving a smile. That got a small reaction out of her as she appeared humored by the idea. Do you wish to give me another body to put on their doorstep? I let out a sigh. Would that make them leave me alone? Probably not. She said honestly. Devils are strange. They would probably consider it a challenge and try harder. Oi! I playfully swat her shoulder. Half devil. I pointed to myself. Half strange. She offered with a giggle. I snorted, nudging her as she nudged me back. Open it, she finally said. You will regret it, and it's only going to hang over your head if you leave it as is. I groaned, picking it up. Finny! I huffed, flicking my finger, and sliced off the side of it, letting the letter inside fall into my hand. You read it. I shoved it over to her. You big baby. She rolled her eyes, taking it from my hands. It says right here that a Nigerian prince needs your help. He's willing to send you part of his immense fortune if you only give him your credit card information. Oh, come off it. I reached for it as she turned away. No. This is a good opportunity. She held it away from me. Don't you want to be a millionaire? She giggled. You're terrible. I huffed as she finally relented. Though, it cut away all the tension. Read it properly, she said gently, pushing herself up against me so she could look over my shoulder. Yeah. I held it up for both of us to see, reading over each line. It didn't take long to work through, as it was barely a page long. I set it down with a blank look. Well, that was significantly more mundane than I thought I would be. She basically apologized for how Okita acted and asked about meeting up at some point. She offered several ways for me to get in touch with her if need, and even said she would not follow up and not bother me any more if I didn't respond. It said a bit more than that, obfuscating the point a bit, but that was basically the summarization. True, I thought it would be much different. I felt her hand gently rub my back. You feel better? I let out a sigh. Yeah, I would admit it. I probably would have just left it and forced the anxiety on myself. I set it back down. Thanks. I smiled up at her. Of course. She smiled back. Will you respond? I don't know. I ran a hand through my hair again. I really don't want to, but at the same time, I feel like I should. I'll put it on the shelf for now. Give myself a few days to think it through. Maybe talk it over with the others too, get their opinions. That is a mature way to handle it. She nodded in approval. Certainly better than your first impulse. Actually, my first impulse was to light it on fire. I pointed out, fire solves every problem. What if your problem is your house on fire? Well, the fire can't burn your house down if you burn it down first. I smirked. Impeccable logic. She laughed. I love to see her like this, but knowing that she's actually upset still and just hiding it. I still don't have anywhere to be for a while. Want to hear some more stories? I offered. I would love to. She settled back down, snuggling up close. All right, let me tell you the story of how I took down a bullhead, a type of flying machine like a helicopter, with a huge dildo. You're making that up, she said instantly. Nope. Okay, I need to hear this. I told her a brief version of my stint in Remnant previously, but I would go into more detail this time. It all started when I fell from the sky, and a girl thought I was an alien. I love to see her like this, but knowing that she's actually upset still and just hiding it. I still don't have anywhere to be for a while. Want to hear some more stories? I offered. I would love to. She settled back down, snuggling up close. All right, let me tell you the story of how I took down a bullhead, a type of flying machine like a helicopter, with a huge dildo. You're making that up, she said instantly. Nope. Okay, I need to hear this. I told her a brief version of my stint in Remnant previously, but I would go into more detail this time. It all started when I fell from the sky, and a girl thought I was an alien. And a god coming down to the mortal world from Takamagara would be something you keep track of, correct? Yes, she once again confirmed. Good. I nodded. Would you by chance know if Susanoo came down, and if so, where he is? I stopped myself from growling out his name as my fists balled up. I very much wished to have a word with him. Apparently, I need to teach him a lesson his father never did. Chapter 232. Wilhelm, Yasaka said slowly. I would very much appreciate some context right now. I took a deep breath, calming myself down. He was supposed to meet with Izzy, I said simply. Yasaka blinked in realization. I see how that could have been. He made her cry. Yasaka paused at that. I didn't know the extent of any relations between them, but I knew that Izzy had an open invitation to come to Yasaka's place. Not to mention how Izzy saved Kunu, basically earning Yasaka's eternal gratitude. I see, she said again, her expression turning a bit stiffer. Susanoo is one of the pillars of the Shinto faction. While he's below most other lightning gods, he is still rather strong. I don't have plans on killing him. I was honest. This wasn't like the other Susanoo, this was Izzy's son, and I had absolutely no intentions of leaving any lasting damage nor killing him. Yasaka let out a relieved sigh. I can understand your anger. I have no good impressions of that god myself, she acknowledged. However, I have to think of my faction, Wilhelm. I know. I sighed. It's one of the reasons I came to you. I didn't want to immediately run off amidst my anger and be too impulsive and give no thought to the consequences. I wanted to be better about that with all of you. If it was just myself, I could afford to be more flippant, but when they're involved, I had to act more mature. I will try to be diplomatic. I gritted out. I'm willing to swallow my anger. I have no right to force him into anything, but his actions directly hurt Izzy. He made a promise, and his casual dismissal has brought her pain. That isn't something I can just let go without an explanation. Maybe I'm sticking my nose where it doesn't belong, but Izzy is someone important to me, and she was hurt. I do know where he is. Yasaka spoke up again. It's as you said, I tend to keep track of any high-profile individuals that enter my territory. Currently, he's right about at the edge of my territory that borders the old man's. If I don't cause any trouble for either side, if no one but us are involved in whatever altercation that may or may not occur, will there be consequences? I asked. Though, I would honestly try the passive approach first, if only out of respect for Izzy. She pondered that. Nothing I can't brush off is not my concern. It's well known that you're with me and Kunu, but I can easily dismiss most things said my way. However, if my patron asks, are we not together? I smiled towards her. I don't want to get in the way of your responsibilities. If you tell her about me, besides the obvious personal things, I would be in no way upset. She smiled at that. I won't ask you not to do this, but just, please be careful. She got up and walked forward, wrapping me up in a hug. And thank you for telling me in advance. I'll be back soon. I kissed her on the forehead. I wanted to play with those tails, but I had a different priority right now. I have the general location of where he's at right now. Do you need anything more specific? She offered. Just a general location is fine, I can go from there. She walked back to her desk, shifting through several things before pulling out a piece of parchment and handed it to me. On the off chance of a fight, if it's kept just between you and him, the others won't interfere. Don't escalate it beyond that, or the consequences will be something I can't shoulder. As in, don't get other pantheons involved, and obviously don't kill him. Worse comes to worse and I beat him up. Well, that's a private matter, and at most, his siblings would probably make fun of him if the myths were close to accurate. The fact that I'm with Yasaka, who was Amaterasu's Miko, well, it could be said I was somewhat involved with the Shinto faction if you squint. Regardless, my anger was not diminished. I waved my hand, tunneling through space to the estimated location, giving Yasaka one last look before walking through. I don't know what I had expected, but this pretty much lined up with the mental image I had of the gods so far. There were yokai and other various supernatural species walking around. But the most eye-catching thing were the courtesans trying to catch the attention of every passersby. It was a red light district. This is what he blew off Izzy for. I obviously had nothing against women of this profession. My mother was a prostitute, and I would not deny it. However, the fact that this was the reason Izzy was sitting alone at home and crying. I sucked in a deep breath as I eyed the building in front of me. It didn't look out of place, or rather significant in anywhere. There were many others on the same street down the road that I could see, almost as if it was merely chosen by happenstance. Reiku, I sent through the link. Master, Reika sounded happy to hear from me. Is something the matter? She questioned. I'm going to do something a little bit foolish. I don't want you to worry too much. I see, and I suppose I can't talk you out of such actions. Sorry. I am thankful you told me before you did anything. I will not dismiss whatever reason you have for doing so, but I hope you will talk to me afterwards. She seemed to understand my sentiments well enough. Of course. I wouldn't hide anything from them, and I felt a bit better after telling both Yasaka and Reiku that I'd be getting into a small mess. With the link we shared, she should be kept abreast of my actions in cases like this. Yasaka could have dealt with some very real consequences had I not talked to her, and Reiku would worry through the link we shared. I straightened my tie before walking through the door. The smell of alcohol and smoke immediately entered my nose, and I almost reeled back at the heaviness of it. Greetings, sir. Is this your first time? The woman at the front walked over sensually, her kimono barely covering her breasts, and her legs were almost fully on display. Yet, I couldn't help but think she couldn't compare to any of my girls. I took out a pouch full of gold and tossed it into her arms. She looked at it, opening up and then back at me in confusion. I'm looking for someone, I said with a strained smile. In case of damages. I made sure to iterate. She blinked in realization and quickly made herself scarce. I wouldn't be surprised if fights and such broke out often with beings of higher strength walking around without a care in the world. Combined with attractive women and alcohol, it's just a recipe for disaster. There was no need to look around. I already found my target. Ha ha ha. A laugh bellowed out like thunder. Lord Susanoo, a woman moaned seductively as she draped herself over the owner of the loud voice. A larger man sat with his back to me in a private booth surrounded by several women. I stopped for a moment, comparing him to the Susanoo I met in the other world. This one was still pretty big, but noticeably smaller than the one I killed. Though, he could still be called burly, with wild, untamed hair. I would be polite, for Izzy's sake. Something I had to remind myself of. I would not immediately go and start making a mess. Again, I reeled in my anger. I calmly walked over until I came upon him. Lord Susanoo. I began to speak but was interrupted. Just leave the drinks here. He shooed me away. I paused, taking another breath. Actually, I'm here to talk about something. Beat it, brat. He snorted, still not even turning towards me. Can't you see I'm busy? I'll sign an autograph or whatever later. He shooed me off again. I tried my best to not show off my disdain. Lord Susanoo, I just have something important to talk to you about. It won't be more than a few moments of your time. I'll even compensate your evening. Lord Susanoo, he's ruining the mood, one of the women whined. Make the kid go away, and we can have some real fun. Brat, you're ruining the atmosphere. He still didn't deem me worthy of even looking at. Beat it while I'm still in a good mood. I let out a sigh. Please, I just want to ask you about something involving your mother. I gritted my teeth, trying to ignore his attitude towards me. Though, a heavy air settled down around us. The atmosphere turned tense as Susanoo went rigid. I couldn't finish as he swatted his arm towards me, and my vision was filled with lightning. I contemplated several things as I went flying through the wall and out the building. Perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned Izzy. I knew that the other Susanoo treated her as a taboo subject, not to mention Izzy called him a mama's boy that one time. I didn't outwardly react, even as I looked up at the darkening sky, wooden debris all around me as I had collided with the dumpster out back. With another deep breath, I stood up, brushing myself off. I was polite, was I not, Drake? I asked. I even called him Lord Susanoo as a term of respect. You were very polite. I was nice. Indeed. I was respectful. Yes, I interrupted his playtime. But I believe my reason was justifiable. However, I offered to pay for his evening. Not to mention, he attacked me in response to very little provocation. You were surprisingly respectful. Good, good. I nodded, reaching for my tie as I undid it and tossed it to the side. And I was mature in my approach. I didn't get angry. I didn't intentionally start a fight. Nope, I was astonished how you held back. I grunted in acknowledgement. Well, there goes plan A. I started rolling up my sleeves. I pulled tight my ponytail, making sure it wouldn't come loose. Walking through the new entrance that Susanu had made with my body, I looked back at the god who still didn't even bother to cast his gaze my way. He attacked me first. I no longer held any hesitation. That's your one free one, I said calmly, moving back towards him. This time, we're going to have a proper talk. I put a hand on his shoulder, and he slowly turned towards me. You dare touch me, mortal. His voice wasn't very loud, but there was a certain weight to it. The girls all around him shuddered in fear. As if moving in habit, lightning began to crackle down his body as he swung his arm at me again, once more practically in dismissal, though the force was much more than the previous swat. Except this time, I reached up and caught it, not allowing it to budge an inch. My own lightning flared up to meet his as his eyes widened. The first time he actually looked at me, and he looked confused and stunned. A realization dawned on him that something was seriously wrong. I felt my Campione nature start swelling to the surface, and he continued to stare, dumbfounded. I waved my free hand, opening up a portal as I gripped him tight, pushed my feet against the ground, and threw him through it. His eyes completely widened at my sudden action, and possibly the utter absurdness of it all. With a thought, it closed right behind him as I swept my gaze around the girls who had egged him on. With a snort, I opened another portal, hoping through it. High above the ocean's waves, I slowly descended downwards, my wings out behind me. I crossed my arms as my gaze met the god I had previously thrown. He stood atop the waves, glaring up at me. The sky above seemed to grow dark, the furrow of his brow signaling thundering in the distance as clouds gathered around. The only reason I think he didn't immediately shout and yell was the sheer surprise at what had just occurred. I didn't back down from his murderous gaze. My own lightning slowly began to crackle around my body, my divine power just begging to be brought to the surface to face him. I learned from the last Susanu that it was best to get away from civilization for something like this, and the ocean was probably the best place. I clenched my fists hard enough to feel my knuckles crack. Now, we can have a proper conversation. Chapter 233. I floated down silently, touching the water, and used a little spell to make sure I had an even platform to stand on. I'm getting some déjà vu here, Drake commented. It had been the simplest place to drag him to where there would be no collateral damage, especially if I didn't want to make too large of a mess for Yasaka. The further away the better. And we're just a few miles off the coast of Japan, so not in anyone else's territory. Susanu stared at me. There was clear anger in his gaze. The fact that he wasn't saying anything, I didn't know if anyone had ever dared to treat him this way. It probably threw him for a complete loop, and he was still processing the last minute. I couldn't help but continuously compare this Susanu to the other one. And based on first impressions, I feel like the one I killed had been a bit more mature. Then again, I found him while he lived in seclusion. He probably had his emotions tempered by his time alone. Devil! Susanu finally spoke, but it felt more like a booming growl than actual spoken word. Oh, are my ears deceiving me? You're actually addressing me? I snorted. What's your game? He questioned, obviously confused at this whole thing. Do you think I won't go down to the underworld to raise hell after I scatter your remains across the ocean? First, not part of the devil faction, so by all means, half devil over here. I shrugged. Second, I let everything loose. My aura flared up, my magical energy leaked out. I even let my divinity envelop me. Big talk for someone who has to pay for attention from women. His eyes widened once more as I looked on. Divinity? Whose bastard are you? Indra. No, that doesn't feel like him. Zeus wouldn't dare come this far out to fuck. Thor. He began speaking his mind aloud. No, why does it feel so similar to mine? I chose not to answer that question. So you're willing to actually talk now that I'm worth your time? I rolled my eyes. Devil! He interrupted me, clearly still lost in his own thoughts. Why do you have divinity, so similar to mine? I have not laid with a devil in centuries, and I know for a fact that she did not carry my child. I'll answer your question if you answer my question. I offered. Speak. He relented with an annoyed look. Why didn't you go see your mother after saying you would? It was honestly the whole reason I was here. If this would solve things faster, so be it. His confusion and curiosity shifted into fury. You dare! He roared, shooting towards me. Oh well, I try to keep this peaceful. More than I had to even. Honestly, it lines up more with what Izzy said about him being a hothead and quick to come to blows at any perceived slight. I moved my head to the side, his fist encompassing the space I had just been a moment prior. I gathered aura into my right arm, forcing it into shape, molding and condensing it. I had yet to have a chance to test my new strength, and I suppose he would be a good target. Not to mention, I had some anger to work through, and he just so happened to be the cause of it. With a shout, I swung my palm at his stomach. The aura I gathered burst out. A shockwave exploded in all directions at the sudden expulsion of force, and the god of storms was taken by surprise as his back arched, and he was sent flying backwards and skipped across the ocean waves. It was probably his authority, his existence, as the god of storm that allowed him to treat water like land, to the point where he probably couldn't even be drowned if I tried. Get up. That was nothing more than a love tap. I clenched my hand. His body was a bit more sturdy than I thought. That's far from the beating you deserve. He climbed to his feet. His eyes were blazing with fury, yet his expression remained even. Never have I been so disrespected by a mortal creature. The air around him began to manifest lightning, crackling as it came into existence. His mere breathing caused electricity to arc across the water. He moved again, but was several times faster. His movements were as if he was sliding across the water, and then he was upon me, his fist lashing out wreathed in his divine power. I raised my arms up and my aura protected me as I blocked. Even with my enhanced aura, I felt the blow through my body. The full weight behind his blow was a degree higher than the other Susanu I faced, making me grit my teeth as I bore it head-on. The water behind me was blown away like a tidal wave. The force of it made me shudder. I had used my reinforcement a moment prior, and I still felt it. But on the flip side, I didn't budge from the spot I was in. Disrespect. I glared at him. You're upset that I disrespected you? Mad that I interrupted your playtime, is that it? I taunted him. Pathetic. You dare judge me? He roared. A massive hand of lightning came slamming down from the sky, manifested by his authority. The rolling clouds that had been forced into existence above us started roaring with thunderous rage that matched his own. I didn't even look up. My sword flashed out of my ring and shot towards the sky to intercept the attack. Your anger right now, it pales in comparison to mine, I said with a surprising calm. He sneered, swinging his fist again, the power of a god condensed at his fingertips. It felt like a mountain was making its way towards my body. I had paused for the briefest of moments, to marvel at him being able to step up another level with just pure force. Was this what the gods here were capable of? I wondered if he had even reached his peak, or if he was holding anything back. Regardless, I was different than I was before. I didn't move as his fist pierced through me. I didn't bat an eye as he stared in confusion, my body having partially turned into lightning, divine lightning. I felt my aura burn a bit quicker, compensating for the fact that my lightning had been elevated since the last time I had done this. You weren't there when she got so excited that her son responded to her letter. I whispered, summoning the boosted gear on my hand. Drag! Susanu blurted out in surprise. Clench your teeth. It was the only warning I gave him. Well, there was one more. Boost! I roared, slamming my gauntlet-clad fist into his face. His body twisted, spinning in the air as he was knocked off his feet again. It was the first time I had boosted after becoming a campione, and boy was it an intoxicating feeling. I shot up into the air on my wings. She started counting the days until you came. I shot down at him. He raised his fist and swung as I rammed into him. His fist landed on my cheek as I slammed into his body, both of us tumbling across the water. I rose to my feet quickly and swung again, meeting his own counter. I gritted my teeth as they got rattled, rolling with the blow, ignoring the sharp pain, even if I felt a little bit of blood in my mouth. Boost! I shouted again, my hand finding his chest, blood flying from his mouth. He growled, reaching out with both of his hands. One of them summoned down lightning from the heavens into the form of a sword. The other pulled water from the ocean, condensing into the shape of a spear. I held out my hand. Mirage flew into my grasp. 1,000 birds! I swung my sword, noticing how much easier it was to use this level of the skill compared to before. Susanoo swung his lightning sword. An arc of lightning tore through the space between us, intercepting the vast majority of my sword phantoms, his spear shoot out, gracefully as it dispersed the remainder. With another motion, he slammed the tip of his spear into the water. Thousands of imitations shot out from beneath me. I flew upwards into the air, only to be met by a torrential rain of lightning bolts, summoned by a gesture of his sword. My other swords flew around me, hacking away and piercing through any stray bits of his authority that tried to lash out at me from the surrounding storm. He looked even more pissed as I was unharmed by his attack. My swords floated around me protectively as I waited for him to make another move. I had to see the look on her face. I spoke up again, when she told me that her son, after everything, decided to blow her off. I raised my empty hand, and my sword of destruction adjusted itself, aiming towards the god of storms. With a thought, it burst towards him, my aura feeding into it as my power of destruction alighted along the blade. Once again, the changes were noticeable from my previous self. My sword covered the distance in a blink of an eye. The god of storms thrust his water spear towards it. The collision of his condensed power created from his authority as it met my power of destruction. And my destruction won out as it tore through his spear, leaving him shouting in utter surprise. The confidence he swaggered around with, it was slowly being chipped away with each blow I landed on him. Each time I overturned his expected results. He grabbed his lightning sword with both hands and managed to push my sword away with a bit of effort. A noticeable amount of power on his end went into diverting it to the side. I recalled it with a flick of my wrist, and it hovered near me once more. Holding my hand out, I opened up dozens of small portals around both of us. He looked at them, then at me in realization. My swords all flipped in different directions, and shot into a portal nearby, all coming out towards the storm god. I waved my hands, opening and closing new portals to change directions, to alter paths at each movement. These weren't weapons he could ignore, even as a deity. His body was enveloped in a protective layer of lighting as he tried to cover himself, lightning sword swinging, deflecting a sword here or there, but I merely caught it once more and sent it back through the use of the kaleidoscope. My 5 swords, with the help of my magic, it was as if he was being assailed by 1,000. I could see the small cuts forming on his body, each one of my swords capable of leaving a mark, even if some were not particularly strong enough to wound the god in a meaningful way. Whisper left runes as it sailed through the air, randomly dispatched as it weaved through the holes in space, spells actualized at random intervals. They didn't do anything beyond distracting and annoying him, but that allowed the other swords to break past his defenses. My sword of destruction was still coated in my bloodline, making the storm god have to be wary of it at each passing. Ascalon and Dawnbreaker were doing the most work, slicing him at opportune moments, or keeping him from retaliating with a well-timed stab to a vital area, forcing him to block. It was a mental drain controlling them all like this, while also pulling on my magic to support each attack. Enough! Susanoo finally reacted, his bottled anger truly exploding along with a massive surge of power and blowing away all my swords at once. I am Susanoo. I will not be made a fool of by a mortal. His voice bellowed out, the storm he conjured thundering in response as the sky became covered with divine lightning. This massive amount of power, it wasn't coming for me though. He shot into the air and merged with it. Or perhaps, this was a closer representation to his true self. A giant, clearly over 100 meters in height, slammed into the waters below, sending massive waves in every direction. Now this is what a real god should feel like. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. This was him actually getting serious, not throwing around random punches because he was angry. Maybe in another situation, I would have been excited, my blood boiling at the prospect of fighting him, truly fighting this world's Susanoo, god of storms. However, at this moment, I could only remember the look that Izzy gave me when she told me what happened. The lightning sword he wielded before, it returned, manifesting to his new size and form. He swung at once. The world seemed to shudder at the movement, and the surrounding water was forced to move by the force behind the swing. I raised my hand and began to draw runes into the air. Primordial runes began to manifest the bulwark that was my strongest defense spell. Shield of Asgard. I actualized it around me, taking the mountain-cleaving attack head-on. The divine authority of Susanoo collided with the primordial runes passed down by Odin. The lightning shattered my spell, but the accumulated power in the single attack was spent. I felt the backlash. The brunt of his attack sent shockwaves through my body. My aura flickered defensively, but I felt some blood trickle from my nose before wiping it away. I refused to show any kind of weakness in front of him, though. I held my hand out. I looked deep inside myself, finding the new aspect of me that I gained from Pandora. You made Izzy cry. Even in this maelstrom that the god of storm had created, it felt as if the world went silent when I began pulling on my authority. I raised my hand to the sky, and the clouds he conjured that rolled around and thundered at his every command, they began to wildly swirl at my motion. My words of power that caused the world to bend to my will. It was here at this place that Susanoo led 1,000 unruly deities in rebellion. 1,000 swords standing upon the earth, used as city walls to defend against the enemies. Here, namely, the Amanomura Kumo no Tsurugi, the steel that breaks 1,000 blades, lightning divorced from his, carrying enough authority to make the god of storms hesitate. It descended from the heavens, right into my hand. It took a form of a sword, a black blade and a golden guard and pommel. It was deceptively simple in its design, an elegance that spoke of its power. Impossible! The god of storms spoke, a whisper that boomed across the horizon. "What are you?" he exclaimed. "You're storms." I raised my sword to the sky. "Are mine," I declared, and with a swipe of my blade, they were usurped from his grasp, forcibly dispersed at my whims. "Your authority is confiscated." I held my divine sword aloft, pointing right at the giant. I felt the power I had now multiply, temporarily, as I gained control of his authority in addition to mine own. He didn't have time to shout as it too was forcibly dismissed. The lightning weaved as it arced out uncontrollably. The divine authority of his that held it together unraveled at my command. Perhaps if it were another god, they could have fought my control. But I was probably his worst possible matchup. The concepts of my authority simply overrode his due to how I acquired mine by killing his counterpart. I was his absolute counter. And thus, the god fell from the sky, slamming down once more into the water. He scrambled to his feet, head jerking up to see my blade resting right in front of his face. "That's impossible. How do you have that? How did that sword do that?" He raised his voice. "What did you do to me?" I didn't answer him again, and against what might be construed as common sense, I dismissed it. My authority returned back inside of me. Again, he was utterly confused. Standing back up to his feet, he opened his mouth to talk but was interrupted as my fist met his face again, knocking him up into the air. He landed on his feet, catching himself. Despite everything, the absurd advantage I held over him, he was still a god. Something of this level, it wouldn't keep him down for long. He roared, reeling his arm back and swung at me, shockwaves emanating out at the sheer force. I felt my aura flare up, taking a large portion of the blow. I didn't break eye contact as I spit out a mouthful of blood. "That all you got?" I smirked, following up by burying my first into his chest. He let out a pained noise, taking a step back. "You're one tough mortal bastard," he growled, coughing out some blood of his own. But that didn't stop him as he swung back at me without a second thought. There was no more techniques involved, no more authority, no magic and no weapons. We simply started throwing punches at each other. It was more than just beating him in a fight. I wanted to destroy that inflated ego of his, to make him feel even a smidgen of what Izzy did. With an almost reckless abandon, even blocking was left to the wayside as we kept trying to knock the other down. Our fists began flying without pause, taking any opening to send another blow at the other. He would go for heavy punches, and I would hit him with several jabs in response. He stood there and took it, just so his heavy fist would connect. We continued trading like this what felt like an eternity. Both of us were starting to breath heavily after an indeterminable amount of time passed. My aura had long since shattered under the constant bombardment, but I gave much more than I got. His left eye was swollen, blood ran down his nose and covered his shirt. "I am Susanoo!" He roared again, steadying himself. "I will not be beaten by a mere devil." I snorted, stepping in and dodged his attack, my fist finding his cheek once more. His head snapped to the side as he reeled back. His knees trembled, but he steadied himself. "What's wrong, old man? You're looking a bit winded there." I laughed between my own heavy breaths. "Brat, I could do this all day." He snorted, coming at me again. "You most certainly will not." A familiar voice interrupted us. A massive shadow overtook the surroundings, and an ominous presence descended. I don't know who was more scared, as we both seemed to recognize who just spoke. "And Mother!" Susanoo blurted out. "Izzy!" I said almost at the same time. The look she gave both of us, we both slammed our mouths shut, not daring to utter another word. Chapter 234. "Mother, you! Be silent!" Izzy snapped at Susanoo, making him shut his mouth tight. "Izzy, that goes for you as well." She glared my way. She raised her hand, and shadowy limbs rose from the darkness she seemed to conjure with her presence. Large arms crept up and grabbed us both, hoisting us into the air. "I am very disappointed in both of you." She crossed her arms. "What were you both thinking?" We both spoke at the same time. "That was rhetorical." She cut us off. "Do you have any idea the mess that you have caused? Do you think the mortals aren't going to notice you both waving around your power in the middle of the ocean?" "It wasn't my fault," Susanoo shouted. Izzy slowly turned to me. "You punched me through a building." I countered. "I just tried to have a polite conversation." She then turned back to her son. "He dared to." Izzy smacked him upside the head. I let out a snicker, but Izzy snapped her head back towards me. "Don't you think I don't fault you in this as well, Wilhelm?" She snorted. "It takes two to tango, and I am more than aware of your ability to detach yourself from the situation had you wanted to." "Mom, you know him." Susanoo looked surprised. "The fuck you think I came looking for you, dumbass?" I rolled my eyes. "Did you think I was just annoying you for the sake of it?" I knew he was fucking ignoring me the entire time. "You dare!" Susanoo roared as the sky thundered, but Izzy pushed his head under the water, only lifting him up after a few moments after it settled once more. "Susanoo no Makoto." Izzy narrowed her eyes, a sarcastic undertone in her words. "Raise your voice like that once more, and I will let everyone currently watching see how I bend you over my knee. I do not care how old you are nor your status. You will be respectful in my presence, are we clear?" But Mother, this mortal." Izzy raised her hand up. I asked a question. "Yes." Susanoo shrinked away. Izzy nodded, content, before she turned back to me and adopted a new frown. "Wilhelm," she punctuated, "do not call my son a dumbass, even if it is well-deserved." "Mother!" Susanoo looked shocked at her words again. "At least in my presence." She added on. "Fine." I huffed. "Good." Izzy nodded once more. "Mother, how do you know him? Why are you treating him so well? He's only one of those devils." "I'm your son, a god," he exclaimed. "She's my friend." I answered. "What?" Susanoo started to raise his voice, but glanced at Izzy and lowered his voice back down. "You overstep. My mother would not lower herself." "Susanoo, who I am or am not friends with is not for you to decide." Izzy cut in once more. She turned to me with a softening expression. "Wilhelm has been a wonderful addition to my life, and I value the relationship we have, even if I find myself upset with him right now. If I could, I'd hug you right now." I wiggled in the shadowy hand still holding me up. Susanoo just gaped at our conversation. "I'm going to kill you." He stared at me with a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. "What was that?" Izzy narrowed her eyes. "I said I love you." Susanoo looked at his mom with a scared look. No matter their status, moms are scary when they're angry. "Humph. Is that why you decided to forget about me?" Izzy snorted. "I didn't forget. I just got sidetracked." He coughed. "Besides, it's only a few days. What's the big deal?" "Just a few days," Izzy repeated with a blank look. "You dumbass." I sighed. "What was that?" He began to crackle with lightning. Why don't you pull out your authority? I taunted. His eye twitched. I don't know what trick you pulled, mortal. But I shall tear this seal apart and rip you limb from limb when I get my hands on you. Honestly, it should be back any moment now. I had more or less shut it off with the help of my sword, due to the overlapping nature and the conceptual advantage I had over him. Izzy huffed, waving her hand as the familiar entrance to Yomi opened up right on top the water. I honestly thought she had to be in Japan to be capable of this. Then again, the ocean here belonged to Susanoo in a way, and she was his mother. She didn't speak as she started walking inside, the shadowy hands pulling us along with her. How many centuries has it been since my children last visited? She began to speak. Then I finally get a response from my youngest. We walked up to her house, and I think Susanoo was surprised to see it right in the middle of this dreary place. She pushed the door open unceremoniously, practically tossing us onto the ground. Then he just doesn't show up and has the gall to say, "It's only a few days." She muttered, walking into the kitchen, and an awkward silence fell across us, ensued, etc. Susanoo blinked at that, as if he was actually listening to her words. "Mortal!" He finally spoke, turning towards me. Was my mother truly saddened? Do you think I came and actually tried to bow my head and get an answer because she was happy? I looked at him incredulously. I don't give a shit about your status. If it weren't for you being Izzy's son, we would have finished that fight properly. And at this point, we both know how it would have ended, and it certainly wasn't me opting to just kick his ass like I did. He opened his mouth and closed it again. "You aren't one of those Satans. Who are you?" He finally asked. "Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg." I waved my hand flippantly. "Half-devil bastard, you wouldn't have heard of me." "You wheel drag," he muttered. "Yet no one knows of you. That's surprising." All of his wielders in the past became known very soon after awakening that blasted thing. Yet, you showed surprising competency that spoke of training and experience. Not to mention that power of destruction. I wonder if those devils know that you're running around outside of their authority. Why does it matter? I already said I'm not part of their faction. I snorted. I've never even been to hell. Was he trying to make conversation, or just satiate his curiosity? It's weird how quickly his tone became less arrogant than before. Izzy walked back into the room, carrying a tray with teacups and some wash rags. She quietly set the tea in front of us as she scooted up next to Susanoo. "Mom!" Susanoo sighed as Izzy started wiping away the dried blood from his face. "You may heal quickly enough, but you are still a mess." She huffed. "I swear, I would ask what got into you, but you always get into fights for the simplest of reasons." Seeing her like that, I felt weirdly jealous, and I missed my mom a lot right now. "You're next." Izzy stood up, moving towards me. I didn't even fight it as she got next to me and started rubbing away the blood that was still on my face. "I expected you to be the more intelligent one, yet I find you just punching each other in the face in such an idiotic manner." "Mom!" Susanoo sounded indignant. She just ignored him, though a little smile made its way to her face. "How did you know where to find us?" I asked. "How could I not know?" She deadpanned. "Do you think a god throwing around his power in the mortal world is something that goes unnoticed? I could immediately tell where to find you two idiots as soon as you came to blows. Not to mention, I have no doubts that my other children are also aware what you've been up to, Susanoo." She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "Oh, great. I'm never going to hear the end of it from that bye." "Excuse me." Izzy turned to him fully. Susanoo cleared his throat. Amaterasu is going to nag me nonstop. Izzy snorted, turning back towards me. "Lay in the bed you have made, my son." Susanoo grumbled. "It wasn't my fault. I was minding my own business. When this freak of nature comes and messes with me. Seriously, how many more devils are going to pop up that we have to actually pay attention to? He even looks like that other freak of nature." He jabbed his finger at me. "Susanoo, mind your tongue." Izzy chided. "I'm not wrong. What else do you call a devil capable of fighting a god? Where did he even get my sword?" Susanoo threw his hands up. "Is it even my sword? 'Cause it was really different than the last time I saw it, and last I heard it's broken." "Wanna find out?" I smirked. "Don't goad him." Izzy swatted my shoulder. "And it is not your sword, son. I am aware of its origin." Susanoo grumbled but seemed to accept that. "Well, She's technically right. Which is the best kind of being right. What about his divinity? It's almost exactly like mine. He accused. Don't be ridiculous. Unless you think he somehow stole some of it from you. Izzy raised an eyebrow. Susanoo scoffed. Of course not, like that could ever happen. Me and Izzy shared a silent laugh, and I couldn't help but look at that gentle smile on her face. It was really cute. Stop flirting with my mom. Susanoo shouted angrily. What? I blinked. How was I flirting? Did her cheeks turn slightly pink? Bastard, like you'd ever be good enough for her. Keep your grubby devil hands away from her or else. He growled. Susanoo, Izzy said evenly. But, Mom, he's a devil. No one likes them. It was strange to see this usually arrogant god turn into a child in front of his mom. What would the other pantheons think? Izzy let out a long sigh. Stop making assumptions. She rubbed her forehead. We're just friend. I huffed. Besides, who'd take relationship advice from someone who has to pay for companionship? Why you? He stood up. Do I need to get some burn ointment, my son? Mother! You wheeled Drade. He muttered. Yet no one knows of you. That's surprising. All of his wielders in the past became known very soon after awakening that blasted thing. Yet, you showed surprising competency that spoke of training and experience. Not to mention that power of destruction. I wonder if those devils know that you're running around outside of their authority. Why does it matter? I already said I'm not part of their faction. I snorted. I've never even been to hell. Was he trying to make conversation or just satiate his curiosity? It's weird how quickly his tone became less arrogant than before. Izzy walked back into the room, carrying a tray with teacups and some wash rags. She quietly set the tea in front of us as she scooted up next to Susanoo. Mom! Susanoo sighed as Izzy started wiping away the dried blood from his face. You may heal quickly enough, but you're still a mess. She huffed. I swear, I would ask what got into you, but you always get into fights for the simplest of reasons. Seeing her like that, I felt weirdly jealous. And I miss my mom a lot right now. You're next. Izzy stood up, moving towards me. I didn't even fight it as she got next to me and started rubbing away the blood that was still on my face. I expected you to be the more intelligent one, yet I find you just punching each other in the face in such an idiotic manner. Mom! Susanoo sounded indignant. She just ignored him, though a little smile made its way to her face. How did you know where to find us? I asked. How could I not know? She deadpanned. Do you think a god throwing around his power in the mortal world is something that goes unnoticed? I could immediately tell where to find you two idiots as soon as you came to blows. Not to mention, I have no doubts that my other children are also aware what you've been up to, Susanoo. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Oh, great. I'm never going to hear the end of it from that bye. Excuse me. Izzy turned to him fully. Susanoo cleared his throat. Amaterasu is going to nag me nonstop. Izzy snorted, turning back towards me. Lay in the bed you have made, my son. Susanoo grumbled. It wasn't my fault. I was minding my own business. When this freak of nature comes and messes with me. Seriously, how many more devils are going to pop up that we have to actually pay attention to? He even looks like that other freak of nature. He jabbed his finger at me. Susanoo, mind your tongue. Izzy chided. I'm not wrong. What else do you call a devil capable of fighting a god? Where did he even get my sword? Susanoo threw his hands up. Is it even my sword? 'Cause it was really different than the last time I saw it, and last I heard it's broken. Wanna find out? I smirked. Don't goad him. Izzy swatted my shoulder. And it is not your sword, son. I am aware of its origin. Susanoo grumbled but seemed to accept that. Well, she's technically right. Which is the best kind of being right. What about his divinity? It's almost exactly like mine. He accused. Don't be ridiculous. Unless you think he somehow stole some of it from you. Izzy raised an eyebrow. Susanoo scoffed. Of course not, like that could ever happen. Me and Izzy shared a silent laugh, and I couldn't help but look at that gentle smile on her face. It was really cute. Stop flirting with my mom. Susanoo shouted angrily. What? I blinked. How was I flirting? Did her cheeks turn slightly pink? Bastard, like you'd ever be good enough for her. Keep your grubby devil hands away from her or else. He growled. Susanu, Izzy said evenly. But, Mom, he's a devil. No one likes them. It was strange to see this usually arrogant god turn into a child in front of his mom. What would the other pantheons think? Izzy let out a long sigh. Stop making assumptions. She rubbed her forehead. We're just friend. I huffed. Besides, who'd take relationship advice from someone who has to pay for companionship? Why you? He stood up. Do I need to get some burn ointment, my son? Mother. Well, perhaps if you kept to your word instead of going out and finding courtesans, then you would not have suffered such verbal jabs. Izzy didn't even bat an eye. Ruthless. How did you know? I mean, I did no such thing. He quickly correctly. Do you really think I wouldn't know what you'd been up to after blowing me off? She harumphed. Just because I didn't make my voice heard does not mean I was unhurt by your actions. I had many thoughts about marching right up and dragging you home. Well, she kinda did in the end. Sorry, he said quietly. How meek he was in front of Izzy. Well, I couldn't fault him. No matter how strong I get, I'd probably act the same in front of my own mom. But I digress. It felt like it was going to get heavy soon, so I was probably overstaying my welcome. I'll get out of your hair, let you spend some time with your son. I gave Izzy a smile. I shall walk you out, she stated, standing up with me. That was not so subtle, Kay, for she wanted to speak with me privately before I left. If I see any hands wandering, I'll cut them off. Susanu hollered as we walked out the door. Susanu, Izzy squeaked out, turning noticeably red. She quickly slammed the door behind us as we stood on her porch. That son of mine, she huffed, throwing her hands up. Though, it was still pretty cute. So, nice weather we're having. I smiled innocently. Wilhelm. She crossed her arms, giving me an unamused look. Sorry. I slumped my shoulder. Default reaction to being nervous. I'm upset with you right now, she said plainly. That's fair, I won't argue anything in my defense. Izzy looked at me again before letting out a sigh. I'm conflicted. I am upset, yet at the same time, I have this indescribable warmness in my chest. It's not hard to piece together what happened after you left earlier. She paused briefly. It has been a very long time since someone has gotten angry on my behalf. Izzy. I reached out as she accepted being pulled into a hug. Don't think that this removes any annoyance I have right now, she said quietly. Did you think I would be happy that you beat up my son? She lightly smacked my chest. If I said yes. She puffed up, smacking me again, though she was trying hard to hold back a laugh. Somehow, it turned out well in the end. I take full credit, I said shamelessly. And you undoubtedly caused a storm, even if you can't yet see it. As I said before, many are aware of what transpired. Not to mention there were many that saw you before you took the fight to the ocean. It was all Susanu, I'm innocent. As I told my son, lay in your bed. She reached up, lightly patting my cheek. Thank you, Wilhelm. I truly mean it. While I don't agree with the actions you took, I do appreciate the sentiment. I was going to just accept that he would never come and visit. I couldn't find the courage to confront him and thought it better to just let it be. Now, I have my son sitting in my house and he isn't anxious to run away. As long as you're happy, it was worth it, I said with sincerity. She huffed again. What was going through your head? My son is a god. You don't go picking a fight with a god just for this. She threw her arms up. How easily she shifted gear back to being exasperated. I know my son's strength. The weight behind his punches aren't anything to scoff at. Are you sure you're okay? She inspected me. It's fine. I waved her off. Just a bit ruffled. We didn't really go all out and kind of just settled on punching each other. She crossed her hands, grumbling. Stupid boys, always doing stupid things. I simply don't understand it. Why go through such pain for such an asinine reason? Seeing how upset you were, it hurt more to see that look on your face than taking a few punches from him. She opened her mouth and quickly closed it again. Foolish, she muttered, looking away. Leave before I get it in my head to smack you. She shooed me away. I just smiled, about to walk away until I felt her hand grab my shirt. She quickly planted a kiss on my cheek before shuffling back into her home. I was left a bit stunned at what just happened, only breaking from my thoughts as I heard Izzy start loudly scolding her son again. Though, There was a certain hint of fondness in her tone. I couldn't help but smile as I opened a portal and headed back. Chapter 235. Interlude 10. Welcome to the supernatural online message boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent_Kaleidoscope. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Topic: Godzilla in America? In boards? News. Events. International news. Just_A_Muffin, original poster. Verified Muffin, veteran member. Posted on April 3rd, 2009. Holy shit. So, my last big post basically started the same way, but here we go again. Basically, and I can't believe I'm typing this out, Godzilla appeared in America? I just don't even know anymore. So, people know I got my sources. And they're all saying that yes, something resembling Godzilla appeared in off the coast of New York, very visible to the normal people out there. Got lots of pics to share. Link, 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 link. There are obviously more, considering, giant monster, but these are the best I found. Showing page 1 of 1079. FBI_secret_wizard. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. So, most of us ran for the hills when that thing came stomping over. We Americans over here have seen enough Japanese monster movies to know where this was going. Though I did see one guy take out his pistol and go try to square off against it. Not idea if he actually did. Must have taken him too long to move over there with the massive balls he was dragging. But in all honesty, what the actual fuck? Still kind of in the dark after what happened. Human_magician24, verified magician. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. Alright, so it apparently could breathe fire? Turned a block into molten slag after getting pissed off at something. It was big enough that everyone and anyone took some pot shots at it when they could. It came stomping in downtown and causing a lot of damage in its wake. I fired a few spells at it, but it just kinda ignored me. When it kicked over a 5-story building like some discount Legos, I knew it was time to skedaddle. Arcane Toilet, verified magician. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. Anyone else notice the idiots videotaping thinking it was a movie? And I'm talking about the obvious non-humans who just stood there and stared like idiots. WTF people. Y'all fucking grew up with this shit happening all the time. You seriously think the massive stomping lizard thing is fake? Fucking Darwin Awards up in here. Fucking ironic too, considering they're not human. I_read_ backwards. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. And there goes my shitty house. Thank God for insurance. Do you think I'm covered for Godzilla attacks? Fountain_of_middleage. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. And here comes the giant robot. And no, I'm not kidding. In all seriousness, I'm super fucking glad that the government here actually keeps on top of the shit. They got some really cool toys for things like this. Orange_pineapple, verified pineapple. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. At fountain_of_middleage. Our tax dollars hard at work. And seriously, I'll gladly pay my taxes if it means we get giant robots when shit like this happens. Crustacean_from_Mars. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. How are you guys not freaking out? Little_straw_big_cup. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. At crustacean_from_Mars. Oh, you sweet summer child. Do you think this is the weirdest thing we've seen here? Hell, this isn't even the first giant monster attack I've seen this year. Pirate_of_the_moon, verified pirate. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. At crustacean_from_Mars. There's a reason most supernatural powers pretend we don't exist. Think about it, you got the crazies that made their way into myth and legend. The really fucking weird shit. I'm talking Zeus and his fetish for being a swan. Now, I want you to understand, and no one wants to deal with us. Should tell you something. I'm not really privy to the higher-ups and their backdoor deals, but it's pretty common knowledge that there's an agreement to sort of babysit us when we cause a mess for the rest of the world. I wouldn't be surprised if a few gods drop by with some angel backup to smooth over everything once the fires go out. About to get MIB up in here. If you don't got decent mind protections, better hide in yo closet. __centaur. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. Holy shit, did anyone see what just happened? Link! 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 Some dude with red hair came flying over and punched the Godzilla in the face, then some chick cloaked in shadows made a giant shadowy hand and slapped it across the face. I think it fucking just stood there, having no idea how to respond. Link! You can literally see the moment where it goes, "What the fuck?" and just stands there like an idiot. Immortal_penguin, verified ban from Club Penguin. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. He looks kind of familiar. Wasn't there a lot of talk about Lucifer Jr. over in Japan? I read a few threads on it before. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. At Immortal_penguin. Holy shit, you're right. Hope the angels that inevitably show up don't go all smitey. Is that a word? Would be fucking weird if the war got kick-started in full due to Godzilla of all things. How would we even tell our grandkids that story? Little Taco. Granddaddy, can you tell me how the war started? Grandpappy Taco. Well, Little Taco, it all started when Godzilla attacked. Dragons_r_sexy. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. So, do you think that thing is draconic in nature? Asking for a friend. Spellslinger 4 higher. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. At dragons_r_sexy. Are you fucking serious? I can handle the morbid humor in the situation, but this is crossing the line. Dragons_r_sexy, temp band. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites. I agree with the person above, you've crossed a line. This is no place for posting your very inappropriate fanfiction. Enjoy your 2-week ban. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1293, 1294, 1295. Showing page 227 of 1295. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. I was wondering who was throwing around divine power. Oh ho, I'd recognize those hips and angry "I'm gonna step on you" looks anywhere. Izanami, what are you doing in the States? Deep State. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. At Hooded_1. As in Japan's creation goddess. West Side Best Side 24. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. At Hooded_1. Stop trolling. Why the hell would a goddess from Japan come here to fight Godzilla? On a more important note, looks like we got a live stream going on. Link. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites. This is your only warning, old man. Hooded_1, temp band. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites. And here's another 2-week ban, you old bastard. 21_and_still_hits. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. Anyone notice on the live stream how the woman just stopped multiple times and visibly took out a phone, then moments later, she_who_invites responds to someone who claims to recognize her as a goddess? She_who_invites moderator. Verified not Izanami. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. At 21_and_still_hits. You got something to say? 21_and_still_hits. Replied on March 18th, 2009. I saw absolutely nothing. On a completely unrelated topic, I bow to our not goddess moderator overlady. Express_canoe verified boat. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. I didn't see anything. Praise be. Keyboard_with_sword. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. Praise be. I_read_ backwards. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. Praise be. Does this mean I can claim my house being destroyed as an act of God? Fuck it, I'm doing it anyways. Also, anyone else see Lucifer Jr. try to sneak away with the giant severed arm of the robot? Then proceed to beat Godzilla light over the head with it after getting discovered. Secret_magical girl. Replied on April 3rd, 2009. I was too busy watching Definitely Not Izanami rip out the spikes on the monster's back and make it cry. Am I allowed to feel sorry for the giant monster? Topic: Yusaka has a new lover? In boards, news, events, Kyoto, General, Yusaka fan club, just__muffin original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on April 28th, 2009. First again, better luck next time everyone, smiley face. Okay, for real though. So as you all know, our faction is led by the wonderful and beautiful Lady Yusaka, the nine-tailed fox that stole the hearts of many young and old, men and women. Just stop by the NSFW sections and you can see how loved she is. Well, looks like some of you are going to have a bad day today. Our lovely leader found herself a new lover. Link, 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 link. Believe me when I say, these are just the tip of the iceberg. And this one is my personal favorite. Link. For those of you who can't access the link's ATM, it shows our beloved foxy mama with her tail wrapped around the waist of a young man while they hold hands, walking down the street. So, I'll be honest and say that this isn't exactly news, but it hasn't been so publicly confirmed until this point. Obviously, lots of people have been in denial and I have sources that have told me a bit more information. Kunu, our cute little princess, she even calls him daddy. Not to mention, the guards around the manor where they live refer to him as young lord. So, who's our mystery man? Who is the one that swayed the heart of our beloved foxy mama? Why? It's none other than Lucifer Jr. Yes, we know his name at this point. I just think this nickname is funny. And my super-duper secret source confirms he spent the night at her place rather recently. Obviously, no personal leaks of any kind are going to be spoken from my lips, hands, as I do honestly respect Lady Yusaka from the bottom of my heart. That being said, let the whining commence. Edit. Who gave everyone the simp tags, lol? Showing page 1 of 43. Fluffy_tail_fan, verified simp. Replied on April 28th, 2009. Inhales. Nothing_personal_kid, verified simp. Replied on April 28th, 2009. At Fluffy_tail_fan. If you didn't do it, I would have. SFW_nudes, verified simp. Replied on April 28th, 2009. Pitchforks here, get your pitchforks. Yusaka Lover 278, verified simp. Replied on April 28th, 2009. If you can't tell by my username, which now has simp next to it, which only pops up in this forum, and I can't even say it's inaccurate, well, there goes my dream. I guess I'll go back to simping for Gabriel, since I know that's never going to go away. Broccoli_canon, verified simp. Replied on April 28th, 2009. At SFW_nudes. Greetings to you, my good sir. Do you also happen to sell torches? Regal_Fox24, verified simp. Replied on April 28th, 2009. Amaterasu above, you all are disgusting. I remember when this forum was actually respectful. It used to be about how wonderful Lady Yusaka was. Now it's just you boys talking about her boobs or something else perverted. Just yesterday, I saw someone posting pictures of her feet. What's wrong with you all? Dark_idiot_god, verified simp. Replied on April 28th, 2009. At Regal_Fox24. Don't kink shame. Banana_bandana, verified simp, verified guard. Replied on April 28th, 2009. So, just felt like I should post here. It's nice to see the princess running around so happily again. Not to mention many of us catch Lady Yusaka with a smile more often as well. The young lord has been nothing but polite to us, and even takes to chatting when he has some time. I admit I don't particularly like devils, but I have no complaints about him. It's common knowledge, now that he helped when the fighting took place not that long ago. And I'm sure most people have heard the rumors about him helping to rescue the little princess. From what I've heard, he also brought along some friends to help out with some issues that have sprung up since we've been short-staffed. Honestly, everyone up here likes him, and we're happy that Lady Yasaka found a good partner. Young_master_snake, verified simp, verified dumbass. Replied on April 28, 2009. At banana_bandana. How despicable. You're supposed to be one of Lady Yasaka's illustrious guards, yet you aren't even removing such an eyesore from her presence. Like anyone would actually believe this trite. I bet you're not even really one of her guards. A devil with Lady Yasaka. Ridiculous. I've sent her no less than 5 letters and invitations to procure an alliance with my noble lineage through marriage, and I have been turned down every time. There's no way that bat could win her heart when even I was rejected. I suspect foul play, and I will be sending a letter in protest. And I will also be contacting my grandfather to officially declare ourselves opposed to this relationship of theirs. Bag_on_head, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. Yasaka knew. Dark_idiot_god, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At young_master_snake. If you really want to win her heart, you need to show her you're not willing to give up. Get some flowers, some chocolate, go to her manor, shout for all to hear about your feelings and how you're meant to be. If that despicable devil shows up, challenge him to a duel. You're one of our most noble lineages. There's no way some backwater creature like him could ever hope to match you. Once Lady Yasaka sees such a valorous battle on your part, she'll fall for you immediately. Young_master_snake, verified simp, verified dumbass. Replied on April 28, 2009. At dark_idiot_god. I misunderstood you, my friend. I saw your previous comment and thought you the mindless rabble that was not worth my time. This young lord admits his mistake. Your words have resonated with my heart. I will take your advice and prepare to fight for my rightful place. The mad lad, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At dark_idiot_god. So, just pinged him. He went offline. Didn't Lucifer Jr. fight Godzilla in America a few weeks ago? Like, literally punch a gigantic monster in the face, and even fought Okita Tsuji? Dark_idiot_god, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At the mad lad. Yup. The mad lad, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. And now I have a smile on my face. Almost makes it worth it for Yasaka to be off the market. Dark_idiot_god, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At the mad lad. Hey, aren't you that popular artist that draws Yasaka nudes in the NSFW section? The mad lad, temp banned. Replied on April 28, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites. Do I really have to say this? Don't post, and try to sell your nude artwork outside of the NSFW section. I swear I've told you this 10 times already. 2-day bad since you're usually very polite about it. Don't do it again. Dark_idiot_god, temp banned. Replied on April 28, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites. I am aware that feet aren't technically NSFW. Regardless, stop trying to solicit porn from him in this forum. I would ban you for 3 days for being cheeky, but I'll remove time for your earlier public service a few posts up. 1-day ban. Stop being a pervert in public. Topic: fighting off the coast of Japan. In boards, news, events. Kyoto. Breaking news. Just_a_muffin, original poster. Verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on April 30th, 2009. First on the scene. Reporter Muffin here, and we got another doozy. Large waves rising of the coast of Japan. Very public, and lots of normal people asking questions. At least when Godzilla attacked American, they had contingencies for that kind of thing. But a storm suddenly forming, and raining lightning over here? Should be going down. Honestly, I'm not privy to many details here. This happened like 20 minutes ago, and my people are running around themselves trying to figure out what the hell is going on. All we know for sure is that some people, maybe multiple, are fighting off the coast of Japan right now. I guess we should be thankful they aren't on land. Thought, information, anything useful to add? Showing page 1 of 4022. Beach_junkie, verified surfer. Posted on April 30th, 2009. Yo, beach bum here. I'm a aquatic yukai, don't want to give away too much information. As some may not know, we have a sort of instinctual sense of the water. And right now I'm fucking terrified of even being near the ocean. Don't know what's going on, but it feels like if I try to go out, I'd die. Take that for what you will. I_like_swords. Posted on April 30th, 2009. I'm sort of locked up in my quarters right now. I'm working under some important people and don't have anything else to do. I just like to say that my boss is a bit worried, so I suggest everyone get somewhere safe. Abracadabra. Posted on April 30th, 2009. Some massive storm started rolling in. This is getting freaky. I think I saw a massive geyser shoot towards the sky on the horizon. Not a koala, better remember. Replied on April 30th, 2009. So, don't know if this is related or not. But I was at a particular establishment in an adult part of town. And word on the street was that Susan no Makoto was also in the building. There's a commotion downstairs. I peek and see a redhead start throwing hands with the supposed storm god, and they disappear into a portal. Beauty_is_hard. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At not a koala. I'll confirm this. I work at that place as a waitress. Scared a lot of us when he came in. Demanded everything, the best we had. Most of us tried to run away into the back until he left. What are you supposed to do when a god comes knocking? No_pain_no_fame. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Holy fuck! A massive wave just crashed against the beach. There's a bunch of people there stopping the waves from doing any real damage. Magic being thrown, and I think I saw some Tukey user punch a big hole in the wave. Fucking crazy. Rewind_my_mind, verified magician. Replied on April 30th, 2009. I'm part of a small magician's circle that lives in Kyoto. For those of you who don't quite understand, we didn't want to live under the thumb of the big organizations, so Kyoto was kind enough to house us. Basically, we try to get a bird's-eye view of the battle. My master is what you would call high class, so he's quite strong and knowledgeable. We were able to see a few images before his spell fizzled out at the sheer power being thrown around. My master said that a god is definitely involved. Swordmage41. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Saw some pictures in other places. Guess who fucking popped up again? If you guessed Lucifer Jr., you win a prize. So, 2 + 2 = Lucifer Jr. and Lord Susanoo duking it out over the ocean? I'm confused. Mika_10. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Tried my own spell to see what was going on, since some of my divinations were getting thrown off due to the influx of power. Saw a devil and a god fighting, so I guess that also confirms some suspicions. At rewind_my_mind. PM your circle's details. I'm actually looking for a casual tower to set up in. If you're accepting, I have my resume ready to go. xxvoid_samirxx. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Did you all see those lights? It's aliens, I knew it. Lord Susanoo is fighting off the alien invasion. We need to go help him. Kimchi Lover. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At xxvoid_samirxx. Really, Void? Are you off your meds again? Seriously though, the fuck is going on? I've had this tense feeling since a bit ago, and it won't go away. Contract_with_devil. Replied on April 30th, 2009. How interesting. I was able to procure a visual with a few spells that seems to withstand the power being thrown around. Some things aren't so clear, and it's a bit difficult to see from the distance I had to set up. But beggars cannot be choosers, I suppose. If anyone wishes to watch with me, link. Quality, as you might expect, is lacking due to recording a magical projection through my phone. But it is a wonderful distraction if nothing else. Rewind_mind. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At contract_with_devil. How did you stabilize your scrying spell? My master said that the divine power being released was enough to shatter his own spell sequence from just the residual pulsing of it. I can't fathom the amount of power you would need to sustain such a thing, and you are much closer than my master was able to get. Contract _with _devil. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At rewind _my mind. I've had many centuries to master my art, young man. I do so love your inquisitive mind, though. Feel free to message me. I wouldn't mind answering a few magic-based questions. Small _giant. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Damn, each of their punches is creating a shockwave that sends a small tsunami in every direction. And all that lightning, I can barely make out their figures, but the red hair on the devil makes it a little bit easier to see. He's tanking a lot of it and keeps going. At contract _with _devil. Thanks for the stream. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4020, 4021, 4022. Showing page 188 of 4022. Red _princess. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At holy _justice _night. And I'm telling you that he doesn't have the power of destruction. Holy _justice _night. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At red _princess. Like anyone would believe a devil. Hellspawn will spout lies to distort all truths. I only pray that the heretics kill each other and accept the true Lord's mercy on their souls. Sword _maker _devil. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At I _like swords. That is an interesting theory. And did you see what he did with his swords and those portals? It gave me some ideas to work with myself. I feel like I've been hampering my own skill by thinking so straightforward. I _like swords. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At sword _maker _devil. Yes, it's always beneficial to view how others wield the same weapons as oneself. If nothing else, it can become inspiration on how to better your own techniques. Susanu _worshipper 47. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Devil scum. Lord Susanu will wipe your kind from existence. We await your order, my lord. Our swords are ready to follow your lead and strike down these creatures and cast them from our lands. Yulfin. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Susanu _worshipper 47. Seriously, stop making alt accounts. Everyone knows you're the same person. There's no legion waiting for him after the fight. Back on topic. Does anyone know what spell he's using to make those portals? It doesn't match any I know of. The sheer stability of them is in itself impressive when a god is right next to them and they never once waver in their stabilization. Enthusiastic _melon. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Yulfin. I have been wondering this myself. I witnessed his magic used some weeks ago during the mess that happened in Kyoto. My calculations are coming up, strange to say the least. At this point, I'm open to any theories. Perhaps it will give me inspiration for a different approach. They couldn't possibly be worse than my last attempt sprouting an apple tree that somehow grew watermelons. Secret _magical girl. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At enthusiastic _melon. Aren't you supposed to be working right now, Enthusiastic _melon. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At secret _magical girl. Aren't you? Secret _magical girl. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At enthusiastic _melon. Touché. Let's not tell Red about this. Snowy _rainforest. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Sweet Christ vacationing in Valhalla. Is anyone watching what the fuck is happening? Did Susanu just grow like 100 meters tall? Red _princess. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Is this what happens when a god gets serious? How is Wilhelm able to fight something like this? How did he get so strong? He's not even that old. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4020, 4021, 4022. Showing page 377 of 4022. Red _princess. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Does anyone know what happened? He just summoned another sword or something and everything stopped. I could barely see it. That massive giant just fell over after he pointed a sword at him. Orange 27. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Been reading several pages now. Anyone notice that red thing on his arm? Too blurry to make out, but it was taking hits from Susanoo. Maybe a sacred gear of some kind? XX Void_SamurXX. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Red_Princess. I've been saying this all along, he's an alien. He's not from this universe. So obviously he has powers from other worlds. He probably used something we don't understand to seal away Lord Susanoo's godly power. Red_Princess. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At XX Void_SamurXX. Would you stop already? I'm looking for serious answers. Go troll somewhere else. At Orange27. He doesn't have a sacred gear. He was checked when he was younger. Llama_King, verified royalty. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Red_Princess. Ignore Void. He's famous around here for saying crazy things. He usually gets banned by now, but no idea where the moderators are. Hooded_1. Replied on April 30th, 2009. That sword gives me a strange feeling. I try to take a look at it with a divination, but something repulsed me. Whatever it is, it's dangerous enough that the Storm Kiddo was completely neutered at a gesture. Light_of_Ireland. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Hooded_1. If you are who I think you are, then that is an ominous statement. Should we look into it more? Hooded_1. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Light_of_Ireland. Bah, you can if you don't care about that old hag getting in your way. I like my balls where they are. Thank you very much. Though I suspect some of the others won't take heed. Those old-fashioned foggies don't even keep up with modern technology, so they probably have no idea what's going on, huh? A_White_Dragon. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Orange27. I think I know what that is. Now to book a flight over to Japan. Fists_over_bloodline. Replied on April 30th, 2009. So manly, he withdrew his sword and started fighting with his fists. They just keep trading blows and wait until the other falls. Small Mountain. Replied on April 30th, 2009. How the fuck did we go from fuck off big Susanoo made of lightning and divine power, throwing fuck off mountain busting attacks, to them just beating the shit out of each other? I mean, not that it's not fucking awesome to watch a god and a devil just duke it out, but I can barely see what's going on, and I'm confused and still a bit scared. And are going to talk about the fact that there's apparently another devil capable of fighting gods. How many more of those are there? Once_you_go_black. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At A_White_Dragon. Yeah, no. Your accounts are frozen. You aren't going anywhere. Stay here. Things are already crazy. I don't want to throw you into the mix. Devil_Destroyer. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Small Mountain. Sorta known now that he's the bastard of Lucifer and hasn't actually ever been seen with our faction in any way. So not part of us, I guess. Don't know who dropped the ball there, or why he doesn't seem to want to be around us. But we apparently missed out on this. Well, I can't really blame him. Half-devils are looked down on. If I was in his shoes and that strong, why would I bother with our faction when he can basically do whatever he wants? The_green_pencil. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Fucking damn. How long have they been throwing punches? I know it's been mentioned, but wow. Devil here taking hits from the god Susanoo. Can we please acknowledge how fucking metal that is? And it looks like he's getting as good as he's giving. I'm rooting for you, devil dude. Holy_Avenger. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Are we just going to ignore another abomination getting this strong? What are the angels doing? Strike down this devil while he's weakened. We don't need another monster like Lucifer taking power. The_green_pestle. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Holy_Avenger. Fuck off with this crap. If you want him to die so much, why don't you go over there and challenge him yourself, coward? Secret_magical girl. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Well, looks like everything ended. I think that's Izanami breaking up the fight. This has been eye-opening to say the least. Now comes the headache of the paperwork detailing everything that happened. Going to have to listen to a bunch of old guys argue back and forth about this mess for the next few days. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4020, 4021, 4022. Chapter 236. I let out a long sigh as my shoulders slumped. I didn't regret my actions, but damn did I keep doing things that made me so exhausted. I was healed up after basically having a slugfest with a god, something I didn't think I would ever consider being a thought that would have crossed my mind several months ago. Taking out my kaleidophone, I looked at a missed message from Artoria informing me that they would be waiting at home when I was finished. Well, at least it didn't have the same undertone as the last talk I had with everyone. No, it came off as more of a habitual worry than anything else. And honestly, I couldn't really fault them for that. On one hand, it's not like I ran off unprepared or with little thought. But at the same time, I would be just as worried if they got up to the same things I did. I was confident in Scat Hack when she faced Athena. That didn't mean I didn't have any worry in my heart. And I just looked a mess. Honestly, the only reason my clothes held up so well was because the dust that Jinn had originally woven to them. It was basically all used up after the Grail War, but it made my clothes extra sturdy. However, I could see tears at the seams, not to mention scorch marks and rips from just the fight itself. And now I was just procrastinating. I cast a few spells to clean up most of the blood and made myself presentable before heading off. I waved my hand, creating a portal right to my living room and right to the waiting figures of 2 of my girls. As always, it's nice to be home. But my attention was grabbed by both Artoria and Reika waiting for me. They both gave a warm smile as I walked forward, closing the portal behind me. Master! Reika sounded relieved, even though she knew I had been okay. She immediately got up and pushed my head right between her breasts like she did often. I am happy that you're safe. Well, if I have something like this to come back to, how could I not be? I felt no shame as I took those massive boobs into my palms, earning a little surprised squeak from her when I squeezed them. Master, Reiku playfully swatted at me with a little red on her cheeks. I couldn't help but laugh as I relinquished those heavenly mounds. Artoria! I smiled towards my beautiful knight. Wilhelm. Artoria greeted. I am also very relieved that you are unharmed. She looked at the sorry state of my current dress. Ha! I let out a long breath. Honestly, it's not as bad as it looks. I am aware. She responded. Yeah, I paused, blinking for a moment. What do you mean? I tilted my head in confusion. It is not a surprise you do not know yet, but you have already become rather famous from your battle with Susanoo. Artoria replied. I admit to not being too familiar with this era's technology, but from what Yusaka explained you are trending. I believe you should be familiar with the terminology. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Well, fuck. I sighed, understanding what she meant. Yusaka showed us how many people were speaking about you. It was quite impressive that so many could speak at such great distances. And there was much praise for you, fighting against Lord Susanoo like you had. Reika tried to soothe me. I will always accept my ego being stroked. I snorted. But there goes my anonymity, and by extension, you all will probably be dragged into the spotlight. Had someone been scrying us, I doubted a god or the equivalent would have posted or streamed our fight. So it had to be a mortal magic user of some power and renown. I was understandably distracted, so it's possible it may have slipped past my detection. Or rather, perhaps it was far enough away that it didn't get picked up by my senses. Well, I can't claim to be omnipotent. I'm sure there are plenty of scrying methods I'm unaware of in this world. I should investigate the magics here to at the very least inform myself of anything that might be important. I would investigate the extent of everything available later. I am unafraid of being known. Artoria stated. I was a king, Wilhelm. I do quite enjoy this life I have built, but I am not fazed by the masses looking upon me. She speaks the truth for me as well. I was quite famous as well. I had many admirers and many who looked up to me and my heavenly kings. Reika sounded rather proud of herself. I just didn't want to drag you all into my messes. I slumped my shoulders. If I did not wish to get dragged into your messes as you say, then we would not be in a relationship. Artoria lightly chided. We are together, Wilhelm. I have my own situation that has caused you unneeded burdens, How could I fault you for doing the same? Was she talking about Mordred? Reika draped herself onto of me. I am your servant, she said firmly. I am your mother and your woman. She poked my cheek. Do not forget any of these, for each one of them would mean I stand by your side regardless of the situation. I took her hand and squeezed it with a smile. Well, all's well that ends well, I suppose. I sighed. At least this time I'm not getting a talking to. I gave a wry smile. This time you took the appropriate actions. Artoria huffed. You informed Reiku and Yasaka before you went off. You spoke with Yasaka about the ramifications of your actions and made a plan to reduce any potential liabilities. I find no fault in how you handled yourself. Good, so I wasn't in the doghouse. Who knew that acting mature would be so beneficial? I said dryly. Granted, I say that after I decided to fistfight a god. And it somehow worked out. Reika sounded amused. I would have been more worried had Lady Izanami not dragged you both off at the end. Oh joy! So everyone even saw that. I face-palmed. And you feel better about Izzy now? I am willing to admit if my thoughts are wrong. I held a certain prejudice before, and I have been since talked away from it. I will form my own opinion, but I do not think it will differ than the one both you and Artoria hold. That's good. Izzy needs more friends. And I bet Reiku could do with more friends too. Actually, Reiku would love another mom friend outside of Yasaka. Now that I have seen you back safely, I shall retire for the night. She leaned down, kissing me on the cheek. I also didn't miss the wink she sent towards Artoria before she disappeared upstairs. / I raised an eyebrow at the bashful-looking Artoria. So, what was that about? While Reika wasn't as possessive anymore, she certainly would not miss out on an opportunity to be affectionate. Nothing. She denied very poorly. Aha! I nodded, making me way over to the couch. I assume you wanted some time alone. She shifted her eyes to the side, looking even more embarrassed. I requested to have you to myself this evening, she admitted, walking over. She tucked her hair behind her ear, giving a cute smile as she slowly slid into my lap, our faces barely a few inches apart. It's been tough on you these past few days. I wrapped my arms around her. I could understand it. With the confrontation with Mordred happening, her emotions were still probably all over the place. She happily laid her head on my chest. Yes, but there is also a freeing feeling that came with it. She let out a long breath. I wish to have some time with my boyfriend, and the others agreed. Though, you should be prepared for them taking their own time. She giggled. That's fine. I didn't plan on doing anything big anytime soon. This whole thing's with Susanoo. It was not something I intended. I am aware, she stated. We all are. Yasaka explained to us when she came over. All of you were gathered? I asked. Meridia was unable to come over. She had something keeping her attention. Artoria shook her head, but I was keeping her abreast of the situation. Yasaka had come over with Kunu after picking her up from school, only leaving when we saw that you were safe with Izanami afterwards. Rin had quickly went to bed after that. Scat hack as well as she said it was expected of her student. Ha! Yeah, that sounds just like her. I shook my head with a laugh. Jin too was worried, but she calmed down once Kunu came running over. Artoria smiled. She is quite the energetic child. It's a shame Meridia didn't get to meet Kunu yet, but at the same time, I really want to be there when it happens. Do you think Meridia will be as warm towards her as you think? Artoria questioned. I can see your thoughts. She is aloof and appears rather cold or indifferent, but honestly, she's a big softy at heart. I laughed. Yes, I have seen her F.A. Ade break sometimes when you tease her. Artoria quirked a smile. I couldn't resist anymore. I leaned in and placed a light kiss on her lips. Have I ever mentioned how adorable your smile is? Mayhaps once or twice. She giggled, before taking a quick kiss herself. Before we indulge. She quickly broke it with a whisper. I have a question I wish to hear your opinion on. Oh, She looked unsure. I have the desire to bond with Mordred. Taking the first steps are always the hardest. Yes, I have raised an idea to the others, but I do not know if I am taking advantage of well. She went quiet. Hey, no judgment here. I'm in your corner and I'll do my best to support you. Yes. She gave a small smile and thanks. I wish to bring Mordred over and meet Arthur. She said plainly. That's not a horrible idea now that I put some thought into it. I gave myself a moment to think it through. I believe I have been neglecting Arthur and have merely dropped him into Yasaka's lap. I took responsibility, and I wish to make sure it is settled to a satisfactory end. He had spoken of a sister and a Pendragon family, something I desire to acquire more information about. She bit her lip, and I am nervous about being alone with Mordred thus far. I believe that Arthur would do well enough as a distraction that I may not make a fool of myself. Oh, Artoria. I cupped her cheek. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. And besides, does Mordred also not have a link to Arthur just as much as you? Honestly, I think it would do Mordred good to see him, and it's a good opportunity for you both to spend time together without any awkward feelings being prevalent. It's a good distraction while also being a good idea regardless, and the Pendragon family is an interesting topic to pursue. I honestly don't know much about them outside of the common knowledge. Didn't that kid say his girlfriend or lover or something was being held to keep him in line? Oh yeah, he fell for his maid. I guess I'll let Artoria handle things on that front. She wanted to shoulder the responsibility herself, it seemed. The others said much of the same thing. I suppose I am once again overthinking things. It seems we both do that. I grinned. It is not just Mordred and Arthur. Artoria continued. While everyone was gathered, we had spoken on many different topics. Oh, things other than your super secret girl talk. I laughed. Yes. She nodded. Yasaka is still in need of help, so we all wished to lend her aid. Things had been pushed back slightly due to abrupt circumstances. So I messed things up. I sighed. Cease. She poked me. Yasaka was not upset, so you will not make yourself take any perceived blame. She gave a stern look that didn't allow rebuttal. All right. I held my hands up in surrender. I won't act all depressed, Your Highness. She pursed her lips. Good, as you shouldn't. Now, as I was saying, the others will be joining in going over to Yasaka's compound. I bring this up as it will coincide when I wish to bring Mordred to meet Arthur as he stays under her watch. Who all is going? I questioned. All but Meridia. Artoria confirmed. Scathack said she would spend time with her guards to help train them. I will prepare incense and offerings for their graves, I said without hesitation. She is not taking them under her tutelage, merely training them in ways they already know. Artoria explained. Okay, so some may survive, I said dryly. She is not that bad. On a mountain, I replied. No magical cold wrapped around me, and a sealed corrupted divine spirit underneath. That mountain climbing during my time in the land of shadows was certainly not enjoyable. Mayhaps we should speak with her so none of them die, she said quietly before continuing. Jin offered to teach magic to any who desired, which was not an inconsequential amount. I believe most of Yasaka's forces were trained in this Tuki. Makes sense. I rubbed my chin. And Jin would make a wonderful teacher. She's probably more knowledgeable about magic here than I am at this point. Many people would be surprised how many breakthroughs can happen with a few pointers here or there. It's so easy to get wrapped up in one's own thinking that pointing out a slightly different approach could have amazing reactions. Yes, I felt the same way. Her knowledge was already extensive, and it's spreading out to cover even more every day. Is it weird that I love having my girls be praised? And Reiku? I am not aware of the specifics, but they spoke of something. Artoria shook her head. But we all planned on going to Yasaka's compound the coming day. We all hope you would come. But if you are unwell or recuperating, I would love to come with you. I wrapped my arms back around her. I knew she wanted more moral support, even if it was specifically from me. And I'm mostly fine now, just a bit exhausted after everything. Having my aura dried out just doubles the feeling, which is probably the only downside to the ability. Wonderful, it makes me anticipate tomorrow. Artoria smiled brightly. I have some things I want to talk about myself, but I'm honestly too tired to even broach them. So instead, I let my hand slide down her back before resting right on that perky butt of hers. You and your insistence at holding my posterior. She let out a huff, cheeks reddening. Does it truly entice you that much? She muttered. I raised an eyebrow, giving her a noticeable squeeze. She let out another huff. I suppose that was a pointless question. If you mind it, I will respect your boundaries. We are in private. I do not mind you taking liberties. She looked away. I enjoy when you touch me so desirably. Don't worry, I'll make sure you know just how much I desire you, I teased her. The little sound she made as she buried her face into my chest. Way too cute. Chapter 237. Getting up from bed without Artoria in my arms made it a sad morning. I was groggy when she got up a couple hours ago by herself, wanting an early start to attempt her own crossroads with Mordred. Something I could not at all find issue with, as it was a great step forward for both of them. I looked at the clock in my room, only sighing when I realized I could sleep for another few hours. However, I just couldn't bring myself to put my head back down. I was in that awkward state where I was now fully awake, even if I was still a bit tired and knew I couldn't fall back asleep for any meaningful time. Oh well. Thankfully, I had a few spare outfits readily available, though I felt the need to place some more orders. I really need to find some sterner materials for Medea, so I stopped losing outfits. Hell, maybe I should extend my wardrobe a bit. I wonder if Yasaka would enjoy it if I wore a yukata, or rather a kimono, to be more traditional. Something to look into. Regardless, I hurriedly got ready with a quick shower and hastily dressed because there was something I wanted to do now that I had some hours before heading over to Yasaka's home. After making sure I felt I was presentable, I popped on over to find my Jin, buried in my workshop doing who knows what. The startled girl practically jumped when I placed a hand on her shoulder. "Will!" she squeaked out, looking a cute combination of annoyed and happy to see me. "Jen!" I smiled, wrapping her up immediately. "Mao," she whined. "Don't startle me like that." She let out a cute huff, accepting my hug almost eagerly. "Did Artoria leave already?" She did. But did you not see her leave? I've been caught up in some things." She gestured to many different items, books and assortment of materials laid about. "Is this related to the super secret thing you wanted to show me?" I questioned. "New, huh? That's over in the library. I already finished, but I'll show it to you later when we have time." She smiled brightly. I gently swayed back and forth, enjoying the feeling of her touch. "How you been?" "I've been well," she said immediately. "No, I should say I'm doing great. I've been having a lot of fun doing almost anything I want," she exclaimed. "It's almost overwhelming to have so much to do at my fingertips and know that I have all the time in the world." She leaned into me just a bit more. "However, I feel like I should be asking you that question. Mister gets into fights with gods." She puffed up. "Hey, I'm good," I replied. "Look, no wounds, no lasting damage. And everything turned out well in the end." "Aha," she huffed. "Still don't like it," she added on quietly. "I said I would take care of you, yes?" I whispered. "That means making sure I'm strong enough to do so. Being sweet like that is cheating." She huffed again. "Well, I'm a cheating cheater who cheats." I kissed her cheek. "I heard you're going to be doing some teaching on magic. You excited?" "Yes." She perked up. "I could never be able to teach like this on Remnant with my restrictions. But I can share knowledge that I learned outside of that place as much as I want," she excitedly replied. "I've discovered that if I relearned things that coincide with knowledge from Remnant, things that might not be common knowledge, I can then speak of them freely." "Oh, that's interesting." I mulled that over as it made sense based on what I knew. "How you given any thought on Meridia's offer to alter the lamp?" It scares me," she said quietly. "I know Meridia wouldn't harm me, but the idea of being changed." "Hey, I understand. There's no push, no expectation." I brushed some hair out of her eyes. "My Jin is perfect by just being herself." Happy Jin noises ensued, and it was just as cute as I would imagine. I've said it before, but seeing any of them happy really brought a smile to my face. "Did you sort the materials around? I need some stuff, and don't want to mess up anything you did." I booped on her the nose. She nodded. "I have almost everything sorted appropriately." She tilted her head, silent for a moment. "However, maybe it would be easier if you told me what you need and what you're doing? If you need any help, I'd love to be of assistance." "I would absolutely love it if you helped me," I said with all sincerity. One of Jin's things was that she apparently wanted to be helpful. I don't know if that's just a holdover from the many years she spent in her lamp. The ideas and concepts engraved into her creation, or if she simply had that kind of personality. Let me show you what I wanted to make. I began to explain my intent to her. Good morning, my student. Scat Hack looked up at me from the table. She had made herself what appeared to be a cup of coffee and was reading a newspaper. Scat Hack. I smiled. I still felt my heart flutter, just seeing her in my life, even doing the most mundane of things. Her simply being her again, it made me feel at peace. I didn't realize that they had a newspaper in Kyoto. I mean, it made sense, but it's just one of those things you don't really consider. I happened upon it by chance. After your latest escapade, I wish to keep up to date on any news. Shikami sipped her drink, almost unconcerned about the whole thing. Though from what Artoria told me, she looked just as concerned as the rest of them last night. Good morning, Scat Hack. Jin walked right behind me. Hello, Jin. Scat Hack smiled humoredly towards the artifact spirit. You're looking very energetic this morning. Did he finally make you a proper woman? She teased. I just sighed. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. Nope, he still hasn't bent me over and taken me yet. Jin replied without hesitation. Scat Hack paused, blinking at her. I suppose she wasn't used to the bluntness that Jin was willing to use, though her expression quickly morphed into a grin. Fufu, what a boldness you have. Jin shot her a smirk but didn't respond. You're terrible, I said dryly, giving Scat Hack a kiss on her cheek. And you made this terrible woman yours. What does that make you, Scat Hack laughed. I never said I don't make foolish decisions. I shot back, stealing her coffee and taking a drink. She raised an eyebrow as I locked eyes with her. Just remember, we will be sparring at some point for you to hone your new abilities. She said calmly, That's future me's problem. I laughed, setting her cup back down. Would I regret it later? Definitely. But for the current me, it was too fun to see her reactions. Anything interesting in the news? I asked, going to the coffee pot, a little impressed that Scat Hack figured out how to use the coffee machine properly. About what I had expected. Scat Hack, I do like the idea of a centralized relay of important information like this. However, it seems they are speculating quite a bit based on few facts. There seems to be a consensus that you fought Susanoo because he made a move on Yasaka. She looked mildly amused by that piece of information. Huh. I blinked again. I mean, I would, but that's pretty far from the truth. I shrugged. Well, it's common to make sensational stories, and as long as they're technically true, or rather you can't say they lied or something. I waved it off. Well, it doesn't matter. Besides, I doubt Izzy would want her personal matters blasted for the world to see, and I'm sure Yasaka is going to enjoy teasing me later. Jin sat down with Scat Hack. I can imagine that quite easily. Yes, that fox of yours seems quite prone to being mischievous. Scat Hack added, That she is. I had no argument to the opposite. How was your mission? I asked. Oh, it went quite well. Scat Hack perked up. It felt like the old days when I traveled the lands and sought out challenges. She had a nostalgic look on her face. You know, you're allowed to do that now. I pointed out. I'm not forcing you to stay here by my side. You can go out, explore, have fun, etc. She gave a gentle smile. I am aware. I know you would not restrict me if I desired to embark on any adventure. Perhaps I may in the future, but for now, I merely wish to remain by your side. And it's moments like this that I have to force myself from not blushing. I took a sip to hide my growing embarrassment at her statement. I don't know why she can get to me so easily. Was the mountain god a good opponent? It was not weak, I suppose. She replied. It's different than our own world. I knew that, but to see it obviously so. She paused, shaking her head. Such a thing should have been a terminal of the world, or maybe a nature spirit, if not a true divine spirit. Yet, while it could be called a god by the strictest definition, it was lacking in many respects. A disappointment? I asked. No, I did not expect much, but my previous experience had caused me some manner of regret that it was not the same. I am merely being wistful about the past. It possessed an impressive brute strength, but it lacked any real finesse. I do not believe it had truly fought in more than a handful of fights. Lots of power, no idea how to utilize it. It is as you say. She nodded. I noticed that with Susanoo. I stated. Not the lack of experience, mind you. but more the large amounts of just pure power, but not really the more conceptual means of using it. Honestly, based on how the fight went, I think in pure strength the Susanoo here is a couple levels above the Susanoo back in the other world. Yet I question if this one could match the previous one in a fight to the death. My sword certainly countered almost anything of substance for this Susanoo. But that's not really fair with how absurdly it can just shuts off anything substantial he can do. I'm probably his perfect counter, conceptually aligned to defeating the being known as Susanoo. An interesting thought, one I had not fully considered. Her interest clearly looked piqued. I will examine this theory more closely when I go and spend time with Yasaka's warriors and see their skills. Please don't kill any of them. I will consider it. She grinned, clearly in jest. So, what exactly made the mountain god get all upset? Her smile quickly turned to a scowl. I believe I had a run-in with those evil pieces you had mentioned. Did someone try to force one into you? I said calmly, but I felt my anger start boiling up at the idea. No, she denied. But Yasaka called the creature Reiku, and I killed a stray devil that... She snorted. It was a druid. A druid? Jin was the one who spoke up, having been listening quietly before. I believe I read about them. Their magic is intertwined with the natural world. A manipulation of nature different than most mages. Yes, I could recognize the art it used from my homeland. It also took a lot of effort to converse with it after turning into that abomination. Can you explain it fully? I asked. Scathach let out a long breath. The creature had mindlessly been eating away at the mountain god's domain, enraging the mountain god. Due to its magics, it was able to somewhat corrupt the area. After subduing the mountain god, we learned of this corruption and sought out the source, and we found this devil. I recognized the magics it used immediately. They are something revered and almost sacred back home. They have long since been used for fighting and warfare, but their essence stems from harmonizing with the world. Druids are a profession to be respected. She said firmly, Druidism is almost antithetical to the nature of devils. Why was he turned? He was forced. Her scowl deepened. Even with my magics, engraving a primordial rune onto his soul to push away the mental pollution, he could only relay minimal thoughts before his body broke down. He was obviously not in his correct mind when he did what he did. But he spoke that a devil forced the evil piece into him at some point. The druid had escaped and over time, slowly morphed into the creature we had fought. I let out a sigh, running a hand down my face. I'm sorry you had to experience that. I know those evil pieces had been abused in the past, and they're certainly going to continue to be abused. I have no love for them myself. Mimicking me, Scathach let out her own sigh, dropping the scowl. If I see such an act happening in front of me, I do believe I will be removing the heads of those responsible. I have no issue with the idea of intent behind them from what has been explained to me. If someone wishes to change themselves, it is not my place to voice my opinion. However, I vehemently despise what has happened here. If you want to hunt down devils who abuse them, by all means. I had no complaints. I'll pull up a chair and watch as you tear them apart. Phew! She let out a small laugh. You know the right things to say to me. Bloodthirsty Scathach is just as cute as bashful Scathach. So where did Reika go? I finally asked, noticing she wasn't around. She volunteered to look after Kunu for the day at her school. As I offered to begin training Yasaka's people, some of which took to guarding the school her daughter went to. Since it was the first lesson, we came to the conclusion that having them all present would be most beneficial. Thus, Reiku suggested she take their duties over for the time being. That was really sweet of her. I couldn't help but comment. And it's sort of ironic that Reiku, known for slaying many yukai in her life, is guarding a school of yukai children. Yeah, Reiku would probably be a better guard than the contingent of yukai that Yasaka had over there. She actually looked really happy to do so. Jin stated, I think she wants to spend time with Kunu. Well, I can't fault her on that. She's just too cute. Jin cooed. I laughed, patting Jin's head. Oh. I paused for a moment. I almost forget. I rummaged through my ring, turning back to Scathach. I wanted to give you something. Oh. She raised an eyebrow as I presented a bracelet to her. It's beautiful, she muttered, taking it into her hand. I matched the color scheme to your hair. I smiled. Thank you, Wilhelm, she said softly, looking it over. And it isn't just a piece of jewelry. Nope. I grinned. It's like my ring, having its own folded space attached to it. But it's also linked up with the house. Jin helped me finesse it a bit. You should be able to grab anything in the storage room, of which I was going to make sure is stocked with anything we might need. She carefully put it around her wrist, holding it helped to the light. I love it, she said again. He made one for all of us. Jin said happily, holding up a similar, but slightly different variation. Fufu, no wonder you were so happy. She smiled towards the genie. I can see where you found such feelings from. She got up from her seat and walked over to me. You are a very sweet man. She placed a quick kiss on my lips. Shall we head out? She asked. Sure, I'm about ready. What about you, Jin? I'm good to go. She hopped up. I nodded, waving my hand and creating a portal over to Yasaka's compound. Well, talk about perfect timing. They just got here as well. Yasaka's voice reached my ears. She stood there speaking to Artoria and Mordred. Yo! I waved to both of them. Sup? Mordred said evenly, and I noticed a very familiar sword in her hand. Hello, Wilhelm. Artoria smiled. Huh, they looked rather comfortable in each other's presence, at least on the surface. I'll have to ask her how her morning went with Mordred. Hello. Jin stepped up. You must be Artoria's son, I'm Jin. She happily greeted the knight. Why, yes. Mordred blinked at the sudden acknowledgement. I guess not many people are so blunt with her parentage. I'm Mordred Pendragon, she said with clear pride in her voice. I could see the little smile make its way onto Artoria's face. So weren't you both supposed to be here a couple hours ago? I questioned. We were sidetracked. Artoria coughed. Aha. I gave her a dry look. Let me guess. You stopped for breakfast or something similar? I do not know what you speak about. Artoria looked away. Mordred seemed surprised by her bashfulness. It was probably a side of Artoria she wasn't used to seeing or hadn't seen before. Yes, I'm thoroughly convinced. I deadpanned. Have you met Arthur yet? Nah, just got here. Mordred spoke up, playing with the hilt of her sword. Well, he's probably going to get upset when he sees you with Caliban. I laughed. The corners of Mordred's lips curled up. Well, if he has a problem with it, he can try to take it from me. She gave a toothy grin. Well, you're going to need a place to keep it. I flipped my hand over, holding out a bracelet I made specifically for her. What's this? She looked at it, taking it from my hand. It wasn't quite jewelry, more a strap for around her wrist, if a little more elegant than that. I wanted to make sure it matched her personality. Storage bracelet. You know how to manipulate your magical energy, yeah? Use it to feel around the thing. It shouldn't be difficult to use. Mordred looked at it. I felt her magical energy slowly feed into it as her eyes perked up. She then looked at her sword, then back to her bracelet, and the sword then disappeared. Fucking awesome. Thanks. No problem. Wanted it to be easier for you to keep your stuff. I smiled, turning towards the others. And don't think I forgot you too. Wilhelm, you didn't have to. Artoria said, but she exuberated happiness. I do not believe I've ever received jewelry before. She said quietly. It was inlaid with the same green that matched her eyes. She quickly put it on, staring at it around her wrist. Oh, this is lovely. Yasaka also spoke up. And you say it has a pocket space attached to it. Yup, wanted to make it function as well. I chuckled. Oh my, this is simply wonderful. Thank you, Wilhelm. Yasaka admired hers as well. Well, I'm glad they like them. Still had to give the others theirs. I'd probably go see Meridia after I's done here and spend a bit of time with her. First you protect me from that vicious god, and now this. Yasaka gave me that look, the one I knew when she was teasing. Pardon. Artoria tilted her head. I let out a sigh. It's the current speculation that apparently I was defending Yasaka's honor because Susanoo was being aggressive with her. It's better than people knowing you got into a brawl with a god because he wouldn't see his mother. Scathack snorted. I can't argue with that. Was he strong? Mordred asked. Yup, I replied. Pretty damn strong, though we weren't really trying to kill each other. At least, I don't think he went all out or whatever. Lady Yasaka. A new voice resounded, one I recognized. Soma. Yasaka greeted him. I have brought him as requested. He bowed as someone walked into the courtyard behind him. Arthur Pendragon looked a bit better since the last time I saw him. Like he had a bit more life behind those eyes of his. He carried himself well, not cowering even as all our eyes landed upon him. He glanced at us, especially Artoria and even Mordred. It was clear he had questions, but he held it in. He kneeled before Yasaka. "Lady Yasaka," he respectfully greeted. "Arthur," Yasaka said curtly. She was obviously still upset with him, and no one could blame her. "You have proved a valuable asset, completing every assignment I gave to you to satisfaction. I thank you for your praise." He bowed his head. I am relinquishing you to Artoria for a bit. You will listen to her orders." Yasaka turned away after giving her blunt orders. "Jen, Scathack, why don't I show you both where the training area is?" It was an obvious cue that she wished to step away. "Scathack," and Jin nodded to her as they followed behind. I decided to stay back and see how this played out. Arthur blinked. Did she say scath? The sound of steel meeting steel screeched throughout the area. Arthur held a blade aloft, holding back Mordred, who casual waved Caliban at him. Interesting, Arthur had a way to keep a sword stored away. I felt the spatial fluctuation, and eyes a little interested. "Who?" Arthur couldn't speak again, as Mordred pushed away his blade, knocking Arthur back. "Not bad, I guess." Mordred snorted. If he didn't have a good instinct, his head would have been rolling on the ground. Indeed, his skills are admirable for his age. Artoria nodded. Arthur stood back up, shaking off the sudden blow. "Who are you? Why can you wield Caliban?" "That blade doesn't accept wielders so easily." Mordred snorted, slamming the tip of Caliban into the ground. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? Who the fuck you think you are? Using my father's name like it belongs to you." Arthur blinked. "Father, you don't deserve to face this sword." She let go, letting it stand there, upright for everyone to see. Her red lightning crackled around her hand as Clarent was summoned. "Let's see if you're worthy to call yourself his descendant." Wait," Arthur called out, only to go flying back, blocking a blow from Mordred's Clarent. "You call yourself a knight?" Mordred scoffed. "Does any prissy noble these days get to claim that title? Did you find some lord to pay for it? Are you even a real knight?" Mordred walked towards him. Arthur stood back up, dirt covering his face. He seemed to start taking this seriously. His magical power swirled around him, condensing into a form of reinforcement I was unfamiliar with. He held his sword up in a stance, and I noticed a small crack in the blade. "Oh, you got some bite to you? Did I piss you off? Why don't you try to take Caliban back from me?" Mordred laughed. I glanced at Artoria, who just calmly looked on, so I wasn't too worried. Arthur moved much faster, his swing sharp as he attacked Mordred this time. Artoria's knight looked pleased that he took the initiative, but she still had a ruthless smile on her face. She held a single arm out to block his full-powered strike, the shockwave pushing back the surrounding dirt. He followed up with a flurry of attacks as Mordred parried or blocked each other. "His skill isn't half bad," I commented. "You were definitely right there. He's reacting well, and even getting used to her speed and movements as this goes on. Honestly, he probably relied heavily on his weapons in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if it had stunted his growth a bit. Yes, though he lacks power behind each blow, he knows how and when to attack." Artoria nodded. "He has a very solid foundation, though it could use some refinement. I believe he lacks battle with opponents stronger than him who he has to struggle with. Perhaps used to fights he could win easily, or trainers who did not push him far enough. I feel his blade has been a mite sharper since last time, though. He was quick to jump into the fight when his faction attacked. Honestly, he didn't even try to gauge our powers even after showing that we easily dealt with his comrades. Maybe he was a bit inexperienced. If so, then she would be correct. His time doing jobs for Yasaka probably filled out some missing gaps in his abilities. To be honest, I don't know much about the Pendragon family. Are they something you're interested in checking out? I admit I feel a certain responsibility. I remember the words he spoke about his family before, and it does not fill me with joy that my name would be carried on in such a way. I will speak with him more to further understand the details. If need be, I will take a trip there myself and show them the error of their ways." Artorius said resolutely, "Well, you wouldn't be alone." I smiled towards her. "I'll definitely be there with you, and Mordred would refuse to stay away. Artoria let out a small laugh. Yes, Mordred would assuredly show them his displeasure. Is that all you got? Mordred roared, kicking Arthur across the courtyard. If that's it, you'll never be worthy of that name. Arthur scrambled back to his feet, but Mordred gathered her lightning and stomped on the ground, sending a wave of it towards him. He slammed his sword down, trying to shield himself as it washed over him, crackling across his skin as he let out a shout. He growled, standing back up, glaring at Mordred's casual stance. With another roar, he charged at Mordred, gathering a lot of his magical energy onto his sword, slamming it down overhead. Mordred blinked, bring up Clarent to blow with both hands. Actually felt that one. She smirked, both swords struggling against one another. She let out her own shout, swinging Clarent, and shattered his already diminished blade. Arthur stepped back, staring at his destroyed weapon. That was a magic sword created by a famous blacksmith. He let out a sigh as the naked hilt fell to the ground. Uft! Mordred snorted. Like that cheap thing could stand up to my Clarent. She swung her blade onto her shoulder. Arthur looked, defeated. I don't doubt he could still keep going for a while, with much more to show for his efforts, but his heart simply didn't seem in it right now. Who are you? She grinned. I'm Mordred Pendragon, true heir to Camelot, she declared without a hint of hesitation. And you, she leveled her blade with him once more, are going to earn the right to call yourself that name, even if I have to beat it into your body. I turned towards Artoria again, who let out a sigh, though that little smile never left her face. Chapter 238. Stop fidgeting. I huffed, my hand engulfed in a golden light as I healed Arthur's shoulder. Mordred stood nearby, crossing her arms, and continued to glare at him. It wasn't so much hostile, but it was obvious she still looked down on him. What a fucking disappointment. Maybe you should be called Tristan. You have that same woe-is-me fucking annoying look about you. She snorted his disdain, finally turning away to fetch Caliban. Boo-hoo! I fucked up and have to shoulder the consequences. She threw her hands up. I felt Arthur stiffen in my grasp, but his expression didn't change. I paid attention as Mordred easily pulled Caliban from the ground. I didn't know the exact mechanisms of his Caliban, but I did know it had a similar function to not allow anyone unworthy to wield it. Like most powerful weapons here, it had to accept its wielder. Didn't even have the decency to fucking try either. Mordred continued in annoyance. Your footwork was a complete mess. Did no one teach you not to stay flat-footed? I could have skewered you a dozen times while you just stood there with a stupid look on your face. Mordred! Artoria gently called her name. Yeah. Mordred calmed down at her call. Little shit needs to get his head pulled out his ass, or he's just going to continue being useless. Well, leave it to Mordred to not hold her words back. I don't think any of us would say he wasn't talented, but he really didn't look like he put 100% effort into his little spar. Arthur! Artoria turned to him. He perked up a little bit at her gaze. I wish to know more about the Pendragon family. He opened his mouth, then closed it again before letting out a sigh. What do you want to know? Mordred also listened intently, her attention right on the man who took her father's name. Explain the structure of your family, how it came to exist, and what powers it holds. Artoria said simply. Arthur rubbed his eyes, shaking off the dirt from his body. We trace our origins back to King Arthur, as specified by our namesake. I admit to not delving too deep in our archives, but it's what I've been told since I was born, and no one I've met seems to dispute this fact. You do not know from whom you have descended? Artoria questioned. Did King Arthur not have many cousins? How can you be sure you came from him and not his sister? Arthur shrugged. At this point, I don't think anyone cares. The name seemed more important than the honor that should have come with it. Artoria took a deep breath. Continue. We aren't that different than the noble families in this country. He looked lost for a moment before continuing. We've survived by producing some powerful warriors and magicians over the centuries, and we've made sure to keep ties with certain organizations like the church. The great clans, that's a pretty good comparison. I vaguely knew of them as well, 5 great clans that controlled a good portion of this country's supernatural communities on the human side. They had a strained relationship with the Yukai. Yeah, and having a bunch of powerful weapons doesn't hurt either. Mordred added, You speak the truth. Arthur didn't deny. We have many armaments that have been gathered over the years. We'll get to that in a moment. Please continue explaining the family to me. Artoria ushered him back on. There is not much to say about the family itself. It became tradition to name ourselves after our ancestors. He shook his head. I was named Arthur Pendragon when I was born, and my father took up the name of Uther at that time. So they just call the firstborn Arthur Pendragon? Mordred asked incredulously. That's fucking stupid. What if twins are born? What if only a girl is born? What if multiple children are born? Are they just tossed to the side as unimportant? Mordred raises a good point. What are the other children of the family? I am sure that you are not the only one of the recent generations to exist. No, there are several hundred people in our family. He shook his head. And if someone proves to be more talented, they can claim the name and take the position as head of family in time. I've fought off many attempts to claim it for me over the years. How ruthless! Artoria muttered. They created a system that no longer fosters new generations but pits them against each other to create the strongest. There would be no bonds formed, only the lobbying for more power and authority. I could only trust 2 people in the family. Arthur smiled bitterly. Yes, you mentioned your lover and your sister. Artoria sighed, rubbed the bridge of her nose. This sounds like a large mess to deal with. What are their forces like? Allies, or other people that would help them? Mordred asked. They have a tentative alliance with the church, though they often butt heads. They have good relations with the Golden Dawn. My father had my sister, Le Fay, go over to them for her magical studies when she revealed her talent to better foster relations. Arthur explained. Le Fay? Yes, my sister was given that name when her abilities in magic were revealed. Arthur nodded. She was barely a year old and started being able to push and pull the magic in the air subconsciously. At least, that is what I've been told. Impressive. What is this Golden Dawn? Artoria asked. It's a magician association. Arthur rubbed his head. Apologies, I don't know much about them as I never had a talent or inclination to learn more than basic spells. I know a thing or two. I spoke up, drawing their attention. So, the Golden Dawn is a magician's association, obviously. They're one of the most powerful in the world, which is strange, since they're relatively new. Though, based on what Arthur said, I'm guessing your family helped prop them up in their formative years. Yes, we have close ties with them. He nodded again. I can't say anything about the numbers they could gather on a whim, but they are fairly popular and probably have ties all over the world. I tapped my chin and thought. They primarily use the modern magic passed on by Merlin. Modern magic? Please explain the meaning. Artoria asked. I wish to understand the nuance. All right, so devils. I flicked my hand to produce a magic circle. They have something called demonic power that behaves very similarly to magical energy, but is also a bit different. Devil magic basically uses imagination instead of more traditional methods of spellcasting, and demonic energy to actualize everything. If a devil wants to create a fireball, they merely have to imagine it, and their demonic power shapes everything in a way to make it happen. Artoria tilted her head. How come you do not do such a thing? I slumped my shoulders. I have a pitiful amount of demonic power, enough that I couldn't even be detected as a half-devil when I was younger. I basically just use it to ease together the multiple schools of magic I often use to form a coherent whole. If you want to be pedantic about it, I more or less use it as a lubricant so all the moving parts of my other magics work seamlessly. And how does this fit into what is known as modern magic? Artoria continued to question. Well, I'm getting to that. It requires a little bit of backstory. So, devils were created by Lilith and Lucifer through some means. It's not that important. But what is important is that the little spark of creation from being something created originally from Big G's hands, Luckfear had certain concepts of creation inside him that were passed on in the process. Add in the corruption of the process to make evil creatures, and you have demonic power that basically creates the magic that devils desire. Now, it isn't some omnipotent and almighty thing. Otherwise devils would have long overthrown the current stability of the world. I believe I understand now. This demonic power shapes the desires and imagination of the wielder, thus removing a need for more studious thoughts regarding applications. They will it to happen, and their demonic power is drained to facilitate the action. Bingo! I smiled. So that leads us back to modern magic. Merlin, I paused briefly to let the names sink in for them, created modern magic that most humans use, and based it off devil magic. Instead of using the creation concepts intertwined with their heritage, it instead makes use of calculations to bring about the same phenomenon on a more natural level as opposed to forcing certain things into existence. It was a long-winded explanation, but something they should probably know about for the future. And this was about the extent of my knowledge on the subject as well. Jin probably knew more at this point if her habits on gathering information were anything to go by. Artoria nodded along in understanding. I see. Thank you for explaining it to me. She pondered my words for a few moments. The Church, the Golden Dawn, are there any more allies of significance? Not that I am aware of. I wouldn't be surprised if they had hands in a few more places, but I was not privy to the details before I left. Arthur shook his head. And what about powerful armaments? What would be expected should someone siege them? She furrowed her brow. Originally, they possessed Excalibur ruler. Arthur sighed, and I saw Mordred visibly scowl at the mention. I suppose Artoria told her about them. Caliban was their strongest weapon, and I took it with me when I left. Besides those two, they have Gallatin, which my father wields. They have both of King Ban's weapons. That's the adulterer's father, right? Mordred interjected. Yes, that was Lancelot's father. King Ban of Benwick was an early ally of King Arthur. I believe there were two swords, Corchaus and Corisus, a holy and a demonic sword of admirable quality. Artoria stared off with a nostalgic look on her face. I remember that old bastard. Hard to believe the adulterer was related to him. Mordred snorted. What other weapons, Squire? Squire. Arthur blinked. What else do you call someone training to be a proper knight? Mordred scoffed. Arthur just sighed again. Red hilt, the sword of Sir Balin. Artoria let out a long sigh. That sword is nothing but trouble and should be destroyed. The machinations and schemes of fate set about upon men for perceived slights. A cursed sword masquerading as a holy weapon. Sounds like a story. I only vaguely remember him from the stories. I commented. It is a tragic tale full of scheming by inhuman minds. Artoria rubbed the bridge of her nose again. Continue, please. She gestured towards Arthur, who just looked at her in confusion. At this point, Artoria had slipped up and spoken of things with too much familiarity. I'm sure Arthur was utterly confused, even ignoring Mordred's own proclamations. Gareth's ring. Fail not apologies. Those are the only ones I can remember off the top of my head. There are other weapons not from that particular period that they've also gained. And there are also many that we had lost or taken by others. A rondite, for example, is in the hands of a church. And we once had Galahad's sword, rather the sword of David, before it was taken by the church as well. Any fine weapon, such as those in a skilled knight's hands, is something to be wary of. Artoria spoke. While I don't think they were particularly threatening to us, I suppose her mindset was one that considers all variables. Really, that's it? Mordred looked at him. I remember the vaults having hundreds of powerful and magical weapons. These idiots call themselves Pendragon, yet they don't even have a fraction of that. Arthur just looked embarrassed at the accusation. Well, there was a very durable sword I remember using as practice when I was younger. But it doesn't really have a famous name. Otherwise, I don't recall anything specific, though I am positive they have more than what I know of. Well, whoop-de-fucking-do. Mordred scowled. Please tell me we're going to kick their asses. I really want to vent right now. I shrugged. That's up to Artoria and how she wants to handle things. I turned to Arthur. You should be in contact with your sister, right? Yes, I have sent her a message that I am safe and not to worry. Arthur confirmed. That's probably for the best. I pursed my lips. Though, I don't know if Yusaka would be upset if she visited. He has been doing a decent job from what Yusaka said. A reward wasn't something out of reach, but I wouldn't step on her toes in any way. I don't wish her to see me like this. Arthur sighed. She's always looked up to me. I'd rather not shatter that image and hurt her. Fucking coward. Mordred spat out, earning a surprised look from Arthur. What? You want to protect your honor, your pride. You fucking lost any of those when you were involved in kidnapping children. And now you're just pushing away the only family you have, someone that actually cares about you. Mordred looked actually upset, and truth coming from Mordred, She cared in her own way as well. The fact that he was descended from this world's Arthur, I think Mordred also felt a sense of responsibility. Going to be more fucking work than I thought. Mordred grumbled in annoyance. Pardon. Artoria interrupted. Can you please go back to that sword you mentioned? Artoria interjected, with a strange look on her face. Arthur blinked in confusion. Which one? The one you mentioned you wielded as a youth. I merely wish to verify. This sword you spoke of, was it shorter than the standard sword, barely more than a dagger, but weighing several times more with being exceedingly durable? Arthur tilted his head. Yes, how did you? And does it possess an amateurish engraving on the flat of it? It does. Welsh, Cled of Bach. I think it means little sword. Artoria finished. Artoria! I questioned. She bit her lip, a look of sadness visible in her eyes. When King Arthur was but a small child, he wished to finally wield a true sword as he was only allowed wooden ones at the time. He begged Sir Ector many moons for the opportunity, but was denied each time. When his name day approached, he tried once more. He asked Sir Ector, told him that even a little sword would do. It was a gift, with the help of Merlin, and Sir Ector carved that engraving himself. O Artoria, even with all the differences between worlds, there was bound to be similarities. The names of the weapons passed around are enough evidence of this. Artoria closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Thank you for your information, Arthur, she said evenly. I will take into consideration what you have said and decide on our course of action. To decide if we go have a talk with the Pendragon family or not. Well, it was shaping up to be a whole mess, but I didn't think that would deter Artoria if she got the notion in her head. What are you sitting there with that stupid look for? Mordred kicked him. Go get another sword, you idiot. We're nowhere near done yet. She snorted, making Arthur quickly get to his feet to seek out a new weapon. Mordred glanced over to Artoria, who still looked a bit lost. And I think this was her own way of supporting her, as she didn't want Artoria to be seen like this by Arthur. Once Arthur was out of earshot, Mordred spoke again. Father, I'll take care of this dumbass, she said quietly. Artoria smiled warmly at her son. Thank you, Mordred. I will leave him in your capable hands. She glanced at me, and I took that as a cue to follow. She silently reached out and grabbed my hand as we got close. You okay? I asked as we left the courtyard. I am well. I was just taken by surprise, a memory I had not thought about in a long time coming to the surface. She smiled bitterly, shaking her head. I still have no clue what I should do regarding this Pendragon family. She sighed. You're not obligated to do anything. This isn't your world, Artoria. I pointed out. I am aware. She sighed. But I wish to do something. Even if it's not truly related to me, it's a legacy my counterpart left on. I don't wish to see it so, perverted. I have no desire to rush into matters. I will consider my actions wisely before coming to a decision. Whatever you choose, we'll all be right here with you. I squeezed her hand. Yes. She smiled brightly. Well, wanna go see Scat Hack beat up Yasaka's guards? I offered. Artoria let out a laugh at that. I would like that very much. Chapter 239. Interlude 11. Rias Gremory POV. Come on, just a little more. Rias. I just needed to shape it a little bit, feed in my demonic power and force it back into shape. Then, ha! I shouted, throwing my power of destruction away, destroying a few dozen trees. I let out a long breath, falling to the ground. Rias! I heard a shout behind me. Sona! I blinked. When did you get here? I've been calling your name for 15 minutes, Rias. I couldn't get close because you were throwing around your power of destruction. She looked annoyed. I was training. I huffed, trying to stand up, but my legs were still wobbly. I noticed. She snorted, reaching over and helped me up. Rias, look at you, you're a mess. What? Am I supposed to be clean after doing my training? That's not what I mean, and you know it. Sona glared. Look how many cuts you have, and you can barely stand. You're completely exhausted. This can't be healthy to push yourself like this every day. I did just a light workout, then practiced my power of destruction. It's not that big a deal. I waved her off. Rias, are you going to fall if I let go? No. She raised an eyebrow and I looked away. A light workout, huh? What's the big deal? We're supposed to push ourselves to get stronger. I started to get feeling back in my legs. Yes, and it's a gradual process. Destroying yourself every day isn't healthy. Look, your calves are swollen. You've been working yourself to exhaustion, then emptying all your demonic power to the point where you have nothing left. How are you supposed to heal properly if you have absolutely no energy after destroying your body? She gestured around us where the area was completely destroyed. It works, I've gotten better. I wasn't able to put out that much power a couple weeks ago. I pointed out, that's not the point. Sona sighed. We're not humans, Rias. We're a fair bit sturdier than them. However, we also have our own limits, and you're completely ignoring them. I certainly don't fault you for trying to get stronger, but you're being reckless about it. I don't see the issue. I hesitantly took a step away from her arms. See, I'm good. Sona pushed her glasses with a look that said she didn't believe me. She raised a finger and shot a ball of water at my forehead. I immediately fell back down and couldn't get back up. Oh, Rias. Sona sighed again, looking at me before sitting down on the ground next to me. Rias, we're friends. It feels like you're about to break up with me. I shot her a smirk. Rias, I'm being serious. I let out another long sigh. I know, Sona. Just say what you want to say. Rias, why do you think I'm here right now? This is a property your family owns. Why would I just show up? She waved her arms around. Your queen, Aquino, asked me to talk some sense into you. You've been neglecting your other duties, and as soon as you have free time, you've disappeared to train. Why are people getting upset that I'm training? My parents made a huge deal that I was being lazy. Now that I'm not, it's suddenly an issue. I shouted in annoyance. Rias, that's not what everyone's worried about. You constantly come to school covered in bandages, exhausted and sleeping in class. You've pushed your duties off to Aquino and haven't managed the territory at all in a few weeks. I've been busy. I don't have much longer before my marriage is supposed to happen. I scowled. I refuse to marry someone that's not someone I choose. If I have to go through this every day, then I will. After thinking about it, I realized I didn't really hate Riser. Mostly, I hate what he represented, the fact that my choice in a husband was taken from me without my consent. I was supposed to be the heir to the family, and I'm being forced to marry someone against my will. Rias, if you want help with training, I'm always here. I saw you practicing your power of destruction. You know I'm better at control and magic than you are. I would have quite a few ways to help you in that regard. Not to mention, Kaneko and Kiba have a better understanding of the physical portions. Why aren't you using them? That's a good point, though I could only bite my lip in embarrassment. I just wanted to do it on your own. Sona offered. It sounds stupid when said out loud. I sighed. Rias, what's wrong? Sona asked. Nothing's wrong. I pulled my knees in, curling up. I'm just tired of being treated like I'm weak. You know that Riser sent me a letter? Basically, told me that I might as well just get married now and save myself the hassle. While I didn't hate Riser for his part in my forced marriage, I hate that he's an insufferable ass. Since when do you listen to Riser? We've gone to plenty of parties and different gatherings where he runs his mouth, and you usually ignore him. Sona replied, No, you started getting more into your training, but you really started going overboard recently. Is this about Takao Wilhelm again? It's not. I denied. Rias, why are you so hung up on him? I'm not. Rias, it's just, I don't know. I don't know why his situation made me so annoyed. I felt like I did something wrong. If I was nice to him and didn't pretend like he wasn't there, do you think he would have still ran away? I felt like it was my fault, that I should have done something more. And I was so worried about him. Then, he keeps popping up doing these ridiculous things, and it felt like a slap in the face. So your pride was hurt. She looked at me. I can relate in that regard. Don't forget, he blew me up and I will certainly pay him back for that. But you're hung up on him in a different way. No. Maybe. I don't know. I sighed. It was difficult to put into words. I know it's stupid. I felt like it's not fair. How long had he been training for? He's only been aware of the supernatural for weeks, months. And now we find out he fought a god and walked away. What the hell have I been doing my whole life? No one could even answer me on how he got so strong. It's like it just happened overnight, and they're all confused too. He won't even talk to us at this point, not that I could blame him. I could literally take a bus to where he's staying, but I know I'd be kicked out immediately. It took some work to find out what actually happened with Okita, since everyone was trying to keep the rumors from being spread. I only knew that they fought each other, and Wilhelm was the winner. There's even rumors of him using the power of destruction. I buried my head into my arms. The images are blurry, but it looked kinda similar. I said quietly, he wasn't supposed to be able to do that. And if he can even do that, then what am I even worth? Rias. Sona put a hand on my shoulder. I know what you're going to say. I sighed again. I know it's stupid and all that it's just. I feel that way about my sister sometimes. Sona interjected. It seems like no matter how hard I try, she's always so far ahead of me in everything, and it looks so easy for her. She prances around dressed up like she does, handles all her duties to my begrudged admiration, and still is so strong that I can't even put it into words. How am I supposed to match up to that? I knew that Sona had some envy towards Serafal, but I didn't realize they extended that far. I want to be better. I muttered. I feel like a joke and I hate it. I used to be so proud of my title. Being called the crimson-haired ruined princess, it made me feel special. Now, though, it feels like people are laughing at me when it's mentioned. Then let's be better. She smiled. I know what I need to work on, but you need to start using your peerage better. There's no excuse for how much you've ignored them. Ugh, I know. I groaned. Mom and Dad already got after me about that a while ago. I guess I just got so caught up in my own stuff that I never bothered to even care about it. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. How is your family? Sona inquired. Better, I guess. If it could be called that. Brother's not acting weird much anymore. It was strange to see him like that. I think Grafia finally talked some sense into him. Though, it's still a bit of a sore subject around him, and he just goes silent whenever it's mentioned. I'm sure the rumors going around aren't helping that. Sona muttered, and it wasn't ever something we could have hidden. At this point, the whole underworld knows about Wilhelm and the fact that he fought Susanoo. A lot of people are asking about him. I can't even browse thedevil.net without people talking about him. People asking questions why he wasn't seen around us, why he's never been spotted in the underworld. It wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together. What are we even supposed to say? Sorry, you know that son of a current Lucifer, the one who fought a literal god. Yeah, we fucked that up and he doesn't like us, sorry. And the old Satan faction was using it as an opportunity to drag us through the mud. It's even more ridiculous considering that they despise half-devils. I've been hounded a few times myself. I ran a hand through my hair, removing some dirt. Sarorg actually asked about him too, wanted to go meet him. Oh, Satans, that would only end up badly. What? You think they'd not like each other and fight or something? I asked. No, I think they get along well, and then get into a fight for fun. She deadpanned. That musclehead is, admittedly, very likable in his bluntness, so I'm sure they get along if Wilhelm wasn't so distant. Distant? I guess that's one way to say it. He ran away from us and refused to even respond to any letters. Mom said she sent him one, and he's yet to respond, so there's very little hope on that front. No use in thinking about it now. I looked up at the sky. The clouds were starting to get a little dark. I should probably head back. You okay? She asked with concern in her eyes. I can help you if you want. I can walk on my own now. I slowly stood up. Besides, if my peerage saw you carrying me in, they'd just worry even more. I shook my head. Before you go, I did have something to talk about, in regards to being the other overseer of the city. Got a call from Serafal. We're not allowed to leave Kuo for the time being. Besides going back to the underworld, that is. I blinked at that. What? Yeah, she said that it isn't a good time to be interacting with the Yukai right now, or rather, anyone under the Shinto umbrella. And I don't have to say to not go over to Kyoto, right? I let out an indignant huff. I'm not stupid. I crossed my arms. Though, I heard Grafia offhandedly say that brother considered that at some point. I'm not going to go over there and start shouting for Wilhelm. I rolled my eyes. It isn't just that. She stated. I'm talking about the political aspect. Wilhelm fought a god, Rias. That isn't something anyone can ignore. He went from some nobody to front and center on the world stage. And from what I've understood, and some hints from Serafal, He's thrown his lot in with the Yukai faction. Yeah, I read some stuff about Wilhelm and Yasaka being in a relationship. I thought over what she said. I guess they went from some third-rate faction that needed the backing of the Shinto pantheon to being something we have to keep an eye on. It wasn't really a secret that they weren't very powerful. Their strongest were their two leaders that each ruled over half of Japan's Yukai. Yet, neither of them would be a real match against any of our Satans. Throw Wilhelm into that mix, and suddenly they have a lot more weight to throw around. It's not just him either. Sona looked hesitant to say anything. Serafal told me a secret, so don't go spreading it around. There was talk about someone who was supposed to be dead popping up in Kyoto alongside him. Someone supposed to be dead? That isn't really weird, don't we have? No. I mean dead. Not reincarnated or anything like that. As in this person was supposed to have been killed during the Great War, and it was well known. Who? I was a little curious now. She sounded really serious. How good is your Irish mythology? Specifically, the Ulster cycle. I gave her a dry look. Seriously, you need to keep up with other factions more, Rias. You're going to be the head of your family at some point. You can't be ignorant of these powers. One of theirs is in the top 10 strongest in the world, someone who can fight your brother with the possibility of winning. She glared at me. Luff right. Satans, all teased you know that. She sighed. All right, so who's this mystery person? Scathack, the woman who trained Luffa's son, the Irish Hercules, and one of the few people in the world who claimed the title of Godslayer. There was a moment of silence as she waited for my response. I only vaguely remember the name. Damn it, Rias. Soan face-bombed. Go read when you get back. Fine. I huffed, sticking my tongue out at her. I brushed myself off, even if I still looked like a mess. Can you create a teleport circle for me? I'm kinda out of juice here, I said sheepishly. Sona broke out into a fit of giggles before creating one on the ground. I stepped out into the clubroom back at school. I saw my peerage all looking at me. Rias! Bucho! Senpai! Several shouts rang out and I realized how much I made them worry. Everyone's here. I gave them a smile. Sona managed to talk some sense into you? Akino crossed her arms with a huff. Yeah, I sighed. We had a talk, and I realized I wasn't going about this the right way. Good. Akino smiled before stepping over and wrapping me up in a hug. It was getting horrible having to deal with all the paperwork. Oh, you're still doing that? I deadpanned. You did such a good job managing everything. Think of it as a promotion. I patted her shoulder with a smile. No, Rias. Akino began to cry on my shoulder. There. I'll send you over to Sona for lessons on how to manage everything. She just cried harder, but my smile couldn't be bigger. Tease me, will you? Rias, okay? Kaneko asked, and I had to resist the urge to rub her head. I'm good, just a bit tired. I reassured her before looking at both Issei and Kiba, who were a bit more reserved. Well, I think Issei just didn't know how to react without shouting, and Kiba seemed to be acting as his minder. I let out a sigh before taking some heavy steps over to the sofa. All right, everyone, I have some things to talk about. This is mostly for you, Issei, since you're relatively new. I adopted an even smile, even if I felt a little bit anxious talking about it. I have an arranged marriage, and the wedding date is coming up. What? Issei blurted out. Yes, I said dryly. As you might expect, I'm not too happy about it myself. I'll be challenging it, but it'll come down to a rating game. I've been throwing myself at my training since. I paused but let out another sigh. Ever since I saw Wilhelm fight, I couldn't help it, but Sona pulled me out of my slump. Hard to believe that he was sitting in class here not that long ago. Kiba muttered. I even got some inspiration for my sacred gear based on what I saw him doing. Strong. Kaneko said simply. That handsome. I'll get stronger than him, then I'll build my own harem. How dare he take those foxy a pay for himself? Issei exclaimed. Of course he'd focus on that. Maybe I shouldn't have given him access to the devil.net? But it was a weird thing to think about, how I technically have a great niece now, even if it wasn't by blood. And it just further added to my depression with how I was so ambivalent towards him before. I'll never be able to pet the cute fox now. So, I decided to carry on. We're going to train, and we're going to win. It'll be our debut and I want everyone to see how amazing you all are. I turned to Kiba. You have a better grasp of physical training, so I want you to think up a training regime for us in that aspect. Will do, Bucho. Kiba nodded. Akino. I called out. Here, Rias. She stood up straight. You're the best one here when it comes to magic and control. I want you to create a training regime to help all of us better control our demonic power. I'm too used to throwing mine around without a second thought. Issei here is a completely newbie, which is admittedly my fault. Kaneko is too used to using it just to punching things out of existence. We need to learn to use it more efficiently. I'll get started. I clapped my hands. Riser Phoenix, he's the man who's our target. Right now, our biggest weakness is our stamina. The Phoenix clan have the most ridiculous regeneration, so they can simply wait us out. While we can't play that game, we can at least minimize how effective it is while devising strategies. I looked around the room once more. Issei, you have a secondary job. You're going to read up on all the information I give you about raiding games alongside everyone else familiarizing themselves with the public knowledge about Riser and his peerage. I neglected him for too long. I can only hope that these next few months are enough to whip him into fighting shape. Maybe I should see about Kaneko using her true power and Akino using her fallen angel half before the game. And then there's Gasper. So much to do. Still, it felt good. Before, I was barely making progress, even as I collapsed after my training each time. But for some reason, I felt like I had now taken a bigger step forward now. Maybe seeing Wilhelm like that, it was just the kick I needed. Chapter 240. I hummed to myself as I walked with a little pep in my step. It had been a rather hectic few days, with everyone running around. It had been tiring, but the good kind of tiring since we had gotten so much done. It sucked that we were constantly on the move dealing with things, but it's starting to slow down now. For a bit, it was difficult to get everyone in the same room. However, that's mostly coming to an end now. We cleared out a lot of problems that were plaguing Yasaka. Random idiots roaming around and causing trouble. Some other issues with certain resources that were needed as well. By no means was everything fixed, but the situation was certainly stabilized now. I'd only seen some of the paperwork that Yasaka had to deal with, and I did not envy her having to manage a faction like this. We had enough of a lull in actionable measures that needed to be taken to the point where we could begin planning a bigger operation. And for that, I found myself staring up at the multitude of colors that ran through the colored rooms, Meridia's realm. Odd, I muttered, noticing the distinct lack of Meridia, even as I appeared in the overlapped space that was her throne room that resided within her realm. The throne in of itself served no purpose, as she had almost a complete omnipotent control of her realm, and this wasn't even a centralized location as it was pretty desolate. I knew that there were beings that resided her, worshippers, and such that pledged themselves to Meridia. Perhaps she allowed audiences from this place. Oh well, I took the seat for myself, a curious thought on how it felt to sit there. And it was surprisingly comfortable. I think Meridia did something to it to make it more pleasant to sit in. It didn't take long for Meridia to pop back over. I don't think there would normally be any indication I could have sensed, yet she appeared with a noticeable sound. Probably for my own benefit. My lips curled up as she raised an eyebrow, obviously looking at me in her throne. This is a nice seat. I think I'll keep it. I sat up straighter. Will you now? She crossed her arms. I declare myself the new ruler. I stated, You may bow before my majesty. Oh, are you? And what commands do you have for your majesty? She said dryly. I cleared my throat. Listen, hear me and obey. Don't you dare. She interrupted me, her face turning bright red. Why, you're not allowed to bring that up anymore. She huffed cutely. Do you have any idea how embarrassed I was? Remembering how I first met Meridia, it always brought a smile to my face. Honestly, I can only remember how cute you were. She let out another indignant huff, turning her head slightly. You always spout the most ridiculous things. She pursed her lips, walking towards me. Now, get your rear out of my throne, you silly man. How about we share? I offered, patting my lap. You will merely use this as an excuse to molest my legs. Yup! You do not even deny it anymore. Your perversions just continue. She sounded against it, but she plopped down in my lap with an almost expectant look on her face. My hands already found her thighs, running up and down their length. You dangle these in front of me and expect me to sit still? I whispered. You still say you didn't seduce me the first time we met, huh? I did no such thing. You just take a perverse enjoyment in teasing me. She huffed, cheeks still maintaining a light red. If it were not so endearing, I would have slapped you out of oblivion by now. She grumbled, how my heart beats faster at your touch. I do not understand. And when you say things like that, it just makes it harder and harder to hold back. My hands made their way up the edge of her dress, pulling it up to reveal a bit more. I could hear her breathing hitch as I brushed against her inner thigh. Oh my, no undergarments, huh? Why would I bother with such a thing? She muttered. There is only one man in existence who is allowed to even approach me in such a way, let alone have the gall to undress me as he wishes. So I can undress you as I wish, I kissed her neck, nudging down the collar of her robes. Cease your lecherous touching. If you continue any further, her voice went very quiet. You came to fetch me, yes? I do not wish for the others to see me in such an embarrassing state after you have thoroughly. She didn't finish, opting to huff and burying her head into my chest. After we've what? I teased her. You're going to make me say it, aren't you? The feeling of her melting in my arms, it was addicting. Something could be said for having such a powerful woman act like this for me. You know me so well. After we make love, she whispered. I wrapped my arms around her instead of my continued groping. I could feel her heart beat as we enjoyed the moment of silence. Even if I knew this form of hers was created from her own whims, it still was enough for me to feel the affection she gave off. As much as I love doing this, I can feel how much you enjoy this right now as it is pushing against my rear. She deadpanned. We should probably head over. Very well. Though I do not think I am needed. I am unable to bring my full force over there as I cannot leave my realm vacant, otherwise the others would notice. Not to mention, my power being displayed in any capacity may be more trouble than it's worth. Meridia, it's fine. I reached out, rubbing her hand. You just being there means enough to everyone. Fine. She huffed again, something she tended to do to hide her emotions. Let us depart. At that, I scooped her up into my arms and stood up. Don't you dare. She squeaked out. Wilhelm. She had the bright red hue back on her cheeks as I opened a new portal and stepped through. We stepped out into the training area. The sounds of painful whines filled the courtyard. Oh, quit your crying, you little girls. I thought I was training some elite guards, and what did I get? A bunch of chicks barely out of the nest. Scat began to berate them as she kicked a Tengu to the side. She paused in her beatings, training, and looked at us. Her gaze landed on Meridia, who stared back. Scat lips curled up and Meridia huffed, turning to a scowl herself, though her bright red cheeks never dissipated. Are you happy? You once again bring me unbearable embarrassment. She pushed her head into my chest to hide her face. How am I supposed to show my face after such nonsense? I can't help it. Teasing you gives me life. You're horrible. Release me. Her words muffled. I wish to walk this world for a few moments. I set her down and she shot me a glare, crossing her arms with a pout. I held my hand out to her and she pursed her lips, letting out another huff before taking it in hers. She'd been here before, but never really looked around. It was her first true time being out of her universe that wasn't at my home. She reached down and touched the grass, just a pure curious action as she gabbed some dirt between her fingers. It feels so similar. That was pathetic. Scat roared, sending another few Tengu flying away as several more tried to attack her. She is quite relentless, Meridia muttered. That she is. I gave her hand a squeeze, earning back her attention. You know, you're allowed to come here whenever you want. And not just here, anywhere you want. I may make use of that in the future. There are so many things I have yet to discover, which is odd for me. I am very old, and for the first time in a very long time, I have something new to explore. She looked up and leaned in, quickly kissing me. Meridia wasn't one for doing stuff like that in person, so it only served to reinforce her intent. You have given me a great gift. Even if I am unable to partake very often, I will enjoy experiencing these new places. As long as she was happy, that's all that really mattered. If you're not going to use your legs properly, then I'll cut them off. Scat shouted. No, I'm sorry. The Tengu shouted. Be sorry in the corner. She tossed him into the wall. Is this truly an effective training method? Meridia asked. She's actually pointing out their flaws and following it up with a painful reminder. She escalates if they continue to make the same mistakes. I replied, Aha! A painful cry sounded out. And what lesson did that one just learn after getting kneed in the groin? I think he tried to aggressively flirt with her the other day. I tilted my head. A pivotal lesson then. She nodded in approval. Young lord. I turned my head, seeing Soma fly down before us, respectfully bowing his head. And, Lady Meridia? He said hesitantly. Yes. Meridia picked up on it and confirmed her identity. Lady Yasaka is awaiting you both. Shall I lead the way after fetching Lady Scat-Hack? He offered. No need, I am here. Scat-Hack walked over. This lot is already done for the day. She turned back to them. These pitiful excuses for warriors get off early since they can't handle my full training regime. She snorted before turning back to us. That bad? I asked. Oh no, they're actually doing quite well. But they are an arrogant lot, so any praise would swell their heads. She laughed. Ha! Soma here is one of the best learners of the group. Scat-Hack looked at our escort. Give it a few years, and he would be in what they call ultimate class. You overpraise me, Lady Scat-Hack. He bowed his head. He had a good attitude, makes training him easier. She nodded in approval. That's pretty high praise from her. And ultimate class was nothing to dismiss, even if the group has such a wide margin that it included gods and random other species inside. I look forward to your lessons tomorrow. He had a small smile on his face. It is a rare privilege to be trained by such an illustrious figure. Scat-Hack let out another laugh. This one will continue to sing my praises even as I plant my foot into his kidneys. She turned to me. Why does my man not treat me the same, Because you're a sadist. I offered. Yes, and it seems you're a masochist for all these beatings you invite. She snorted, sneaking a quick kiss on my cheek. Soma didn't react. I think at this point, most people here knew that Scat-Hack was my woman, along with the others. Though, there were a few troublemakers who didn't seem to quite understand that a few days ago, i.e. the idiot who was still crying on the ground. Meridia, it is good to see you outside. Scat-Hack smiled towards her. Yes, it is hard to escape my duties, but I find myself excited when, outside. She chose her words carefully around other people. I can relate. I spent so long performing my own duties that coming outside was almost overwhelming. She let out a content sigh. But I believe I have held us up long enough. I am sure that Artoria is pacing around impatiently. All right, let's go. I smiled. I shall lead the way. Soma gestured to follow. You're finally here. It was Rin who spoke up first, arms crossed, staring at us as we entered a room in a more secured part of Yasaka's estate. I looked around to see pretty much everyone here. Even the two wayward servants had been dragged in. I gave a nod towards them that they reciprocated in kind. My lessons carried on longer than I had anticipated. Scat-Hack replied, Are my men doing good then? Yasaka asked. Their performance has had a noticeable improvement from day to day. I have never trained any yokai before this experience, but I can't help but wonder if they have an inherent adaptation that allows them to facilitate such growth. That's an interesting thought. I rubbed my chin. Perhaps their origins being linked to imagination, and as such lends itself to the ability to go beyond perceived boundaries easier with a bit of pressure. I voiced my thoughts out loud. Wilhelm, you're getting distracted. Meridia lightly poked me. Right. I pushed the distracting thoughts away. Sorry, ignore me. If only we could, Rin said dryly. I blew her raspberry. Everyone is here. Artoria took our attention. Ryder, Archer, thank you both for participating. She said to the other two servants. Yeah, no problem. Achilles smiled. Sounded pretty interesting anyways, but the pay sounds good too. And we would gladly help. Atlanta rolled her eyes at him. If nothing else, we do owe a debt that should be repaid. Kinda curious what they've been up to since I hadn't heard a peep about them recently. Artoria gestured to the large table set up in the middle of the room. We have a few pictures of our target, the castle that houses the Pendragon family. She unfurled the large images for everyone to see. Kyrie, who was next to Mordred, let out a whistle. Just from the structural point of view, that looks pretty impressive. It's probably protected by every magical defense under the sun. That is correct. Arthur, who was keeping quiet in the back, spoke up, eyes turning to him. The Pendragon family has close ties to the Golden Dawn, so defenses around the castle are some of the best in the world. How could we talk in? Mordred asked. Oh, I can probably answer this. Jin perked up. I've been reading over some of the more common magics practiced around here, and from what I've seen and what I've been told, they should be a bit stronger than the Millennia castle you experienced. I did tell her about how well her dust bombs turned out. So, I'll just blast it with my noble phantasm. Mordred crossed her arms. And potentially kill everyone inside? I replied. In another situation, the more direct method would have been the preferred one. Artorius stated, but as it stands, there are 2 people we wish to remove from the castle without harm, which takes the priority. Yes, I have confirmed through my sister that they are both within the castle at the moment. However, I did not ask for specifics as I did not know if Le Fay was being monitored. Arthur explained. A rescue mission then. Kyrie grunted. Makes things more complicated. Yes, I am confident that many of us could siege the castle by ourselves, but I do not wish to leave anything to chance. I hope for this to be meticulous and quick. I wish them to surrender or be incapacitated in as little time as possible, and perhaps leave as many alive as we can. She added on with a strange look on her face. Yes, and there is the possibility of escalation beyond what you would prefer. Yasaka began to speak. Pushed into a corner, it's possible they call in reinforcements from the church. Aren't the church and them allies? Shouldn't they help regardless? Rin asked. Only on the surface. Arthur spoke up again. The church is more likely to fish in troubled waters than help the Pendragon family. Given the opportunity, they would absorb them to empower themselves. So, same old church as usual. Kyrie snorted. Never did like working with exorcists. Worst case scenario, heaven becomes involved and then it becomes a large mess. Yasaka added, if that happens, I don't think I would escape their gazes either due to our relations. I may have to play a few cards to dissuade them from pushing any matters. However, that is very unlikely, but it should be noted as a possibility. And I would hate for the Shinto pantheon to also get involved as a result. Oh, you got card to play against heaven. I quirked an eyebrow. Why yes, thanks to you. That young woman with the blade, blacksmith sacred gear. Heaven may be willing to bargain for her either for her identity or her sacred gear. Yasaka replied, oh, forgot about them. I guess she did still have most of them stashed away. It has been a while since I've been involved in such a military operation. Reika spoke up for the first time. What are your plans, Artoria? I wish to attempt negotiations. She sighed. I know it will probably not provide any results, but I cannot simply attack without trying. The look on her face, it really probably grated on her. I could see how much this family was upsetting her by how they operated. But she had her pride as a knight. If words could solve a problem, she would attempt them. Whatever you want, we'll back you up. I answered. Thank you. She muttered. And please remember, that part of the reason for this approach is so we can settle this as quietly and quickly as possible. That's right. Yasaka nodded. You all may be able to get up and run around, but you're known to be associated with me and I'm stuck here. So any consequences will fall on me if things become too chaotic. So, got an attack plan? You said the defenses are probably really strong, and we can't just noble phantasm our way through them. So, how are we taking down the defenses? I made a little something when Artoria spoke to me a few days ago. Jin perked up, withdrawing a strange contraption from her storage bracelet. Based on my first dust bombs, I made Wilhelm. You made those? Mordred blinked. Those were amazing. Can I get some later? Jin giggled. I'd be happy to make you some. Joy! Artoria muttered under her breath, but didn't interrupt. These are infused with gravity dust. Jin continued on. I have 4 in total, and they link up with one another after being activated. They're going to bombard the barriers with different gravitational anomalies at the same time, which should disrupt the defenses. Oh, that's smart. Rin snapped her fingers, distorting the gravity around the area in 4 different ways. I highly doubt their defenses are equipped to manage that. they'll probably be unable to compensate and crumble under the constant shifting. Indeed, their defenses were probably created in mind to withstand a siege, not a fundamental shift in the world around it at different wavelengths all at the same time. As I said, securing the two people inside is the priority. Artoria reiterated. Arthur's sister, for whom we have a picture. She placed it on the table for everyone to see. She wore a cute witch's hat, had the urge to get her head pats, and made that as of significance to him as well. She placed another picture down. Elaine Westcott. Both are apparently skilled in magic, so be aware of that in case they mistake you for enemies. All right, can't wait to kick their ass. Mordred smirked. I wouldn't mind seeing their combat abilities as well. Scathack shared a similar look. Tell me where you require me to be, I shall follow your lead. I didn't really feel the need to mention that this would bring attention onto all of them. I'd already blown that open a bit with my whole mess, but they were still relatively unknown. But they're able to make their own decisions, and I wouldn't dissuade them from the paths they chose at this point. One thing's for sure as I glanced at Artoria. The Pendragon family was in for a rough time. We will move in the morning, Artoria stated. Chapter 241. It was weirdly tense. Not weird in the sense that everyone was geared up and ready for a fight, but because it was serious, for lack of a better word. Hey, Mordred, I greeted the knight, leaning on the wall next to her. Sup? She nodded. You all good? She asked. More or less, I said with a small shrug. Made sure to hand out potions to everyone and other things that might be needed. The necromancer wouldn't stop gushing over that bracelet you gave him. Mordred snorted. They're pretty rare back home. You like yours? I asked. She held up her right hand. It's all right, I guess, she said quietly. I'm just glad you didn't make it all sparkly and shit like the others. I'd take that as her liking it. You seem pretty calm, no anticipation? I inquired. She grunted. If I had my way, I'd have just smashed my way in. But I'm used to how Father does things. Even if most of us could probably take the castle by ourselves, he will make sure everyone is as safe as possible. A proper strategy to mitigate any losses. She waved her hand flippantly. With so many servants, and whatever the fuck you are, we don't really have to worry much. Yeah, that does sound like Artoria. She wouldn't underestimate the enemy when she was commanding people. I blinked for a moment. Wait, the hell you mean, whatever the fuck I am? Father told me what you've been up to. You tell me what you are. She raised an eyebrow. I opened my mouth and closed it. Fuck you. I shot back. Thought so. She looked rather smug. You know what? What, you gonna cry? She smirked. I ignored her attempt at getting to me. You look cute in that outfit. The corners of my lips curled up, and I crossed my arms staring right at her. She twitched. Eat a dick. She huffed before pausing and looking back at me. Don't you dare say anything. What? I'm not saying anything. I admit I almost replied instinctively about Artoria. And well, my dick. You were fucking thinking it. She pointed at me. Damn right I was. Asshole. Bitch. Heh. She let out a laugh with a small smile forming on her face, one I couldn't help but share. I was glad she was looking as happy as she was. She was now spending time with Artoria, and it seemed like many bridges were starting to get mended. Where's Kyrie? I asked. Said something about staring some coffee in his thingy, now that he can bring it with him. Mentioned that he's had too many missions that turn from quick combat into waiting for days. She shrugged. Don't understand the appeal, don't really like coffee. You're disowned. I deadpanned. Oh, fuck off. She rolled her eyes. I shot her a smirk. Anything you need? Nah, I'm pretty good. Well, and I guess Artoria would like to be the one to supply her with anything she needed. An opportunity to act like a parent, I suppose. After this is over, you consider asking Artoria to go shopping with you? She could probably do with some more essentials, now that she's settling down. You think she'd want to do that? Mordred gave it some thought. I think she'd be absolutely delighted. She just looked thoughtful at the notion, and I didn't push it anymore. I pat her shoulder. Going to make some rounds while we wait. Holler if you need anything. All right. She nodded, a look of thanks on her face. I took that as a cue, and went towards my servant who was being a bit quiet off to the side. Everyone else was more or less occupied. either doing their own things or talking with each other, but Reika looked a bit out of place. Yusaka was happily chatting with Jin about something. The other servants were trading stories, and Mordred met back up with Kairi, and they looked to be discussing something as well. Really, the only one absent was Meridia, for obvious reasons. Maybe I should surprise her and bring everyone to visit? Hey there! I wrapped her up from behind. Master! Reika smiled, already having seen me approach. You okay? I rested my chin on her shoulder. I am okay, Master. She smiled. I am merely reminiscing about certain things and felt a bout of sadness. It has been a long time since I've participated in something like this. The Grail War was not quite the same. I'm more prone to the blunt force method myself, so this should be interesting. I can't help it that just overbearing force was usually the path of least resistance. Okay, maybe I skew those decisions. Also, I'm usually the one calling the shots, so to speak. Should be a nice change of pace. Well, a change of subject to ease her mind a bit. I'm sure this was bringing back both fond and sad memories. So, how was watching Kunu? She brightened up immediately. She is wonderful. Reika gushed. All the children in her class wouldn't stop fussing over me once I introduced myself. And Kunu just continued to bring me around and made me involved in anything she could. Reiku had taken shifts of guard duty at her school. It's no wonder that she became familiar with everyone there. It also meant that Yusaka's guards had a rotating shift for Scat Haka's training. She even calls me Auntie now. Reiku had the brightest smile on her face before shifting to something resembling hesitance. Master, Wilhelm. She used my name, which she doesn't do often. If I ask for something, would you grant your mother her desire? If it's within my ability, I'd do anything to make you happy. I said without hesitation. She bit her lip, but looked a bit happier. Your mother is happy. She shifted, kissing me on the cheek. Well, she didn't seem to want to talk about it for the moment, so I wouldn't push. She's my woman, so it's my duty to help her any way I can. I'm happy that you're happy. I mimic her, giving a quick kiss on her cheek. It was only a few moments later that Artoria and Rin finally came down the stairs, grabbing everyone's attention. Rin was well equipped, in similar stuff she used to adventure in Skyrim, but there were some clear differences. She even noticed my gaze and smirked a little. Really? Schweinorg, checking me out so blatantly? Funny, I said dryly. I like the armor, though. I can more or less parse what you did. I rubbed my chin, admiring the gems embedded all around the leather armor. Must have cost a fortune. I almost cried until I saw how much I still had left. She acknowledged. Should keep me pretty safe, with my aura and everything. Yes, the priority is everyone's safety. Artoria added. I assume everyone has been distributed supplies in case of an emergency. I took care of it. I gave her a smile. Achilles walked over, stretching his arms as he took his steps. Time to head out. I've been looking forward to a little workout. Most jobs, so far, had been some mindless fodder that mostly terrorized the normal people. Indeed, in the event that negotiations break down, which I suspect they will, she said with a sigh, we will begin our attack. I would like to remind everyone that disabling our foes should be the first priority when engaging. Yeah. Don't kill the idiots, got it? Achilles said nonchalantly. Beyond Achilles' comment, Artoria seemed to take the silence as a committal. Jen, if you would, please. All right, I have the dust bombs here for everyone. Haven't thought of a name beyond that yet. She had the devices that looked much different than what I had used previously float in front of her. Kairi took one. I took another. Artoria took the third, and Jin held the last one. I also have these for the signal. She passed out 4 similar-looking devices. Red means aboard. Green means set the bombs off. She tilted her head for a moment. And I guess they technically aren't bombs because they don't explode in the normal way. Thank you, Jin. Artoria held hers between her fingers. I assumed hers was the one that would send the signal. I expect everyone to behave themselves as befitting of their names and honor. She looked around the room. And one final reminder, they will possess what is known as ultimate class fighters. This should be on the higher end of combat strength available to an organization like this. Oh, sounds exciting. Achilles perked up. Can I call dibs on the idiot who calls himself Uther? Mordred asked. Please do not take my father lightly. Arthur, who was silent and held to the back, spoke up for the first time. He does not rule over the family without being the strongest among us, and his weapon is not one to take lightly as well. I advise that we change the strategy to nighttime where he is weakened. Gallatin, I suppose it empowers itself and the wielder with the sun's embrace. It would make sense from a strategic standpoint, but that wasn't what Artoria was going for in this operation. That will be unneeded. I shall personally handle your father. Artoria stated. Well, there goes my chance. Mordred huffed. Arthur let out a sigh, knowing he had no real sway. Just be careful. My family has collected many strange and powerful items over the centuries and from all over the world. I don't know what things he had set up in case our castle was ever attacked. Your concerns are acknowledged. She nodded to him. I doubted anyone faulted him here. He didn't quite understand how much power was gathered in this place. Artoria swept her gaze around the room. Any questions? With no one speaking up, her eyes landed on Yasaka. Then we are ready to proceed. Thank you, Yasaka, for providing the location. It was no trouble. She smiled. I can't join you for the obvious reason. She chuckled. But I wish you all luck. Just in case, I will have things prepared in case of an emergency. She glanced at me. And I'll be keeping Kunu from being suspicious. She'd probably wonder where everyone went since she's been in almost non-stop contact with at least one of us for the past several days. Yeah, better to not make her worry. Then we are ready, Wilhelm, if you would. She looked at me. I waved my hand, opening 4 separate portals. Scathach smiled, walking straight into hers, leading to the northern end of the castle out of sight. Following behind her was Mordred and Kyrie. I sent a nod to them as they disappeared. Second was Atlanta, and Achilles accompanied by Jin, the latter of which practically jumped through the portal. Oi! I called out to the rider servant. Watch out for her. Achilles looked at me and tapped his fist to his chest before following her along with Atlanta. I don't know why, but I felt the most protective of Jin out of all my girls. I knew it wasn't that rational, considering she's extremely old and had a vast array of magical knowledge at her disposal, but sometimes these things just aren't rational. I believe it is our turn. Artoria stated towards Arthur, who would be accompanying her. Hey! I reached out to my girlfriend. We're all just a shout away. She smiled brightly, standing up on her toes and lightly kissing me before turning towards her portal. We will most likely meet under conflict. Please look after Rin, she stated before walking through, Arthur following behind. Saber, Rin grumbled. Oh, she just cares about you. I nudged her shoulder. Right, Reiku? I glanced at my servant. The bond you share with your servant is admirable. Her words are those of concern about someone she dares about. Reiku praised, stepping through our portal. Let's go, Artoria's waiting. I pulled on her arm. Fine. She huffed. Let's get this over with. We stepped through as I closed the portals behind us, the grass beneath our feet indicating we were at a new location. And the target of ours, just in the distance, a large castle that stood upon the horizon. Artoria Pendragon POV. It had been a long while since I had been to my homeland's countryside. I had lived with Rin at the clock tower for some years, but we had rarely ventured out of the city we resided in. Keep a level head. From what you have spoken, your father will say things to create a reaction out of you. I advised my ward. He reminded me of Mordred in some aspects and Agravain in others. He was usually the sort to be calculative, precise in their actions, yet he still possessed that side of him that could be riled up just as Mordred. Mayhaps that was merely his youthfulness acting up. I am fully aware of my father's tricks, Arthur stated as he fiddled with the hilt of the sword at his waist. I will have to remember to find a sword for him. I am sure we could salvage something of good quality after the fighting had settled. As I had given Mordred Caliban, I felt responsible for providing him with an adequate weapon. While I did not believe his punishment was close being to over, it would be prudent he have something that could keep him alive for his jobs that Yasaka sent him on. I glanced at my ward once more. He said he would keep calm, yet it was clear to my experienced eyes that he was forcibly keeping his nervousness at bay. Tell me of your father's strongest knights. I would see to distract him from his wandering mind. There are 3, and they took up the names of Gawain, Lancelot, and Agravain. Arthur replied, Agravain is responsible for the castle's defenses and usual strategies, and I am unsure of what he's gotten up to over the years. He tends to stay to himself, but I've heard rumors that his skills are only below the other two. He's always been a bit creepy, if I were to be honest. So I don't know much about him, since I've always stayed out of his way. Gawain and Lancelot, what separates them from the remainder of your family? I inquired. Gawain has a sacred gear, Beast Stampede. It isn't one of significance, but it has the ability to allow him to shift his body into various animal parts, the highest level of which is able to mimic a dragon. I nodded along. I had known this information already, but it seemed to calm him down. And Lancelot? Lancelot is a master swordsman, as well as having mastered the use of what they call tuki in Japan. Arthur explained. He's the only one able to match my father in pure skills. He added after a moment. Those are just the very top. The family has other strong fighters and some powerful magicians. As we approached further upon the castle, I came to a stop, holding my arm out to stop Arthur from taking another step forward. We are here. The castle is right over there, shouldn't we? It appears that the defenses of the castle are quite powerful. Another foot forward, and you would have entered their domain. I stated, sensing the boundary of the first layer of barriers. I could not admit to any expertise in the magical arts, but my ability to sense magical energy was quite good due to my draconic nature. Prepare yourself, I will be drawing their attention. I gave him a moment before placing my hand forward, just enough to enter the established boundary line. With a thought, I flared my magical energy high enough that I believed Wilhelm and the others would even be able to sense it. Arthur stared in surprise as my magical energy flowed across the barrier, showing it for a brief moment to the naked eye. Another lesson he will be needing to learn. I wondered if Mordred's master would be interested in tutoring Arthur in how to deal with magical defenses and routing mages. He could do with learning from an experienced freelancer, as Kyrie liked to call himself. I believe that Arthur relies too heavily upon being stronger than his foes, or rather, him having previously wielded powerful weapons to augment himself. I could feel people approach within a few breaths, their presences showing to my senses as they were not hiding. Good. I had thought they would notice my signal as a method of attention-seeking and not a hostile action. Arthur stiffened when they came into view, and I could guess the man's identity at the front. He looked well-kept, someone who would not be out of place at a noble gathering. Even with the armor he donned, and the cape behind his back, he exuded a feeling of nobility. He was flanked by 2 knights, but I did not believe them to be his strongest allies as their presences were negligible. A show of force or to keep up appearances, either is likely. The man stopped a dozen yards away. He eyed scanning us intently, as if to discover any concealed agenda. So the prodigal son returns. The man's deep voice echoed out. Father, Arthur said with some effort. The man, whom was identified as Uther, just grunted in response. You dare call me father after what you've done? I will have you whipped, boy. I didn't react, but I could tell it wasn't an empty threat. The way Arthur shifted in place, I could guess that it was something he had experienced before. Return the swords you stole. He closed his eyes with a sigh. I will only confine you for 5 years and lower your other punishments. This is my only offer at clemency, even if you are my son. I don't have them anymore, Arthur stated. Uther's eyes shot open. A flash of anger appeared for just a moment. That damn Chow Chow. He growled. I should have never listened to that brat, and just took his spear when I had the chance. What did you do with my swords, boy? Excalibur ruler is gone, never to be seen again. And Caliban. I had confiscated Caliban from him. I spoke up for the first time. Uther's head snapped to me. And who are you? I am Artoria Pendragon. I said simply. I don't recognize you. Some bastard that was born outside the family. He muttered. It doesn't matter. You will be rewarded for returning my sword and my traitorous son. I raised an eyebrow. Traitorous? I questioned. What misdeeds has he committed? He disobeyed my orders and ran off with my swords. If not for that stupid brat, Chow Chow, he would have already been hunted down. You have saved me the trouble. He snorted. I will instate your name on our family tree and see to it that you receive compensation. He nodded to himself, pleased with his perceived generosity. If the threat of a whipping was something that so easily left from his mouth, I held no fault for Arthur running off, as he put it. I took a small breath, clearing my mind of the annoyance this man was already submitting me to. I have come to negotiate. I stated. You want something else? Fine. State your desire. If it isn't too outrageous, I'll see it done. He waved me off. You misunderstand. I shook my head. Arthur is now under my protection. He is my ward. I have come to negotiate the release of 2 individuals currently in your castle. He blinked at that. What I thought would turn to fury instead came out as bellows of laughter. It reminded me of the King of Conquerors and his comments about me being a little girl. Let me guess. You want his sister, and that made he fancies? Uther spat out after calming down. Yes. I did not wish to waste more words than necessary on him. I don't think I will. Uther denied. What will happen is that Arthur will be coming with me for a well-deserved punishment, and you will be joining him unless I am handed back my swords immediately. The knight that had silently stood by him put their hands on their swords, a movement done as a threat. The only reason I retained that maid was to keep you from hiding in some hole somewhere. Uther snorted. Now that you're here, I don't need her anymore. She will pay for her crimes as well, helping you run away with our treasures. You. Arthur took a step forward, about to charge at him, but I once again pulled him back. It appears as though negotiations have broken down. I let out a sigh, taking out the devices that Jin had created. I attempted a peaceful end to this perceived grudge. My pride and honor as a knight is satisfied. What are you talking about? Uther narrowed his eyes. I hadn't thought it would work. From the descriptions, Uther appeared to be an individual obsessed with his own power. There was no thought in my mind that he would passively release a hook on Arthur, nor his sister who happened to be a genius at magic. I pressed the button on the device, signaling the others before activating the dust bomb that Jin had also given me. Though from what I understood, it more so used the dust in an implosive way and then directed the effects outward in a semi-controlled manner. Alas, my knowledge in this area was severely lacking for any in-depth knowledge on its mechanisms. Was that supposed to do anything? Uther mocked, looking around for any change. The barrier in front of me fluctuated as the gravity dust collided with it, but it held firm. This one alone? No, it is only one of many. I smiled. As if responding to my words, the ground beneath us shook. The barriers around the castle became completely visible to the naked eye as they vibrated in place, pulsing and straining against an invisible force before utterly shattering. I would admit to finding enjoyment at a shocked expression, even if I did not show it outwardly. My armor manifested around me as I put the devices away. My invisible air was gripped into my hands. You no longer have barriers to hide behind. Shall we attempt another negotiation? I offered one last chance. He growled, pulling at the air as a sword was thrust into his hand. I knew not where it came from, but I felt a familiar aura from it. It was too similar to the Gallatin I had known. The shape may be different, but the fires that burned around the blade were a familiar warmth, weaker as they might be. I will acknowledge this path you have chosen. I took a stance. I found this man repulsive, but he was a knight, and as such, my honor dictated an appropriate response. A duel it shall be then. Chapter 242. I looked around at the foliage. It wasn't particularly interesting, but I never liked sitting still. I snapped a leaf off a nearby tree, holding it up close to my face. I had been busy with many things since I left this world, and I truly haven't had the chance to inspect some of its aspects more closely. Flicking the leaf away, I knelt down and scooped up a handful of dirt, placing it in a bag and storing it away. What are you doing? Rin looked at me. Wanted a soil sample. I waved her off. Gramps' garden usually needs some very specific accommodations for the various things he grows. You never know what combination of minerals or esoteric variables would synergize with certain species. Rin just blinked. The old man has a garden? You didn't know. I pursed my lips. No. She huffed. Is it supposed to be a secret? Not really. He doesn't really publicize it, but even I remember a bunch about it. He'd taken people there before, or rather, I did in my memories. It could just be one of those things that has never been brought up. I shrugged. He keeps a lot of species from different worlds or those that have gone extinct. Not all of them serve any real purpose. Some he just enjoys keeping around. I did want to check out and see if the old man managed to grow a sample of those trees I brought back from the Forever Fall Forest back on Remnant. They were such a beautiful shade of red, I would see about planting them on my property. Huh, I'll check that out next time I'm back home." She nodded to herself. I glanced over at Reiku, who was standing nearby, protectively. She noticed my gaze and smiled back. "Is there something you wish to speak about, Master?" she asked through our link. "Just admiring the view." I shot her a wink. That bashful look she adopted was all too cute. "And I just realized I can use our link to say all kinds of lewd things to you, and no one will ever know." "Master, behave yourself." She puffed up. "It's hard to do when you wear such a skin-tight battlesuit, seeing your butt bounce with every step you take." The more I said, the brighter red she turned. "My son harbors such lecherous desires for me." She spoke with a combination of embarrassment and happiness. "Mother will take care of you whenever you want." I was about to speak again, but my attention was drawn away. Flipping my hand over, the device that Jin gave me lit up with the signal. Immediately, Reika turned more serious and I pushed away my teasing. "Rin!" I called out, taking the dust bomb from my ring as well. "All right, how's this work?" Rin asked, stepping to the side. She looked ready to fight as well. And as Artoria entrusted Rin's safety to me, she would come to absolutely no harm. I fiddled with the controls real quick, starting the process. Holding it to face the barrier, it began to activate. Jin had made it in mind for those of less magical knowledge to be able to use. My Jin was brilliant, so it worked perfectly. Gravity dust, just as the name describes. It's a crystallization of the conceptual nature of gravity intertwined with the world's mana. Jin created this device to sort of grind it down and condense it before gathering and redistributing the effects outward in a specific direction. A controlled implosion to propel it out from the front. Though it was nothing more than a firecracker, as the implosion wasn't the true purpose but rather the esoteric effect that was produced as a result. I really need to look into dust more. Rin sighed. "I've just been so busy." We watched as the magical barriers around the castle became visible, shaking and shuddering under the bombardment. "No rush. Just keep moving at your own pace. Dust will be here when you're ready to delve into its mysteries." I smiled towards her as the barriers finally shattered and dissipated. "Game time," I stated as Rin lit up with her own magics. Without another thought, we burst out of the tree line, having been hidden behind a few bounded fields to obstruct vision. "Keep an eye on Rin. Don't interfere unless she's about to be harmed," I stated to Reiku. Rin didn't need her hand held, and I was curious to see how much she'd grown. "Over or through Schweinorg?" Rin asked as we dashed towards the large castle wall. I looked up, immediately seeing people manning the walls, shouting and pointing at us. Magicians were beginning to form spell circles, and archers nocked their arrows. "Over," I decided after mulling it over. "I'll give a footing." "All right, I'll handle these mooks," she declared, several emeralds between her fingers. She threw them in the air as spells rained down. "Heart, shield, shatter." She spoke her aria, actualizing her spell. The emeralds shattered, turning into large ethereal shields that soaked up the oncoming spells until they turned bright. Rin flicked her hand. "Origin." She spoke once more, and the shields warped and transformed, turning into the spells that were fired into them and shot back at the walls where the magicians were. The wall's parapet cracked and shattered under the return bombardment as several of the magicians ducked for cover. I think she took the underlining concepts of Greater Ward and had worked them into her jewel craft. Impressive. The arrows that flew down were intercepted by a crackle of purple lightning from Reiku at my side. With a thought, my swords flew out of my ring, stabbing into places alongside the wall. It wouldn't be hard to jump up with reinforcement on Rin's part, and alongside her aura enhancement, she easily scaled the wall as I followed behind. It might have been easier to just bulldoze the wall, but Artoria seemed to want to minimize damage. Getting a good look inside, there were quite a few people. Hell, this place was big enough to house their entire clan without feeling claustrophobic. I glanced to the side, seeing Rin connect her palm to a mage, sending him flying away. "Nice use of aura," I praised. She flipped her hair back with a smile. "Thanks. Managed to integrate it with my martial arts." "Well, let's see if we can find the targets before the others." And if I were a betting man, I'd guess they were in the main part of the keep. "Master, we should leave the walls if we wish to cause less damage. We are in plain view of everyone." Reika spoke up. "Well, stealthy it is." I nodded as we made our way towards the stairs to the nearby tower. Jumping down into the center would just be inviting for a large mob to attack, which we would have to put down at that point. We didn't get very far before I stopped, noticing something a bit peculiar about the architecture. They noticed me stopping and looked at me. Rin, does the layout of this tower, the stones that form the parapet, look like a pentagram to you? She stopped, looking at it inquisitively. Now that you point it out, and the positions of the towers themselves, she turned to look at the layout of the castle. Coincidence? She tilted her head. Now that I got a better look, the towers and the walls formed a large pentagram, with each tower having a pentagram within itself. This has the makings of a very large-scale ritual. Master! Reika tilted her head. We should probably hurry. Maybe if I was alone, I'd be more interested, but I had others to care for at the moment. Even if the force we could bring to bear was ridiculous, I would rather not let my curiosity put Rin and Kairi, at the very least, in danger. There's more over here. We turned to see a dozen or so knights come running at us very quickly. These lot were much closer to what would be considered elite troops. Using the terms of this world, they would all probably be high in the mid-class range. I sighed, flinging several talismans towards them. Bind! I called out as they morphed into ethereal chains and wrapped around the knights. These ones were not very powerful. Admittedly, I'm much better at killing my foes, so let's hurry. I don't want to waste resources needlessly. And I knew Artoria would not like me killing these knights for fulfilling any perceived oaths towards the leader here. Finding the stairs wasn't difficult, and they led into the greater keep. The castle's decor changed quickly, representing the wealth and prestige of the clan as paintings and statues began to adorn the plan. We continued to meet resistance on the way down, various combatants left in our wake, either beaten into submission or otherwise bound and unable to continue fighting. Rin did well. Her time in Skyrim had apparently given her a fair bit of combat experience, as she navigated the whole fight without much trouble. Reiku, as ever, was graceful and domineering in her actions, as she routed every foe that came her way. Enough that they began to back away from her as she gave that signature, disgusted, look towards them. I lifted up one magician by the collar. Where's the dungeon? I held him close to my face. Seemed like the obvious place to check first, and this being a castle, there was no doubt in my mind that there was a dungeon. I don't know, he sputtered out. That's unfortunate, because my companion will be asking you next. I gestured towards Reiku, who flicked some blood from her blade and scowled towards him. Reiku could honestly pull off the scary look well. Perhaps it was a holdover from when she still had her madness. Regardless, it was kinda sexy. Please keep her away from me. He squeaked out. Pull the torch over there. He hesitantly pointed towards one of many torches lighting up the room. It opens a secret passage. How cliché. I flicked his forehead, watching as his eyes rolled back. Seriously? Torch and secret passage. Rin said dryly. Right. I snorted. Anyway, here goes nothing. I reached out with some telekinesis and yanked at it. Nearby, the stones groaned and hissed as a wall opened up to reveal some more downward stairs. Okay, it was pretty neat. I should add some secret passages to my own home. I took out the Staff of Magnus, casting a large candlelight spell, lighting up the descending corridor. Immediately, I could see dozens of traps lining the walls. Okay, so not as stupid as I first assumed. Rin muttered. Not a bad trap, all teased for a first layer of defense. She acknowledged. Reiku. I turned towards my servant, hand outstretched as it crackled with lightning. Mind lending me a hand? I smiled. Always. She reached out, her own lighting intertwined with mine, as we aimed it down the hall and discharged. Our divine lightning scattered in all directions down the empty steps, striking every stone, hissing and jumping along the walls as it shattered and destroyed all the encased magics that filled the area. That should do it. I hummed, admiring our handiwork. Let us make haste then. Reika nodded as Rin and I followed her silently. The immediate area had been cleared, and I continued to carry a candlelight with us as we descended further and further into the depths of this place. Though, the further we went down, the more I had an uneasy feeling. This feels eerie, Rin whispered. Master, I too feel a strangeness. It reminds me of the spot where we first ascertained the trail of assassin. She spoke, and her comments certainly did not make me feel better. Go! I said, meeting her eyes. She didn't hesitate to accelerate, bursting forward, weaved in her mana burst. She went towards the end of the hallway that met the stairs we came off of, and didn't even bother to be subtle as she burst right through the door. Rin and I followed right behind her, and we all paled at the sight. There were cages filled with people, and not all of them were adults. The stench of blood filled the room. I could even make out stains of it that had layered the walls. There was equipment thrown about, tool whose only purpose was to bring about pain. This wasn't a mere dungeon, it was a torture chamber. There was a single man looking at us curiously, the only person that wasn't chained up or in a cage. I knew someone would come here. He smiled lightly. There was something off about him. He was gaunt and almost looking hollow. He had black hair down to his shoulder, but his cheeks looked withered, and the robes he wore looked rather loose. I felt like he would fall over at a mere light breeze. Yet, he also had a certain aura about him that allowed others to recognize him as someone of strength. I felt the barriers go down, so it was only a matter of time. He laughed. Schweinorg, Rin whispered. This is giving me flashbacks to something I really don't like remembering. That certainly sounded like something I should ask about later. Children, Reika muttered, looking around. You have children in here. She seethed, staring at the man with clear hatred. Yes, Uther does, so like to make examples. Parents disobey him, go for their children. His subjects fail a mission, down into the dungeon they go. He shook his head. You monster! Reika shouted, lunging after him, sword in hand. A sword slid out of the man's sleeve, and he managed to block the blow with a strained effort. He hissed in pain as Reika pushed down on him, his sword slowly being forced back as he tried his best to hold on. Reiku, I spoke, grabbing her arm, much to her surprise. Master, she blurted out, looking at me in confusion. I didn't explain, but I slowly reached towards the bewildered man. He didn't move as I grabbed his wrist, holding it up. He didn't react as I slid his sleeve down, revealing his arm. Jesus fucking Christ. I ignored the attempt of Heaven's system to slap me with a sharp pain. My new defenses seemed to be able to mitigate it, so I paid it no heed for now. All down his arm were scars inlaid with curses on top of magical bindings. Reika's eyes widened as she noticed the malevolent energy that pulsed off them. I didn't blame her. I thought the feeling was generated by him, not something that was acting like a noose. I reached forward and tore a piece of his robe off that covered his chest. There too they wrapped around him, like thorns, curses ravaging his body and so many spells that ate away at him that I couldn't even believe he was alive, much less standing. Who are you? I questioned. He gave a wry smile. I go by Agravain. Why? Reika whispered. As I said, Uther likes to make examples of those who go against him. Atlanta POV. Hello. I believe this is our first time having a proper greeting. The blue woman stated with a bubbly smile on her face. I'm Jin. Hello, Jen. I returned the kind smile. I'm Archer, also known as Atlanta. We had been introduced previously, but it was a quick name and reference, nothing else. Yo, I'm Ryder, also Achilles. Achilles introduced himself with a lazy wave. She seemed like a nice girl. I could not sense any falsehood in the way she presented herself. Do you have any proposal on how we should engage? I asked her. The splitting of our teams was no secret. Jin was to provide us with her ample knowledge in magecraft, while Achilles and I would ensure her protection. The King of Knights had enough sense to balance out all sides with enough power and magic ability at each end. Minus her own, but she had her own plans there and I did not care to question it. This was a favor, and a job I was requested to do. Wilhelm had shown us kindness, and we wished to reciprocate. The payment was merely an additional boon, and I would have done so without any offered reward. Well, you two probably have enough experience in fights that I don't need to try to command you or anything. She shook her head. I'll leave that to you and handle the magic stuff. Sounds like a plan. Achilles grinned. Just point me to any of the strong guys and I'll handle them. It was interesting how easy it was to like this girl after meeting her only for a few moments. She just had that kind of personality that allowed one to feel at ease. I did wonder how Wilhelm was able to attract such a wide array of women into his harem. The servant we had met before, which had turned into a surprisingly pleasant woman after speaking with her recently. The King of Knights, who turned out to be a woman, She was a respectable figure, and was someone I could see myself befriending. The queen of the land of shadows, another warrior who I could not help but respect. The Yukai woman, the nine-tailed fox who ruled over the realm in which we wandered around. She held herself well, and was someone not to be ignored. And lastly, the thing that he called Meridia. It reminded me too much of Lady Artemis, yet had a distinctly different feeling. I held my reservations towards that goddess, but I made no comment on it. A group of women, all from different backgrounds, yet all willing to share the same man. It was a strange thing. Oh, Jin perked up, taking out the device she made. It's time, let's get started. Finally, Achilles flicked up his spear that he had been idly dragging around. Here we go. Jin held the device up as something activated. We watched as the barriers fell down and the people upon the walls began scrambling every which way. There was a silent agreement as we all shot forward, my eyes keeping track of Jin to make sure she kept up. And I was a little surprised at the pace she kept with us as she flew behind. I converted my magical energy into arrows and shot them towards the enemies upon the walls. Taking heed of the words from the King of Knights, I struck their hands, piercing through and removing them from the battle. Several more of my arrows penetrated the stone walls of the fortress, giving me a means to traverse the side of the structure. Beacha, sis! Achilles laughed as he was already upon the wall, a pile of bodies next to him. Not all of us are the fastest hero. I rolled my eyes, though his playfulness did tug at my humorous side a bit. Oh, those look like teleportation circles. Jin pointed out. Yup, definitely teleportation circles. She nodded to herself as the magical phenomenon became clear on the ground below. Hundreds of magicians appeared with a burst of magical energy. What a foolish spot to teleport to. They merely present themselves as targets. I readied my bow and unleashed a barrage of arrows below before they noticed us. Though before my arrows could make distance, they were intercepted by another barrage that happened opposite us. I looked up to see a man standing on a roof with a strange harp-like bow in his hands. I'm afraid I'll have to step in. He spoke up. Intruders, surrender and I will speak on your behalf for clemency. I raised an eyebrow and looked towards Achilles. You can have the bow, user. He shrugged. I wouldn't deny that my competitive side did not act up. This man appeared stronger than the ones I had taken out in the last few moments. I raised my bow, eyes locking with him as I believe we both knew what was about to happen. I almost growled in annoyance as I was forced to jump to the side, a wave of fire filling the spot I was just in, turning a part of the stone to slag. Wench, lay down thy bow and submit to Uther. Your punishment shall be less merciful if you persist. A larger man roared as he leapt across rooftops before landing upon the walls near us. Clad in the armor of these knights, though his sword seemed a bit spectacular in comparison. Oh, what a big one then! Achilles was already walking towards him. Humph, my size is built upon experience and skill. A small brat like you wouldn't understand. He seemed to take Achilles' words as an insult, though I did not believe it was in the way he meant. Well, big or small? Achilles twirled his spear. A fish is just a fish. He grinned. Insolent cur! He roared once more. You stand before Gawain, Knight of the Sun. He swung his flame-coated sword at Achilles, once more only for Achilles to sidesteps. Gawain, huh? Achilles chuckled. Nice to meet ya, I'm Achilles. And with a burst of speed, he planted his fist into the knight's chest, distorting the shape of his armor. I couldn't watch any longer as I turned back towards the archer. That idiot, Gawain. A muscle head through and through. The archer threw back his long hair. It doesn't matter. We have many magicians here and... Gravity! Jin shouted as a weight descended upon the world, impacting the mages below. Most of them were forced onto the ground, sprawled about and unable to get up. Ice maelstrom! She held her hands up once more, and a cascade of cold air fell down as well, freezing the surroundings that had just been hit by her previous spell. Well then, she was quite capable in the magical aspect. There were a few dozen that were able to escape her attacks, perhaps the more experienced and powerful of the lot, but Jin did not appear to need our help as she looked at them with confidence. I turned back to the archer. You were saying... He looked at the mages, then back to me, and took a deep breath. He ran his fingers along the strange harp-like bow, plucking its strings. A soft melody echoed out, and dozens of arrows made of light appeared in the air and fired off towards me. I pulled back the string of my own bow and met each arrow with ease. He looked surprised at the speed and precision at which I countered him. "So you got some skill?" He snorted, plucking on the strings more vigorously. The arrows that formed numbers in the hundreds. I was given the name of Tristan, and with Fail Not in my hands, no archer can match me, he declared, and I took that personally. Scat-hack POV. "Come on, you bastards. Is that the best you got?" The sun of Artoria swung around her blade, blowing away the knights of this place by the handful. Her master stood nearby, opting to smoke a cigarette, looking completely unconcerned with the fight. He glanced at me, glowing out puff of smoke. "Honestly, it's probably best to let her have this." I cannot fault her actions. This is something personal for her, just as it is for Artoria. I nodded. It was not my place to meddle with such intense feelings. I was here to support my harem sister, I believe was the correct term. A strange term, even as I thought about it. Never had I thought it would be one I placed on myself, yet here I am. I glanced to the side where many more knights and mages began flocking to the ruckus we were stirring up. "Would you?" I gestured to them. "Oh, no thanks." "By all means." Saber's master stepped back. Yes, he was a magus. He did not fight unless he had to. I smiled lightly as I took a few steps towards them, my favorite spear appearing in my hand. "Ice Dragon." One of the mages created several spell circles, actualizing and condensing ice into the form of a large creature that resembling a dragon before sending it at me. "Passable, I suppose." I yawned, stabbing it several times in quick succession. My magical energy blew through the magical construct, shattering the threads that held it together. "For an amateur," I snorted. "Absolutely no substance, no weight behind you spell." "Inferno!" "Twister!" "Lightning Storm." Several more mages cast their spells in quick succession. One thing I could admire in the system of magic was how it was easier to cast certain spells with practice and patience. If one worked hard, regardless of talent, they could rise to a certain standard. I slowly raised my hand and waved my palm through the air, creating a line of runes. 3 spells interwoven into my movement. The fire attack had been met with a waterfall. The burst of blade-like winds had been snuffed out with a spear of earth slamming up into it. Lastly, the lightning just splashed helplessly upon a shield I conjured. My man's lightning was of a much higher degree even before he gained his divinity. I did not even feel the need to shield myself, but I would shamed if I allowed it to land a blow upon my body, regardless of the lack of true damage. I am disappointed. How little training have you undergone? Think about why you have been so easily defeated once you reawaken. I allowed them a moment to digest my words before moving towards them at a higher speed. A few jabs was enough to send their unconscious bodies to the ground. And you require more physical training. Studying magic is no excuse for such poor conditions. I sighed, walking back. I truly despise the waste of talent. While I would enjoy a blood-boiling fight, I was in no rush to seek out such an opponent. This matter was with an objective in mind, not to satiate my own bloodlust. "My fair lady," a soft voice reached my ears as I turned around to meet the origin. I was not surprised by his arrival. He didn't mask his presence, but I expected him to attack me, not begin a conversation. "Why is such a beautiful flower staining herself with the blood of my family? Might I ask for you to lay down your weapon? Then perhaps we can speak of more intimate matters in private." He gave a rather enchanting smile. The man was handsome. I could guess that his smile was able to win the hearts of many women. However, the method of which he tried to flirt with me, it was laughable. I almost wanted to reply, banter with his flirtations, and make a fool of him. But I felt repulsion at the idea of even acknowledging his attempts in jest. This scat hack is already claimed. I turned up my nose. "Did you say scath? Who's this fop?" Mordred cut in, dragging the body of a knight and tossing it to the side as they whined in pain. "I do not know." He immediately tried flirting with me and did not give a name. I scoffed. He gives off a slimly feeling. I feel a similar repulsion. I agreed wholeheartedly. The man looked like he was getting annoyed at being ignored. Dreadful manners, interrupting someone like so. He huffed. "Interrupting you is what gets you upset, not breaking your men." Mordred asked, Peasants and ruffians who are of the lowest class. He turned up his nose. Their well-being is of no concern to someone like me. I could not see Mordred's face under her armor, but I believe she was all but murderous. Despite everything, she felt very strongly about these people who used their name. Enemies they were, but to see him toss aside his own allies. What a fucking joke. At least those peasants faced off against me and didn't try chasing a skirt in the middle of a battle. Letting your men get beaten just because they're lower status. What a piece of a shit. The man scoffed. What a foul mouth. Are you the one that keeps this flower away? He looked at me, once more coming to the wrong conclusions. An uncouth brood is unworthy of such beauty. I shall remedy this situation immediately. He drew the sword that was sitting on his back. You shall have the honor of facing Lancelot, strongest knight of Lord Uther. Mordred went still. I recognized the name, and I only had some knowledge of its significance for the lass. Lancelot, Mordred muttered as red lightning began to envelop her. The helmet on her head began to shift as its part slid down to reveal her face. Ain't that some shit? A vicious grin appeared. Well, Lancelot. She brought her blade up, leveled with him. My name is Mordred Pendragon, and I'm going to enjoy this far more than I should. Oh, make, you have a certain type. Wilhelm POV. What are you insinuating? I looked at Artoria. I am insinuating nothing. I am merely pointing out the fact. It is nothing to be ashamed of, Wilhelm. Artoria replied. From what I have come to understand, many people have a type. Yours just happens to coincide with mature women. I don't have a type. I denied. It's just a coincidence. Besides, are you calling yourself a mature woman? I smirked towards her. My aging may have stopped at this physical state, but make no doubt, Wilhelm. I am many years older than you, even if we do not take into account the year I was born until now. She retorted, I should seduce Rin, just to prove you wrong. Please don't attempt to seduce Rin. As amusing as it would be to see you fail, it would just cause problems. Yeah, I don't want to ruin. I paused. What do you mean? Fail. I quirked an eyebrow. I could seduce her if I wanted to. Oh, Wilhelm. Artoria chuckled, reaching over and gently patting my cheek. Is this the selective blindness I've heard about in men? What's that supposed to mean? It means, have you not seen Rin more interested in the women you bring home as opposed to you? Wait, really? Artoria shook her head. It doesn't matter, we have arrived. This conversation isn't over. I grumbled. I don't have a type. I simply happen upon some wonderful women who happen to be more mature. I let out a breath as we walked up to the front door. So just knock and introduce ourselves? I believe that is the best course of action. Artoria nodded. Though, we didn't really need to knock as we just walked straight through rebounded fields. Before I could even touch the door, it swung open, revealing the occupants inside. Saber! Several voices blurted out, then turned to a young woman who looked exactly like Artoria behind them. What? The Saber, they referred to, blurred out in confusion. May we come in? I asked. Well, this is awkward, I said idly, as we had been staring at each other for like 10 minutes now. Who are you? I recognized the voice and face of the one who spoke up, the mirror image of a younger Rin Tosaka. Well, I should introduce myself, I guess. I cleared my throat. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, grandson of Kister Zelretch Schweinorg, Wizard Marshal of the Mages Association. See Zelretch! Rin exclaimed. Who's Zelretch? The young man that sat between Rin and the alternative version of Artoria questioned with a confused look on his face. Shiro, you idiot. He's one of the only magicians in existence. We went over this last week. She smacked his shoulder. Shiro Amiya, one of the differences in my main world line. He doesn't exist there, however, I do know quite a bit about him. Not that big of a deal, I said evenly. And I guess I don't have to introduce my companion, considering. It is polite to do so anyways. Artoria spoke up. I am Artoria Pendragon. It's a pleasure to meet you all. You are me. The Artoria opposite of us spoke up. How is this possible? Okay, for convenience sake, how about... Put my hand on Artoria's head. My Artoria is just Artoria. Yours is Saber. I offered. Makes it easier. Rin grumbled. But I'm with Saber, how? There shouldn't be another Grail to summon a servant. Grandson of Zelretch. Do you think I wouldn't know the same magic? I don't come from this world line, neither does my Artoria. It's true, she confirmed. I had my own Grail war, similar to your own. Though, the noticeable exception would be the young man in front of me. Would you perhaps introduce yourself? Artoria asked. Oh. He perked up. Shiro Amiya. Guess it's nice to meet you again? He gave a good-natured smile. Artoria smiled towards him. Yes, likewise. And, Saber meet Artoria? I grinned. Artoria turned to me with a little swat at my shoulder. Apologies, he thinks he is humorous at times. So, are you two like together? Rin asked. Oh, and I'm Rin Tosaka, by the way. Yes. Artoria didn't deny it. And we are aware of who you are. Our Rin is a part of our lives. She is even my master. Oh. Rin turned to Shiro. At least I didn't get my servant stolen in a different timeline. Hey, I said I'm sorry. Shiro instantly apologized. Excuse me. Saber interrupted. Did you say you both are together? I did. Artoria confirmed again. Wilhelm and I have been dating for a while now. She reached out of her own volition, taking my hand. Oh. Saber blinked. You too. She said quietly. Wait, are you and? I gestured toward Shiro. Why, yes. Saber was a bit more unfamiliar with those kinds of feelings as she immediately went red. Huh. Well, good for her. Even if she isn't my Artoria, I'm glad she's happy. Hey, kid. I turned to Shiro. Want some advice on how to handle her? I wiggled my eyebrow. Both Artorias made the same noise of embarrassment. Wilhelm. Sure. Shiro accepted, probably not understanding what I was implying. Shiro. Saber made an almost exact reaction that my Artoria did. Oh my god, this is great. Rin just had the biggest smile on her face. You know, you both have almost the same hair color too. Weird coincidence. I blinked at that, looking at Shiro's hair, then pulling a strand of mine down to compare. Huh. I turned to Artoria. What a strange coincidence. Artoria narrowed her eyes. Are you insinuating something? Oh no, I'm merely pointing out the fact. The corners of my lips curled up. A young man with bright red hair. That is a happenstance and nothing more. I turned back to Shiro. Hey, Shiro. You wouldn't happen to have a fascination with swords, would you? I already knew the answer to that question. Yeah? I like swords, what about it? I turned back to Artoria. That proves nothing. She stuttered. It's not the same, he has an endless field of swords in his soul. I interjected, much to the surprised exclamations to the hosts. Artoria could muster an argument. I think someone has a type, I said with as smug a tone as I could muster. Chapter 243. I looked between Agravain and the cages again and felt utterly disgusted at what I saw. I took a deep breath and settled myself. Rin, can you please inspect the cages? Make sure there are no traps. I asked. I knew Rin was just as repulsed, but this was an important matter that couldn't be ignored. Yeah, she said quietly, going to the nearest one with a child who barely looked conscious. He did not look to be in good shape. She took out a jewel and held it up to her eye, scanning the surroundings intently. Agravain. I looked at the man again. The cages! He stopped, and his body shook. Blood started dripping out his nose as he twitched. I see. You're just as trapped as they are. I muttered, looking at the curses and bindings that were cast on him. Reiku. I called out to my servant. Our priorities have changed. Let the others find who we were looking for. We're on a different rescue duty. I could not in good conscience leave these people to this fate. Yes, master. I am yours to command. Reika nodded. I know Artoria would not fault me for this. In fact, she'd probably wholeheartedly agree with my actions. We're good Schweinorg. Rin called out. Though there are some marks left on the cages, they look like runes, but I don't recognize them and they're drawn in blood. Witchcraft isn't my specialty, but it looks similar to it. I walked over to where she pointed out. There were indeed some markings drawn about, hidden and unnoticeable if Rin hadn't been looking over the cages thoroughly. But these things are mystic codes. They're designed to act like shock collars on a bigger scale. She was clearly upset given her own tone, and I couldn't fault her. Witchcraft isn't my specialty either. I bit my lip, considering our options. Reika's Mystery Slayer would probably be able to cut through them, but the issue was any backlash suffered by other people. I drew a string of runes over the curses to isolate the effects as best I could before crushing the magics around the cage and pulled it open. Start healing everyone, I stated, going to another cage. A health potion for everyone, and use healing spells too. I began setting them out for use. All right. Rin nodded, looking over the child. There weren't that many people/children in here, probably only a couple dozen, but it still took some effort to make sure everyone was stable. I don't know if I could acknowledge the effort that went into keeping them all alive. They were certainly not in good shape, but they weren't about to drop dead. I glanced many times at Agravain to see what he would do, but he didn't make a move. I realized what was going on at this point, but you never knew, and I was quite skeptical of everything about this place/on this mission/about this family. Anything you can tell me about the large ritual setup using the castle as a foundation? I decided to try asking him as we settled the problem of the prisoners. You noticed that? He smiled wryly. He twitched again, gritting his teeth. Defense, Uther controls. He managed to grit out between spasms. A defense mechanism that Uther had control of. Master. Reika put a hand on my shoulder. You look conflicted. I looked around the room once more at the people lying about. Rin was still checking over several, but they would survive. Wondering what I should do. I said honestly, turning back to Agravain. What can you tell me without? I waved at him. He seemed to understand what I was asking. I'm Agravain, given the name by Uther. I'm not very strong compared to the other legacies, but my specialty lies in strategy and planning. What happened to you? I asked. Uther likes to make examples of people who go against him. Agravain said once more, even if they're his brother. He shook his head. I didn't want to be the head of the family, but I knew that Uther would be ruthless in his leadership. I was unfortunately proven right. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Fucking hell. I rubbed my temples. What a mess this is. I spent years sneaking in little back doors into all the defenses, but to think you just blow right through them. He gave a depressed chuckle. You've been sabotaging them? I blinked in surprise. As much as I could. He didn't seem to care about his sorry state as he smiled brightly. Though, my brother didn't like that I helped his son escape, so he increased the chains on me. You helped Arthur run away? I was surprised by that. He never mentioned anything like that. He didn't know. Agravain laughed again. Uther would have done something eventually. He's too power-hungry for his own good. Binding his son seemed like the next step for him to take. I don't know if I can do anything about these immediately. I looked him over again. Maybe Avalon could disperse the curses and destroy these chains. But I gave it back to Artoria a while ago. Well, he shouldn't be in trouble for the time being. Would any healing have a negative effect? Probably. He shrugged. Uther was very systematic in... He stopped sighing again. You're pretty nonchalant about this whole thing. I eyed him suspiciously. He smiled wide at that. I don't suspect to live beyond today, but if Uther is gone before I am, I would die happily. And knowing this place was never going to exist again, my heart would rest easy. He looked around. I blinked for a moment as I noticed another thing on his body. More so than a curse or magic's binding him, it was carved on his flesh, rather amateurishly. I reached forward, pulling his robe away to inspect it. It was the same symbol that was drawn on the cages in blood. You were mitigating it as much as possible, weren't you? Seeing the matching inscriptions and combining some context clues, it wasn't hard to guess the intent. He was transferring it to himself, shouldering as much as he could. There was only a bitter smile in response. I was never very good at magic, he said quietly. I was about to speak again, but the whole castle started shaking violently. Strange noises echoing out, and I felt like the temperature was increasing. Agravain's eyes widened. He looked frantic. No! He shouted. He couldn't finish the sentence as he clutched his heart. Protect! He looked at me. I slammed my staff of Magnus into the ground and called upon my strongest defensive spell. Shield of Asgard. I cast as quickly as I could as it covered all the unconscious people. I felt the effects assail the barrier. Something was trying to latch onto the people in here. Draining. Agravain raised a shaky hand towards the ceiling and spoke between pants. Family, he finished. A draining effect. I muttered. The ritual is used to drain the magical energy from family members. I tilted my head. That in of itself wasn't that bad. If every person contributed power to a spell, it would support it better. Life force, he corrected. My own eyes widened by the insinuation. Whatever it was, my shield was keeping these people from getting drained, which would definitely kill them in their current state. Schweinorg, any idea what's going on? Rin asked. The large-scale ritual, it's taking in life force to power itself, and that implies some pretty nasty effects. I answered honestly. Magical energy would be one thing, and ignorable as far as morality is concerned. But something like this, that's the dark stuff you don't want to touch. Everything went deathly still for a moment. Then a second later, I felt a large presence envelope the area, and a roar reverberated, shaking the foundations of the castle. Achilles' POV. Come on, big guy. That all you guy? I taunted him as he stumbled away after taking my fist to his stomach. He reorientated himself quickly, let out a few pants before standing back up straight. Brat! He shouted, gripping his sword. Do you think a sneak attack like that would keep me down? A sneak attack? I blinked at that. I attacked from right in front of you. Humph, you won't get the better of me again. He snorted. Come, face my holy blade, DYRNWYN. Only the worthy can wield this mighty blade. You shall have the honor of face it head-on. DYRNWYN, ha! The name was something I knew from the Grail-given knowledge, though it's probably different in this world. Seemed pretty cool, I guess. The fires are hot enough, I can acknowledge that much. Well, it should make it a little interesting. I leveled my spear at him. Arrogant! He shouted, rushing towards me. His body became enveloped in a power I didn't recognize immediately. Was this that Tukey I heard about? It made me grin, thinking there were still things new to me. The wave of his sword sent flames cascading towards me. I tapped my foot against the ground before moving out of the way. Again, a torrent of fire filled the spot I had been in, only for me to be several feet away at the blink of an eye. I looked at him and yawned, holding my spear over my shoulder. Too slow! Rawr! He shouted, bursting towards me with a sudden increase in speed, swinging his sword down. I raised my spear up with one arm to block. A wave of fire pushed against me, but I didn't budge under the flames. No, these fires couldn't touch me through my noble phantasm. Ha! I let out a breath, feeling the hot air fill my lungs. I guess I got excited for nothing. I stomped on the ground, cracking the stones beneath us and putting him off balance. With a flick of my wrist, I knocked his sword back, breaking his guard, and sent my elbow back into his chest. He crumpled under the strain, lifted off his feet, and went sailing over the side of the wall, crashing into one of the buildings below. I took the moment to glance over at Jin, the woman that Wilhelm asked me to look after. Don't know why he was so concerned. She was currently handing a collection of magic users their asses. Oh well, I just shrugged and looked at the pile of debris I sent that night in to start moving about as he pushed his way up. The building immediately caught fire as he jumped forward, the flames surrounding him. However, he looked different. His lower body took the form of a lion, no a cheetah. He growled, looking at me as I jumped down off the wall. As soon as my feet touched the ground, he moved much quicker than before, slamming his sword down. That's more like it. I grinned at the increase of speed and power. This was what I was expecting. Is this one of those sacred gears I heard about? My beast stampede allows me to take the form of animals. I can use their advantages for myself. He gloated. I think there's more to it than that, since a regular cheetah wouldn't be able to do something like this, but I didn't really care. He swung his sword precisely as I took a proper stance, and went about deflecting each strike with the tip of my spear. I increased my speed slightly, and he was able to follow for a few more exchanges. How about this? I laughed, taking it up another notch. With my spear coated in my magical energy, I trussed out 12 times in a single breath. Blood erupted from the man, as he only managed to handle a few blows before the remainder slipped through his guard. Several large cuts ran along his body, flowing with blood as he fell to the ground. Not very satisfying. The Tukey was interesting, but that was about it. Well, I can buy some drinks with the money I made, so it wasn't a total loss. I wonder how Sis was doing. I looked around to finally see her trading arrows with that other guy. Well, she looks like she's having fun, so I won't interfere. Handle this easily enough. Guess I'll go find those 2 girls we were looking for. They should. Balance breaker, beast stampede, dragon supremacy. I turned back towards the knight as he erupted in a torrent of power. He changed. His body enlarged and scales grew all over him. Wings sprouted on his back and massive draconic limbs replaced his human ones. A dragon is the highest in the animal kingdom, he roared. I am a dragon. Fire escaped his mouth as his proclamation. Huh, now that's pretty good. I admire the pressure he was putting off now. Maybe I was a little hasty in dismissing you. You'll regret making a fool of me. He growled, picking his sword up again. He took a step forward, and the ground shuddered and cracked in every direction. His wings beat, and he burst towards me. I brought my spear up to block as he pushed me back, sending me into the stone walls. His blade pushed against the shaft of my spear, his other hand, his claw reached out to rake at me, only to harmlessly run along my skin. What? He spoke in confusion, as his now draconic claws couldn't penetrate my noble phantasm. What's wrong? You having a bit of trouble there? I laughed at him. Don't mock me, he roared, pushing my spear back. He reeled back and swung his sword down harder. His speed was impressive for a human, and his power had been significantly increased. His mouth opened up, revealing a lot of sharp teeth, but I only paid attention to the stream of fire that was bellowed outwards. The flames tore into the walls, melting the stone, and caused a large portion of it to crumble under the strain. I moved out of the way, fist slamming to the bottom of his jaw, stopping the torrent of fire. That surprisingly didn't slow him down as he continued to attack me, sword in hand. His skill wasn't bad either. The flurry of attacks he unleashed didn't lack the years of practice he must have dedicated. He didn't let this power go to his head and ignore that facet of his skills. Should I get a little serious? I smiled, ducking under another swing. With a flash, I had moved out of his vision. My spear was striking forward toward his head. His eyes widened, and he frantically moved his sword to push my spear away, narrowly avoiding me running him through. Impressive reflex and speed. Seems like he still had some power he held in reserve. How about kicking it up another notch then? With another burst of speed, the spot I was occupying in a moment prior had become empty, only a wisp of wind indicating I had moved. From the other side of him, my spear was coming again as he moved, once more aiming to pierce through him. He shouted, sword ablaze, swinging at my spear to defend. Again, I moved behind him, spear shooting out. I continued to increase the speed slightly each time he blocked, and continued to aim for his blind spots. He became more frantic and erratic as I got closer and closer to landing a blow on him. The small cuts he barely managed to escape with started to become more numerous and larger as a few breaths progressed. His breathing picked up and his eyes bloodshot. He looked ragged with his fake scales torn apart all over his body. I could admire his endurance. It was certainly able to keep him going through all of this. Taking a few steps away and gaining a bit of distance, I looked him over and nodded to myself. Well, let's end this. I gripped my spear and my feet dug into the ground. The magical energy around me swirled, and the air exploded with a movement from myself. One moment I was a few dozen yards away. The next, my spear pushed through him, nailing him to what remained of a wall in this area. His sword went flying off at the impact. His body spasmed under the blow. He looked down, touching my spear that had him impaled to the side of the castle. Who are you? I'm supposed to be Ji Gawain, how? His scales shattered and fell off him, his wings dispersed into nothingness. His body slowly turned back to normal. Didn't I already say? I'm Achilles, a hero. I pulled my spear out, flicking the blood away. I looked down at him, his eyes relaying he had more to say, but I doubt he could speak anymore. You weren't bad. Maybe if you trained a bit more, I'd have had to try harder. I shook my head. Felt like he still had a bunch of potential to get stronger. His sacred gear was interesting, and I feel like it could have been used better. What a shame. He should survive, but if he doesn't, not much of a loss. I guess I'll go find those 2 girls now. Atlanta POV. His melodic tune was followed with a barrage of arrows as I leapt from my perch to another position to dodge the bombardment. With each arrow that was set my way, I slowly began to scowl deeper. Could he even be called an archer at this point? He wasn't even aiming, it was a magic bow. Harp that did everything for him. His arrows, they worked by themselves, arcing and moving in the air to attack his targeted with their own mind. It seems that the strumming of the instrument/weapon was what powered it to both create and have the arrows seek their target. As suspected, no one can match my skills with a bow. And he continues to say stupid things like that. I growled, turning around and fired off arrows to match his. It went against my instincts that I had honed over my life, but I felt the urge to stand forward and face him head-on. If Achilles acted like this all the time, I suppose it wouldn't be bad if I followed his example this once. The music continued to play from his magic weapon. Hundreds of magical arrows manifested and shot off towards me. I planted my feet firmly and pulled back my string. My magical energy filled up and was released at the same time. The sky was filled with the collision of arrows. I calmly shot down each and every one that came my way. Each of his fake arrows that were shot from his fake bow were destroyed by my own. His arrogant demeanor, that annoying smirk on his face, slowly began to disappear with each of his attacks that were stopped by me. Skills with a bow. I mocked him as our battle continued. Tell me when you deem to reveal such a thing. He scowled, pulling back his strings with a renewed fury. The music he created had sped up, and so too did the arrows behind him. I merely raised an eyebrow as I matched him arrow for arrow. His fingers carefully wove each note, and continued to escalate until he stood up looking at me intently. His concentration reached its peak. Hundreds of arrows filled the morning sky, and they all pointed down at me. I let go of the string of my bow, looking at all of them that hovered above. So you see the inevitable, he declared, with a laugh as he noticed me not continuing the bout. Go ahead, flail around with your bow, it doesn't matter. You'll never be able to reach me anyways. I took a breath and closed my eyes as I saw them start falling towards me. With the smallest motion, I stepped to the side, letting the first one impale the ground I had just been standing. Eyes shooting open, I began to weave through each of them. Jumping back, I avoided several more that came from both sides. Sliding to the right, another dozen passed me by. I burst out running as they sailed through the air towards me. I leapt upwards, bow in hand, and unleashed a few arrows of my own to collided with a couple in particular, creating a gap in the barrage that allowed me to dive through. I fired another pair of arrows, one to shatter the arrows in line, and I sent a second high up into the air as I calculated the distance and anticipated certain steps. The arrows that covered my vision spun around, redirecting, and continued coming back towards me. However, their paths were much too predictable. Ducking over some, sidestepping others, and a few arrows fired here or there to open paths. My continued avoidance of his barrage left him annoyed as I could hear his tune change, as if becoming more aggressive. The arrows swirled in the air, and instead of coming towards me, instead, they surrounded me in a cage. I stopped, staring at him as he looked smug. No more running, little cat. He grinned. I closed my eyes with a sigh. Instead of a melodious tune, it sounded more like a hiss, followed by a shout as I opened my eyes again, and the magic arrows shattered and dispersed. I looked at the man, Tristan, as he called himself, without much emotion. He shook, eyes locked on the singular arrow that was embedded in his shoulder. The one I had let loose a few moments prior, the one he ignored or didn't bother to question. How? He stuttered out. You revealed the mechanisms behind your weapon. How could I not understand how it worked and its flaws? I shook my head. This person was too green. I jumped off the rooftop I was on and made my way towards the man. He fell to his butt, trying to pull out the arrow, though I believe my aim was very good. His other arm couldn't move with it inside, thus he couldn't play his instrument. Your arrows had no soul, I explained. There was no prediction of my movements, no traps to be laid, no leading me to perform certain actions. You merely created magic arrows and tried to overwhelm me with sheer numbers. I grabbed hold of his uninjured arm. You are no archer. I squeezed my hand, the bone in his arm cracking under my grip. He let out a shrilled cry before I tossed him off the rooftop and confiscated his weapon. He would survive, as per the King of Knight's request. Hopefully, he would stop being so arrogant if he had a future after this. Wasn't even worth more than a single arrow from me. Jin POV. Bitch! One of the magicians shouted. No need for that language. I chided, casting a greater ward to block his spell. It was one of my favorite defensive spells I'd learned thus far. I have, of course, altered it to fit my own preferences, but the underlying concepts were quite intriguing. The teleportation circles were still active, even if most of the magicians were already defeated. I hummed to myself as I looked over at both Achilles and Atlanta, both fighting those who looked a bit stronger than the other knights they had already defeated. I was about to destroy the teleportation circles until they lit up once more. Another few dozen more magicians appeared, wearing similar uniforms. However, there was one man at the front who looked a bit important. They didn't immediately attack. The one on the front rubbed his beard, giving me a look. "Aren't you an interesting one?" He sounded a bit grandfatherly, though I didn't like the way he leered at me. "Are you from the Golden Dawn?" I tilted my head. "That we are." He laughed. "We have a bit of a relationship with the Pendragon family. I don't know what's going on, but I'd have to ask you to stop now, young lady. It looks like our young uns aren't dead, so I think we can settle this amicably." Sorry." I shook my head. "You can leave. I won't attack if you do." I denied him. He looked at me and laughed again. "Being young is good, but I must warn you that I will have to make a move due to a contract we have. You shouldn't judge someone based on their looks." I huffed. In a world with gods walking around, why was he assuming I'm a young girl? Perhaps. He stroked his beard. "Very well. I shall respond to your arrogance." He snapped his fingers as several of the magicians around him created spell circles. "Let our magic do our speaking." I looked at the spell circles, reading them and deducing what attacks they were preparing. Elemental manipulation, the most basic form of magic. I stated, "The magic back on Remnant. It was almost entirely derived form elemental destruction, only the more talented being able to stretch it for other uses. I like the magic that I've learned since leaving, the different effects that come from a more neutral source." The older mage raised his hand, then lowered it in signal. The mages let loose a barrage of spells. The most basics, though basic doesn't necessarily mean bad. I waved my hands, creating my own magic circles, shaping my magic into my desired ways. Spears of ice came raining down, and as they got close, they immediately melted and turned to steam. I gripped towards the air, changing the structure once more, using the knowledge of alteration I learned from Skyrim, and morphed it into a wall of water that split off to connect with the various fire spells that manifested. I raised my left hand up and returned with a spell of my own. Mass paralysis. My magic pulsed out, sweeping up all the magicians in the area. The greenish light enveloped them, stopping them from moving. "Interesting," the old magician stated, slamming his staff on the ground, dispersing my spell on his people. "It appears as though my students are not your match. Would you be qualified as a high class then?" He muttered, "Well, it should be a good lesson. I will take you on myself. My name is Albert Froten. I'm a teacher at the Golden Dawn." He introduced. "Jin, I'm just a simple magician." I introduced myself. "I don't believe there is anything simple about you." He snorted. "Are you perhaps a genie?" "No, just a happenstance and similarity, maybe. I suppose it doesn't matter. Let us fight." He held his hands up. A massive spell circle appeared above. Flame blade. A large sword made of fire emerged, swinging down at me. Shall I try that new spell I created? I was inspired after seeing Wilhelm's power of destruction and Rin's Gander curse. To create a curse that operates similarly to their destructive ability, however it came out a bit differently. I rolled my fingers in the air as magic circles spun. Curse of Withering. A monochromatic gray light enveloped the large fire sword that brightened the world. It began to eat away at it, devouring the light, the flames as it collided with the magic. The flames only held up for a moment before my spell crept inside and began to eat it from the inside out. "Why, you are more impressive than I anticipated." The older mage gulped, preparing himself once more. "However, I am a master. I'm known as the Fire King in the Golden Dawn, and I shan't be defeated by you today." He clapped his hands, forming 2 more magic circles that began to expand and multiple before taking to the sky. "Behold, my own personally created spell, Meteor Shower." He raised his arms out as the spell circles revolved and shaped into flaming rocks up in the sky. "Oh, there are quite a lot of them." I admired the sequences used to create the effects. "Admit defeat, and I shall spare you. I admire your talent. Why don't you join the Golden Dawn? I can protect you from the Pendragon family's reprisal. Oh, no thank you. I smiled. I just so happen to have something I wish to test. Numbers aren't really an issue for me. I was still connected to Wilhelm's, our home, and the defenses he set up still answered to me, and I wished to see them in action before I modified them further. I used the bracelet and summoned the staves he stashed away. Hundreds upon hundreds of magical staves that were held within our home. I raised my hand up, my magical power channeled through each one. Fire! I commanded as they released their spells towards the spells in the sky. The barrage of magic, it was hard to see any individual spell amongst their number. You could even call it a kaleidoscope of color. I silently giggled to myself for the joke. Once the sky was clear, I looked back at the old mage, my magical stave slowly pointing down at him as well. Would you please go home? I asked. I truly did not like killing people if I didn't have to. The younger members that he brought with him were trembling. Okay, he said quietly, quickly activating the teleportation circle and taking his students with him. Well, that's the end of that. I smiled, dispersing the teleportation circle, and put my staves back where they belonged. For my first fight, I think it went pretty well. I can't wait to tell Wilhelm how I did. Maybe he'll give me a little reward. Mordred POV. Which fool would name you after the traitor? The supposed Lancelot scoffed in a mocking tone. I don't know. Which fool would name you after the adulterer? I rolled my eyes. Hold your tongue, wench. I was bestowed this grace by Lord Uther. He growled. Pretty sure Uther is a cunt too. I laughed at his attempt to be intimidating. So I guess that answers my question. Mordred, Kyrie spoke to me through our link. You got this. Yeah, going to enjoy beating the shit out of him. I answered back. Mind if I go with Scathack to find those two girls? No, that's perfect. Go find them while I deal with this idiot. My master was pretty smart, so I'm sure he'd be fine. Not to mention who would be with him. Well, since they got that priority handled, I could deal with this fool without worry. I shall cut your tongue from your mouth and present you to him for punishment. Lancelot declared. Yeah, sure. I said dryly. Is that before or after I plant my boot up your ass? Your brutish words are grating to my ears. Face my sword and guard. He drew his sword and leapt at me. Clarence was gripped tight in my hands as I swung it up to meet his sword. The force created a shockwave that erupted in all directions. I was a little surprised at the force he created from his attack. Looking closely, I could see some sort of energy flow around him. I think Arthur said he had mastered Tuki. He dropped to the ground, his sword stabbing towards me. I swung Clarence, knocking it to the side, and followed it up with a slash towards his chest. He stepped back, dodging, and swung his own sword underneath my own. I stepped forward, letting it scrape against my armor. My pommel slammed down onto him. He grunted, using his arm to block. For a normal human, he was really good. Hell, he'd probably be a match for that berserker servant from the war that I killed. Uncouth barbarian. He snorted, fist coating in that energy coming at me. My own hand erupted in my lightning as I caught the fist. That it, you pansy! I roared. The lightning enveloped me fully, and I stomped on the ground, sending it out in all directions. The fake Lancelot hissed, flying back and bouncing off the ground before regaining his footing. With another grunt, he slashed his sword in the air, sending waves of blades made from that same energy right at me. I deflected them, but he continued to swing at me with ease. Each one of his blades sundered the ground, cleaved buildings in half, and even slashed through the walls that they struck. He was pretty fast, and his strikes were precise and well-honed with years of experience behind them. Just because I didn't like the guy, it didn't mean I would ignore the effort he put in to reach this point. I pushed against the ground and accelerated, dodging around the blades, lightning crackling in every direction. Clarence swept towards him again as he rose up. He brought his sword up to block. His legs shuddered under the blow. His teeth gritted as he tried to hold on. I lifted my leg up and kicked him in the stomach, watching him tumble across the ground again. Even the real Lancelot wouldn't sit there and take my blows. I snorted. Fucking weakling. That foppish look disappeared as he contorted in rage. How dare you speak ill of my ancestor? Huh, so they were related. Bitch, if he was here right now, I'd say it to his face, just like I did back then. I raised pointer and middle finger in AV towards him. All the shit he pulled, all the problems he caused cause he couldn't keep his dick in his pants. And now even I'm starting to feel bad that you're his descendant. I moved again, turning into a streak of lightning, and slammed into his sword again, his body buckling under the blow. I unleashed a series of slashes, and he managed to keep up for the most part. Each one sent a shockwave through him as he struggled to raise his arms. I channeled it into my hand, my lightning gathered as I released it into him with our blades still locked. He let out a scream of pain, sword shaking in his hand. I grabbed Clarence with both hands and filled it with my magical energy, swinging it at his own sword, shattering it instantly. The fake Lancelot dropped to the ground, panting heavily for breath. How? That sword was custom created by the finest alchemists until I could acquire my true birthright. Like that thing could keep up with my Clarence. I snorted. Kinda a dick move to destroy someone's sword intentionally. Did it on that Arthur dumbass, just out of anger. But this cunt deserved it outright. He sputtered, looking at my sword. That's impossible. How did you get that sword? Are you working for the church? Do you just like to hear yourself talk and ignore everyone else? I grabbed him by the hair, pulling him up to my eye level. So listen well, you dumbass. I'm not a reincarnation. I ain't some inheritor of his spirit. And I'm definitely not some stupid cunt that took the name to make myself feel more important. I am Mordred Pendragon, true heir to Camelot. Turning Clarence sideways, I swung it hard at his head, knocking him into the ground, his body twitching but otherwise not moving. Fucking idiot! I spat. At least the real thing was able to match his skills with his utter annoyance. If it weren't for Father, it would be his head rolling instead of just being smashed into the ground. But it was pretty satisfying beating his ass. Artoria Pendragon POV. Uther's blade did give me momentary pause, if just because the nostalgic feeling of seeing something that reminded me so much of my faithful knight's sword. After the initial surprise wore off, I could spot the differences quite easily. It was not the sacred sword of the planet. It was a sword created by something lesser. Whether that be a god or a man, I do not know. However, I did not let my guard down, as it was a legendary blade in this world and I would treat it as such. Taking Arthur's words into account, it would be a powerful weapon for anyone to wield. You want to step into the big league, little girl? Fine. Uther spat. Killing you won't mean anything. I'll get my way in the end. Allow me to assist. Arthur spoke up, stepping forward. Boy, do not make this worse. Uther frowned, glancing at his companions. The two nameless knights didn't speak, but they burst forward towards Arthur. Handle those two, I said calmly, watching him draw his blade and engage them. A cursory glance at the two knights. I did not believe them to be stronger than Arthur. Though the both of them together may prove a challenge, I would allow him to fight them both. He snorted, walking towards me with unabated steps. I'm curious what gives you the confidence to stand against me with no fear. Let's find out. He was fast, I could acknowledge that. His sword, Gallatin, swung down at me within a blink of an eye. A single, horizontal slash that threatened to cleave me in two if I made no move. I brought up invisible air, my eyes locking with his own as our two weapons collided, neither budging an inch. An invisible sword. I raised an eyebrow. Petty tricks. The flames that danced around his sword emboldened, the intensity increased, and he attempted to push through my guard. I felt the ground under us began to crack at the strain. Ha! I let out a shout, knocking his blade away, earning a shocked look from him. Pivoting on my heels, I gathered momentum and swung my sword overhead. He brought Gallatin up to block, knees slightly buckling under the sudden force. If that's all, I activated my mana burst, sliding my sword along his edge. I spun my body, sword seeking his torso. He caught it again with the flat of his blade, but he was unprepared for the increase in force, knocking him off his feet. He tumbled a few times before sliding back onto his feet. His metal greaves dug into the ground before he charged back at me. His blade was quick, swinging countless times in a few breaths. I met each blow with my invisible air, sending shockwaves out at every collision. After a few exchanges, I judged his reaction well enough. With a shift in my stance, I thrust forward in an opening. My sword tore through his armor, cutting his side before he spun away to avoid the worst of it. My opponent looked furious. The flames around him burst out, condensing and returning to wrap around him. To be wounded by a little girl. He spat out. Disgraceful. I will remove the stain from the world. Come, test this little girl's blade. I leveled invisible air against him once more. He was fairly strong for a living human. Not to mention the shimmering flames around him were visibly enhancing his physical abilities. He sneered, swinging his blade upwards, the ground sundering at the motion as I jumped to the side and charged at him. His physical prowess was impressive. I knew I could be wounded if I took such a blow. I ducked under his neck slash and struck true with invisible air, drawing blood from him once more before being forced back. Uther responded by sending another flurry of attacks at me, each one accompanied by searing flames. I raised my gauntlet up, deflecting his sword to the side to slash towards his neck. The flames around him exploded out, covering my vision. The heat wave was kept at bay with my mana burst, only for his sword to cut through the flames. I deflected the sword away with a quick thrust. The surrounding flames seemed to be absorbed by the sword as they rolled around the blade. With another sweep, they were expunged towards me. I gathered my magical energy and swung my sword down, sending a force back at them to avoid the brunt of the heat. The waves of fire burnt away the surroundings, turning the forests behind us to ash. The closer to noon, the stronger I become. You chose poorly in challenging me at this time. Uther declared, Right now I am a god of fire. He swept his sword every which way, creating and controlling the flames that rolled off it. I only need one of you alive. My idiot son shall suffice. Turn to ashes along with my shame. He roared, swinging his sword down, discharging the flames once more. Then I shall answer in kind. I held invisible air up and swung it down at the coming torrent of flames. Strike air, hammer of the Wind King. I activated my noble phantasm, the mystic code that had been elevated after becoming a servant. The condensed winds around my true blade had burst out like a hurricane, sweeping up the oncoming flames and dispensing them harmlessly away. A portion of his fires swept to either side of me, turning that area to a wasteland with their passing. Truly, it was a powerful sword, even if I still considered it lesser to the one from my home. Uther's eyes widened as our vision met once more, his flames showing no signs of having even singed my body. Surrender, I declared. You have been proven to be inferior to me. I shall not hold back my blade if you wish to engage again. I could understand Arthur's sentiments. He was certainly a higher level than the younger man. However, I was confident in completely defeating him without much issue. He should become stronger in a few hours as well, but I still had my confidence even then. Why you dare? He roared. I was the one who built this family up from the mess it was before. I made people respect us again. We were nothing but dogs for the church before I took the seat. How dare some no-name child come and demand I surrender? He spoke with a fury, his flames exuberating with his emotions as they pulsed at every raised tone. I just needed more time. I would surpass that monster the church hides. I would be the strongest human in another few decades. Then no one would have been able to challenge us. He growled, which slowly turned into a chuckle. Well, I prepared for such a thing. I thought it would be the church that sought to bring us to heel, not some child from a bastard. He reached towards his own arm guard and tore it away from his right hand. I noticed a tattoo depicting a serpent. Pushing his left hand towards the wound on his side, he gathered blood on his thumb and ran it down the tattoo, which then began to glow. Instantly, the ground shook, the castle began to shake, and I felt a very large influx of magical energy that swirled into the surroundings. What are you doing? Cease this foolishness, I declared. Haha, it's already started. He cackled. It'll set me back a few decades, but it's better than losing my place. He held his sword up as the flames gathered. What's going on? I turned to look at Arthur, who was confused as the two knights he was fighting dropped to the ground. Sacrifice yourselves for the family, Uther said coldly. They looked like they were being drained of all their life. My head snapped back to the castle where a very large magic circle formed overhead, matching the structure's layout. I will stop this. He didn't respond but swung Gallatin towards Arthur, a massive torrent of flame sailing towards the younger man. I grit my teeth and moved to intercept. Can you stop me while protecting the disappointment? He laughed. I prepared this for years, finding the right materials to make sure we had a defense for those monsters I couldn't handle yet. Born in a distant land, I give my flames and the life of my kin to bring you back to this realm." The flames he gathered were swept away towards the source of the magic, and the magic circle took on a strange hue as an energy was pulled from the castle. "The ashen tree left from your corpse offered to call you back." Uther began a chant. "The head of a hydra offered for your new body. The flames of the sun offered as the spark of your resurrection. And the life force of my kin to bind it all together." He shouted towards the magic circle. "Return to life, Boitada." There were a few items inside the magical circle that appeared. A tree just as he had spoken of, the head of a serpent creature, a hydra. His flames wrapped around him, and the supposed life force of those he gathered pushed into it as well. A shadow enveloped overhead before its form solidified by absorbing the materials provided. The illusionary form shattered, revealing a massive serpent that floated above the castle. Wreathed in flames, it looked up at the sky and let out a thunderous roar. Wilhelm POV. "Artoria!" I quickly landed next to my girlfriend as her eyes still stared at the massive creature. "Wilhelm, do you know what manner of creature this is?" she asked. "He called it Boitada." "Boitada!" I rubbed my temples. "It's a South American? A fire serpent that resurrects or something about hiding in burnt trees. My knowledge on them isn't that in-depth. It's only a step down from being a real dragon. About the same thing as one of those emogi. Drake spoke in my soul. I'm pretty sure I was the one who killed this thing." "Wait, really?" "Yeah, I think it wanted to try eating me to become a real dragon." Drake snorted. "Actually, I remember now, I killed it a few times. It had some annoying ability to resurrect itself, kinda like a phoenix. If the right pieces are gathered, well, you can see the results. Bringing it back isn't that difficult, though how long is the question. It's a step below a real dragon." I told Artoria. Though, based on its temperament, it shouldn't be controllable. I think they're protectors of nature. I might be getting some myths confused. It's too late. I heard a shout coming from a man with a few flames burning around him. "Uther, stop this nonsense. Dismiss this creature. Return what you took from your family." Artoria tried to bargain. "This will only lead to the destruction of everything." Do you think I would create something I couldn't control?" He scoffed. "I used the flames of my sword to bring it back," he stated, holding his sword up. At his motion, the massive serpent suddenly jerked its head, staring down at us. "Will, are Rin and the others safe?" she asked. "Rin's with Reiku." I confirmed. "They're fine, but there were some bad things in the dungeon. We chose to handle them opposed to searching elsewhere." Artoria took a deep breath, closing her eyes for a brief moment. "I believe it is time to end this farce for good. Please take Arthur and stand back." Oh, I realized what she was doing. I immediately grabbed Arthur, who let out a surprised noise and flew to the side out of the way. "Shouldn't you help her?" Arthur questioned. "Kid, she doesn't need my help." I laughed. "You're in for a treat. You want to know her identity, right? Just keep watching." Uther cackled like a madman as he held the simmering blade in his hand. "Devour her, my pet," he declared. The coiled serpent hissed, letting its entire body unfold. If we were using this world's terms, that thing was definitely in the ultimate class, and a fair bit higher than this Uther was ranked. "Show me your struggle. How will an invisible blade help you against such a beast?" Uther smugly spoke. "Invisible blade? You seem to misunderstand." Artoria smiled lightly. "Condensed wind, folded so many times that light is reflected. But it is not meant as a weapon, it is merely a sheath," she stated as the wind around her blade slowly unfolded. The shimmering golden light was slow to seep out, but once the wind was gone, the surroundings were suddenly filled with warmth. The phenomenon spread, motes of golden light slowly lifting out of the ground for as far as the eye could see. "What is that?" Arthur whispered. Artoria took a step forward, and the gentle light around her erupted in a torrential wave, gathering around her sword. "Who are you?" Uther managed to force out. "She'd in the breath of the planet, a torrent of shining life." She held it up overhead. "X. No!" Uther roared. "Finish her!" He shouted towards the beast. It hissed, spewing flames with each motion, but complied all the same. The massive serpent reeled back and shot its elongated body towards Artoria. the flames engulfing its entire length as the creature that dwarfed even the castle came barreling down towards her. Caliba! She swung her sword down. The waves of light were released. The serpent was consumed by the torrents of light immediately as its hissing disappeared and its flames were removed from sight. A massive pillar of light erupted at the focal point, eradicating any remains of the serpentine creature. Everyone stared in silence, as no signs of the creature were left, even as the light began to eventually fade. Artoria took slow, methodical steps towards Uther, who had fallen to the ground. He stared at her with a mixture of fear and confusion. She placed her sword against his neck. "Do you now know who I am?" Chapter 244. A tense silence filled the air. There were many eyes on us. On Artoria, she dragged Uther's body through the castle gates, right into the center of their stronghold. Once the fighting had stopped, the remaining people had come out amidst the remains of the light show that had enveloped the place. They also whispered and pointed when Arthur walked right behind us. I had given her a brief rundown of what my team had run into and what had happened in the dungeon. Suffice to say, she was very much not pleased with Uther, even more so than before. Artoria didn't back down from their gazes, almost welcoming them as she tossed Uther into the mud. He squirmed around, bound and gagged to speak. Such a prideful man was left in such a wretched state, and mocked even more by his current situation. She had yet to return Excalibur, to hide it behind her invisible air. Its light still shined. It was a faint glow, yet still pulsed out a warm feeling that welcomed all to its embrace. I could tell she was concerned, worried about the ramifications of what Uther did to his own family. Still, she didn't make a move as the remaining people walked out of the ruins. Uther is defeated. Artoria spoke softly, yet her voice reverberated around the surroundings. If there is any other who wishes to stand by him, speak up now. Otherwise I will take your silence as acknowledgement of surrender. She gave it a moment and just closed her eyes, waiting for a response. Very well. She spoke again. Father. A familiar voice came from behind, and Mordred came into the courtyard, dragging a knight behind her, just like her father had. Mordred, I see your efforts have been rewarded. Artoria looked at the unconscious body. Called himself Lancelot. She snorted. Saw your noble phantasm and the big snake. Everything ended. Yes, we have taken the castle. She nodded. Wilhelm. She turned to me, then towards everyone else. Please provide healing for anyone who needs it. Yeah, these people. It looked like they had been starving for weeks. They looked extremely haggard and about to fall over. That spell, it drained their lifespan, ate away at their vitality. It would be difficult to heal them up fully, but to at least get them to something comfortable, I could do that. Ooh, let me help. Jin suddenly popped up. Thank you, Jin. Artoria smiled. Prepare a healing spell. I'll make it so it's distributed over top the castle. I stated. Okay, I'll cast my best healing, she nodded. Well, I believe this was my first time using this particular version of my 9 realms. Withdrawing the Staff of Magnus once more, I drew the runes into the air and began casting the spell. The breath of magic, Vanaheim. I called out as a golden spell circle appeared overhead. It was a simple concept to intertwine with the godly realm of Vanaheim. While the Aesir were known as fierce warriors, the Vanir were known for their mastery of the magical arts. So I took the idea of my 5 elements mutual generation and applied it on top of the Norse cosmology that is Vanaheim. At this basic level, it acted as a consistent amplification spell. Though, there were a few kinks to work out, which was why I hadn't used it in combat yet. Jin held up her hands, glowing with a bright golden light. Grand healing. She let it loose towards my spell. The two combined and a bright light enveloped the entirety of the castle, and a rain of healing fell down onto everyone. I watched silently as the various people around looked up, the lights falling on them, healing them. While this kind of healing was not absolute, it was certainly effective at many things. There was a reason that despite healing being so readily available back in Skyrim, that potions were still the go-to means. Suffice to say, healing magic was not omnipotent, unless your name was Avalon. Nice light show! Achilles decided to lazily drag a person of his own on over and tossed him onto the growing pile of unconscious people. Thought you might want this one alive, called himself Gawain. Could transform into a dragon, kinda. One of those sacred gears you've mentioned, I guess. So you slayed a dragon? I quirked an eyebrow. He gave a very dry look towards me, but I didn't press the joke now. It wasn't really the time. Thank you, writer, Artorias said kindly. Ha, don't mention it. He laughed. Wish I could have punched that giant snake, though. Next time, I called dibs on the big monster. Writer, stop being insensitive. Atlantis smacked his shoulder, tossing her own person down. This idiot called himself Tristan. I don't know why. He didn't even wield a bow properly. She snorted, holding up a harp-like bow. Master, we're bringing the ones from below over, just as Reika's words echoed in my head. I saw her and Rin escorting many different people. Mom! Dear! Dad! Cries for various family members rang out as the prisoners ran towards their family members. Children, elders, and young adults. It seems like Uther didn't discriminate in who he had decided to throw into the dungeons. It was heartwarming, even knowing what they had went through. I could only say that at least they're still alive. The last person to follow up was Agravain, his tattered clothing bellowing as he took haggard steps forward. He took a few more steps, each one looking more difficult than the last before dropping to his knees in front of her. Your Majesty, he called out. Almost as if on cue, the surrounding crowd began to drop to a knee. Head down, bowed in reverence towards Artoria. I couldn't blame them. Their entire identity was based around her on her legend. And here she was, standing right in front of them. It might be strange that they believed such a thing without prompt, but there was no lying when she held that sword in her hands. There was no need to declare her name when Excalibur was shining bright for them to clearly see. It was impossible to not acknowledge the sword itself while basking in its light. Rise! Artorias said softly. Agravain slowly lifted his head up and tried to climb to his feet, but his legs shuddered and he fell back down. Aye! You have suffered. Artoria walked forward. I was informed of what you have done. She pressed against her chest, another bright light enveloping her as her sheath was revealed. She held it up to him, letting it wrap him up in its warm embrace. The curses that were visible to the naked eye, they were grabbed a hold of and shattered by Avalon's light, and his wounds began to heal. His body had the correct color returned to it, and even though his face still looked gaunt, there was a flicker of fire in his eyes that wasn't there before. He would be quite pleased with you. Artoria gave a gentle smile. Your namesake, that is. He was a man that rarely showed his emotion, and never told others of what he got up to. But he was a fine knight who handled what needed to be handled and silently carried his own burdens. Your Majesty! Agravain looked up with a strange look on his face. We submit ourselves to you. He bowed his head again. Rise, Agravain. Artoria replied. Speak on your feet as is worthy of your station. You have made no pledges or oaths to me. There is no need to bow your head. He slowly stood up once more, a renewed vigor in his movements. I. It seemed like Agravain had trouble voicing his thoughts. Artoria let out a sigh, looking at the surrounding crowd. Let the past be buried. She began speaking again. It is fine to have pride in your heritage, but you have become blinded by the glories of the past. Let this generation be the final one to try and relive the previous era. We will follow your orders, Agravain stated. Please, take Char. No. Artoria cut him off. I will not be taking any position of authority. Whatever you may perceive about me, know that my past is in the past. She swept her gaze around. My path led me here by chance, not one I specifically chose. I felt a responsibility and acted according to my own honor. With that said, her expression turned hard. You all are hereby put on notice. She took a few steps towards the crowd. Uther had done despicable things, and many of you have paid the price. However, I am sure that there are also many that were complicit and even participated in such actions when they benefited you. Artoria stopped, turning back towards Agravain. This man is someone I acknowledge. You are now leaderless, so he shall take the leadership. If anyone wishes to voice their dissatisfaction, now is the time. She glared towards the crowd. There were many knights who had participated in the fighting. While I know that many of them were just following orders or stuck in their positions, I couldn't fault Artoria in her hesitance to trust everyone without verification. Good. She nodded. I shall say now, I will be confiscating the things I deem this family not worthy to posses as it currently is. Once you have shown yourself capable of acting beyond what Uther had created, you may have your things returned. Well, they couldn't really so no. They were conquered. Politely so, but conquered all the same. Oh well, time to loot all their cool toys. It seems we've come right on time. I turned to look at Scathack walking over. I had been wondering what she had gotten up to. Kyrie was right beside her, but there were also two more faces I hadn't met but recognized from pictures. Arthur! A girl in a large witch's hat came running over. Luffy! Arthur accepted the girl into his arms for a hug. Right behind her was a woman in a maid outfit. I could admire Arthur's taste. She was very cute. Elaine, Arthur said quietly. Arthur, I missed you. She looked like she was about to cry. Ahem. Artoria politely cleared her throat, grabbing their attention. Perhaps you wish this reunion in private? Eh? Luffy blurted out. Who are you? What's going on? Is that Dad tied up? Luffy! Arthur sighed. Apologized to his. He blinked. Her Majesty. He chided his sister. I guess he accepted Artoria's identity. The context clues were all there, and he had a bigger picture than the other people. Well, he probably had many questions, but he seemed to understand that now was neither the time nor the place. What? Leifei looked around, her eyes landing on Artoria, then her sword. Her eyes widened as if she understood something. The same explanation that filled her soul as the others. She fidgeted in place. She's a girl? But... Peace, child. There is no harm. Artoria just chuckled, shaking her head. You do look so similar to her in her youth. She muttered, staring at Luffy. Why, you Majesty? Agravain started speaking again. What would you have us do with Uther? He had harmed the people with blatant disregard and performed vile deeds for his own selfish desires. I believe you should know what to do with him. Artoria said coldly. It is your duty to weed out the individuals who would continue to harm others and the family, or deserve of a similar fate. Yes, he sighed. I will see to it that he is executed for his crimes, and I will make sure the heinous ones shortly follow him. There was a sort of relief in his words as he said, but, what would you have us do now? What is the point of the family in the first place? You are knights. You are here to foster the next generation, not fight for power or perceived glory in others worshipping you. If there is any honor left in this place, take to the old codes. Remember the oaths that are sworn upon your blades. Society has changed. People have different perceptions of morality. But there are still those who are in need, those who could stand to have an honorable knight by their side. To protect the realm. She finally dismissed Excalibur back into her soul, letting its light fade away. However, heed my final warning. She once more turned to the crowd. Her gaze was heavy, as not many dared to keep their heads up as she passed them by. Do not make me come back in the same capacity, for I will not be nearly as merciful. Chapter 245. Based on everything that happened, there was no huge celebration or excitement once we finally got home. Rather, once we arrived at Yasaka's place where we agreed to meet back up at. But at this point, I felt like it could be called an extension of our home considering everything. I was a little worried about Artoria. While no one could dispute that she was morally in the right with her actions, in what we all did, it had led to several people dying. Of which, there were quite a few that had been completely innocent of what had been going on in that place. You're back! Yasaka greeted us immediately, ushering away her guards that were nearby, presumably, so we would have some privacy. I'm assuming that everything went well since I see no one harmed. She eyed all of us as we walked through the portal. Indeed, we succeeded in what we had set out to do. Artoria gave a curt reply without revealing much of the emotions on her face. And you have more people than what you left with. Yasaka mused, eyes scanning the two new people we returned with. Arthur looked a little embarrassed as Luffy and Elaine both sort of clung on to him from behind. My sister and my lover, Lady Yasaka. Arthur bowed respectfully. Yasaka tapped her chin, humming as she set her gaze on them for several moments. If they want to stay, we'll have to see about accommodations, I suppose. I want to stay with Big Brother, Luffy said quietly. I would also like to stay with Arthur, if it is not too much trouble, Lady Yasaka. Ellen said with a more polite tone as she stepped out from behind Arthur and politely bowed her head. Well, serving the Pendragon family had probably instilled those mannerisms instinctually at this point. Very well, Yasaka said, almost dismissively. Arthur, go take them to see Soma. Have him arrange something temporary until we find more suitable, permanent accommodations. Thank you, Lady Yasaka. Arthur dipped his head once more before turning towards Artoria. Your Majesty, he said quietly as well, lowering his head respectfully towards her as well before leading the others out. Yasaka looked, confused before realization dawned on her. She had a complicated look on her face, almost mirrored by Lu Fei and Elaine. The both of them probably still didn't understand the situation fully Arthur was in. Oh, and Arthur, Yasaka spoke up, right as he was about to exit, causing him to stop and turn towards her. I will be speaking with you three at a later time. Be prepared. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, nodded his head before leaving. I guess they were going to find out what Arthur had been up to one way or another. I think that was Yasaka taking pity on him and letting him have a chance to explain himself on his own. Well, things would probably be worse if he waited until Yasaka bulldozed over everyone's feelings and relayed the information. Thanks for doing this. I spoke up, grabbing her attention. I took a few steps forward and took her hand into mine with a practiced ease as I brought it up to give it a kiss. I know you're still not happy about Arthur. She gave a warm smile. That's true, but I don't mind lending a hand to those other girls. She let out a sigh. So, I assumed there was more to the story based on everyone's reactions. I expected laughter and high spirits, not this somber atmosphere. I believe I would find a drink tempting at the moment. Artoria sighed with a frown. Couldn't agree more. Achilles snorted. You need me for anything. This doesn't really seem like something for me to stick around for. And Achilles could read a room, color me surprised. No. Thank you for your help. It was greatly appreciated. Artoria shook her head. Anytime. He waved her off. Going to find a nice tavern, or whatever they got here now that I got some money to my name. Atlanta sighed. He could have handled that better, but I'll follow along and make sure he doesn't get into trouble. She gave a polite nod towards everyone as she quickly followed after the rider-servant. Scathack stretched her arms, letting out a thoughtful hum. I wonder if those people were let off too easily. It is a question I have been asking myself. Artoria let out another uncharacteristic sigh. It is simply impossible to sift through every person there and figure out who was complicit in Uther's madness. What happened? Yasaka asked. I don't recall hearing anything too absurd from that part of the world or the Pendragon family. Though, they are known for being a bit reclusive. Some shit I really didn't want to see. Rin muttered. Uther thought torturing children was a viable political tool. Yasaka blinked at that, a scowl quickly forming on her face. Did he kidnap his own fucking family? Mordred snorted. Used them and threw them away whenever it suited him. And his top knights weren't that much better. I was scared to ask how many of the women there couldn't say no when that fake Lancelot came strutting around. Fucking slimy bastard. Oh no! Yasaka looked horrified. Tell me they were taken care of? I left them in the hands of Agravain. Artoria clarified. After subverting the hierarchy of the family, I placed him in charge. He is someone I believe is trustworthy, and he was someone who was willing to suffer to protect his own family. I fully believe he will fix things properly and not let those who sinned escape. Not to mention I confiscated many of their weapons, so they will not be getting any ideas in the meantime. Artoria looked a bit pensive even with the proclamation. However, there was much damage done. Apparently, Uther had a large-scale ritual set up that drained the vitality, the life force of his family members to weave into the casting. He collected several items that conceptually aligned with a certain creature that allowed for its resurrection based on its own myths. I explained. Basically, a big fuck-off flaming serpent that was barely under a traditional dragon in its existence. I noticed the fixtures of it myself, but I did not have time to investigate. After the Golden Dawn magician started teleporting in, I thought it was a lesser priority since it didn't appear active. Jin added, and you did wonderfully. I sneaked up on her, arms wrapping her up from behind. She brightened up quite a bit at that. And honestly, I think she thrived on compliments and acknowledgement. I suppose it wasn't strange considering how she lived before. There is no blame to be had. I do not think any of us would have expected that man to so willingly perform such heinous deeds. Artoria stated, as if making sure Jin knew she didn't blame the blue genie. Things going awry is pretty damn common. Kyrie crossed his arms. Don't think I've ever been on a job that hadn't had a few surprises and turned everything pear-shaped. All in all, things could have been much worse, especially if we never interfered in the first place. And we were able to mitigate some of the worst parts. Scat also spoke up, adding on to Kyrie's statement. The location we had found the two girls at was where many of the non-combatant were hiding amidst our assault. I believe the vast majority of them would have been killed under the actualization of the ritual had we not been there to protect them. That's a good point. I doubted they would teach all the help, or lessers of the family, the ways of magic or Tuki, or what have you. They would have most certainly been drained by the ritual and probably killed. Yeah, and the ones in the dungeon were saved because of us. Rin nudged Artoria. If we didn't do this, then they would have died. Reika was silent, nodding along as Rin spoke. It was obvious she agreed wholeheartedly. She was very upset at what happened, which was completely understandable. Not to mention, she's very protective of children. We did good, Father, Mordred said. We had to do something when they were going around calling themselves Pendragon. They should get their shit together now and not be such an embarrassment. Yes, I suppose we did, Mordred. Artoria gave a warm smile. I am merely feeling regretful due to the ties we shared with them. Her smile slowly turned back to something neutral as she appeared to have another thought. And there's the matter of me acting less than covert in my actions. Please, like anything can top what Schweinard did. Rin snorted. I deny nothing. I grinned. What happened? Yasaka tilted her head. I have yet to hear any noise. Granted, I don't keep up with much of the happenings on that side of the world. I released my noble phantasm on the creature that was summoned, and I made no effort to conceal it, so everyone there is aware of who I am now. Artoria said truthfully. Oh. Yasaka blinked. Is this bad? Reiku asked. I admit to not knowing much about this world. Maybe. Yasaka replied, as if questioning it herself. Well, from that devil net thing I had been looking at, it appears my name is on people's lips. I do not see what other problems could arise. Scat stated. She had been up and about doing things for Yasaka. I can't fault her for using her true name, nor would I ask her not to. And that's still mostly in the realm of rumor. I pointed out. And it's not like most interested parties would come trudging into another pantheon's domain just to verify. Yes, and I believe you are the center of most attention right now. She laughed. I believe I have been regulated to unimportant in the rumors that have been springing up. Ugh, don't remind me. I sighed. Just kick the ass of anyone who tries anything. Mordred crossed her arms. I don't see what the big deal is. Can't we just tell them to fuck off? It's not that simple, Mordred. Kyrie sighed himself. You got literal angels and devils running around here. Yes. Yasaka pursed her lips. And from what I've gleaned thus far, the Arthur from our world was far more involved in heaven's affairs. I remember some stories about him leading the charge with angels at his side against the forces of hell. That's so fucking cool. Mordred practically had stars in her eyes. Artoria even looked amused by her reactions. Do you think that they will come seek me out and by extension you? She tilted her head. If what you say is true, then my relationship with Wilhelm may be a point of contention in their eyes. She furrowed her brow. God, it's weird to think that he's a literal devil. Mordred said blindly. Half devil. I corrected. Same shit. Also a dragon, and part god, or something. And I believe all three of those are hated by the church. Yasaka laughed. Huh. It was all I could say. Yeah, Big G seemed to despise dragons. Fuck him. Drake added. Noted. And they consider all other deities to be complete blasphemy. And I'm a devil on top of all of that. The unholy fucking trifecta. I think one of the big issues would be the fact that the Excalibur here was destroyed. Jin interjected, earning a look of horror from Mordred and one of surprise from us. She looked back with confusion. What? Just because I've been researching other stuff in Skyrim doesn't mean I don't keep track of this place too. She huffed. I'm sorry for doubting you. I held my hands up in surrender. But you also raise a good point. The Excalibur. Yeah, hold the fuck up. Mordred interrupted. Explain now. Artoria let out a sigh. It's not worth getting worked up over. It appears that Excalibur in this world had been destroyed, and was later reforged into 7 more blades, bearing its namesake. Arthur possessed one known as Excalibur Ruler, which could force those to bend their will to the wielder. That's... Mordred seemed at a loss for words. What the hell? Ignoring the fucking sword getting broken, who the fuck thought it was a good idea to add mind control to your sword? What kind of king needs to force others to listen? Mordred threw up her hands in anger. Going to go kick that brat's ass after hearing that shit. Mordred, calm yourself. Artoria said evenly. The nature of this world's Excalibur is different. Just treat it as another sword altogether. Fuck, I'll try. Mordred scowled. What happened to that trashy knockoff of his? I broke it and scattered its soul to the wind. Artoria replied. Good. She nodded. If I see those others fakes, I'll do that too. Actually, you may have a chance to do that. Yasaka sounded a bit annoyed, as if she just recalled something. A while ago, I believe before I met Wilhelm. She flashed me a smile. The church was running around because several of their Excalibur swords were stolen. Oh, I blinked. I actually remember that too. I stopped at a bar when I got here, wanted to get up to date on some news. Wait, that fucking golden store. How could I forget about them? Bastards. Good job, Schweinorg. Rin deadpanned. Oh, fuck off. That was after I just got back from the Land of Shadows. I wasn't exactly in a good. I cut myself off remembering Scat Hack was right here. It slipped my mind. I finished. From what I understand, the supposed thieves came all the way to Japan. Though, we have yet to be presented with any conclusive evidence to support that. As such, we denied the church access to do a more thorough sweep of our territory. Yasaka continued. I'm sure they must have been thrilled at that. Kairi snorted. I think the church hates their authority being checked more than anything blasphemous that they shout about. Yasaka's lips curled up. You won't hear me say anything to the contrary. But, yes, Excalibur pieces are currently missing, and it's believed to be the Grigori behind the thefts. The fact that nothing has happened between those two factions leads me to believe that is not the case. Otherwise, I don't keep too close an eye on the Western factions when it does not concern me. I see. Artoria muttered. It appears I have brought more problems to your home, Yasaka. Oh, none of that. Yasaka playfully dismissed her concerns. If I can handle getting into fist fight with one of Japan's patron deities, I can assure you that this is no issue for me. We are in no way subservient to heaven or the church if they want to try something. Yasaka developed a vicious grin. Well said. Scat Hack laughed. I dare them to come cause trouble. They will meet my spear. I feel attacked. I pointed out. But I also agree. At the end of the day, fuck him. Damn straight. Mordred grinned. He actually says something good for once, father. No one's touching my sister. Jin floated over, wrapping up Artoria with a big smile. I have no care for them. I will draw my sword if need be. Reiku added. Oh God, I'm going to hell. Rin deadpanned. Oh Rin. I pat her shoulder. It's actually a pretty popular tourist destination for the supernatural world. You're fucking with me. He's not. Yasaka giggled. Kuno's been trying to get me to take her to Lucifer Land for months now. Rin opened her mouth, then closed it several times. I need a drink. Seconded. Kairi muttered. Wanna forget this conversation ever happened. Woo, drinks all around. Jin cheered. You, Missy, are going to go slow this time. I pinched her cheek. You got drunk way too fast last time. But drunk gin is also best gin. Oh, phooey. I wouldn't mind indulging. Reika said gracefully. Should I remind you all that it's barely noon? Yasaka voiced. We all just paused there. Food, I offered. Shit I could eat. Mordred agreed. I do enjoy the variety of food in this era. Scat Hack looked interested. Yeah, I'm kinda hungry. Rin nodded. I could eat. Artoria smiled warmly, looking around at everyone. I'm sure you could. I snorted, wrapping her up. What are you insinuating? Artoria stuttered. Nothing at all. Rin said dryly. Hang on, let me go make sure I have enough money to cover the costs. I only had a few 100,000 yen on me last time I checked. Rin! Artoria turned red. Valper Galilei POV. Speak. What was so urgent that it couldn't wait? I was in the middle of my experiment, if it is not important. I narrowed my eyes. You will be among the next test subjects. Sir, it's about the stolen Excalibur swords we were watching over. The former exorcist, whose name I didn't care to remember, spoke up. Well, spit it out. I tapped my foot expectantly. The Excalibur swords. Something happened. I turned to look at the second man who stood nearby. He pushed his glasses up and looked a fair bit calmer. Yes, at approximately 10:19 a.m., all the Excalibur swords seemed to resonate with another source. Resonate? I furrowed my brow. Explain. I'm afraid we don't know anything specific quite yet, but the swords we had seemed to start glowing and reacted to something. We're currently trying to search for the source. He gestured towards the swords that were still held in their spots. They were shaking violently, and some of their abilities were manifesting without a user. Why, yes. The more foolish one hurriedly ran over to the table. Excalibur transparency started to become transparent randomly. And Excalibur nightmare, it began to create illusions every so often before they dispersed. Kokabeel should be moving to steal the remainder any time now. I should ask him if he's heard anything similar with the other swords. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Chapter 246, Interlude 12. Son of Yukong POV. You summoned me, Lord Indra. I bowed before the leader of the Indian pantheon. For all his posturing and grumbling about proper demeanor, when answering his summons, he sat there in flip-flops and a tacky Hawaiian shirt. And who wears sunglasses indoors? Assholes, that's who. He lorded himself on top his throne. He hadn't always had a throne, but he decided he needed one after visiting other pantheons and seeing that they all had thrones. And because he's Indra, no one's allowed to out-asshole him. About time. Indra scowled, leg kicked over the armrest of his throne, arm propping up his head. You're probably wondering why I summoned you. Well, it's either to boss me around to satiate your inflated ego, or you have a mission. Sometimes both. Do you have a mission for me, Lord Indra? I respectfully asked. He looked down at me, pleased with my subservience. I spent enough time in the celestial bureaucracy to learn how to kiss ass. I do, he said with a pause, not bothering to explain. He was going to make me ask. Fucking stupid power plays. I'm at your disposal, Lord Indra. Tell me what needs to be done, and I'll accomplish it to the best of my ability. I wasn't going to give him the pleasure. He grunted with a hint of annoyance. Buddha above, why did he have to act so controlling? It's only me right here. He didn't need to flex his authority over the other gods. It's not like I can rebel or anything, not after the mess I made in the Jade Emperor's court. Well, after the messes, I should say. You rampaged one too many times, then suddenly everyone wanted your head. He sat up straighter, his demeanor shift told me of how serious the matter was. He usually didn't come to me with such things, but I suppose I might be specifically needed here. The future has changed. Indra growled. I blinked in confusion. I don't understand. Of course you wouldn't. He scoffed. Asshole. I've been tracking the outline of the future and everything was going according to plan, but recently there was a large shift and everything is wrong. He slammed his fist on his throne, cracking it. Purple lightning simmered around him. He was a powerful clairvoyant. Probably the strongest now that the biblical god was dead, possibly only matched by Lord Shiva, but I had a feeling that Indra was a tiny bit above him in that regard while the god of destruction was a bit stronger. However, there was a more important matter. Did someone mess up his plans right under his nose? Well, it was hard to hold back a smile. I think I owed someone a drink. Lord Indra, I don't understand much of what you're saying. But couldn't you simply look to see who's causing you problems? Merciful Buddha, I hate talking like this. Indra growled again, slumping in his chair. Whatever, whoever is causing this, I can't see them. Well, ain't that some shit? And what is your command for me, Lord Indra? I assume no confidence in something that even you are uncertain of. I was able to pick out some locations, some things I need you to investigate discreetly. He flipped his own over, revealing a piece of paper. I don't know how relevant some of them are, so just investigate them all. It slowly floated down into my hands. Some of these have times next to them, do I and be at those places at the specific times that are marked. I was only able to glean very few details, but they should be important. Don't reveal yourself, he interrupted. Well, a little walk around the world wouldn't hurt. I will not fail you, Lo. Don't fail me, monkey, Indra said dismissively. If I was a few years younger, I would have, what do the kids say these days? Throw hands. I thought Biko said that once or twice. Made me nostalgic for the days before my journey, before I converted. I should pay a visit to the flowers and fruit mountain, maybe train the brats for a little bit. See how Biko's doing too. By your leave. Get going. He shooed me off. Unless you want to go clean the divine stables. Dick. Let's see here, this should be the place. It would have helped had he given me any kind of explanation instead of go here, for whatever reason. At least this wasn't one of the time-marked ones, which were due in the next few days. Using my transformation spell was quite handy for situations like this. Made infiltration missions easy. Not many people expected the great sage equal to heaven to be undercover like this. There's no former Monkey King here, just a dashing young human, looking around. Speaking of, what in the nine hells am I looking for? I could only scratch my head as I stood in front of a partially burned-down house. Is something wrong, dearie? I turned my head to see an old woman walk up to me. You were staring at that place for a while now. I hope you didn't know anyone caught up in that dreadful fire. Oh no, Auntie. I smiled. I just got back to town after visiting my grandparents in the country. Was wondering what happened. My acting skills were impeccable. What a shame. She shook her head. I remember a young man used to live here, kept to himself. I don't remember seeing anyone else. And just one day, the house burned down and I haven't seen the young man since. I do hope he's doing okay. Well, since that's literally the only noticeable thing around here, I could assume that was what I came for. I mean, there were some devils on the other side of town. But I think this was their territory or something. Yeah, now I remember that Satan Brat's sister was here. Well, staying the hell away from them. Don't want that freaky devil to come after me. Oh, I really hope the devils had something to do with it. I would give up the peaches of immortality I snuck a few centuries ago if it meant I could see Indra's face if that happened. Do you remember his name by chance? I asked. I think it was Shimoda. Shimoda Takao, she looked thoughtful. Yes, I think that's it. I'm sorry. It's been a long while and he was a quiet child, so I didn't speak to him much. That name doesn't sound familiar at all. Not that I expected anything. I half thought that Indra just wanted to jerk me around for a while, just because he could. Wouldn't be the first time. It's all right, Auntie. I was just curious. I flashed her an innocent smile. My, aren't you a sweet boy? She rubbed my head. Kind of awkward considering eyes, more than 20 times her age. I have some cookies I made for my grandson, but he didn't come over. How about helping an old woman and take some off my hands? She gave that authentic grandmotherly smile that even someone like me couldn't resist. And I was a sucker for some cookies. Well, the trip hadn't been a complete waste. Free cookies. But once again, why am I here? I looked around at the large crowds walking about, the utterly mundane and normal humans, for the most part. It was easy to see through the disguises of the non-humans who were walking around. Not much could escape my fiery golden eyes. Yukai. Devil, dryad, vampire. Centaur? Why was he under an illusion and pulling a carriage, and wearing leather, with a gag in his mouth? And this was why no one wants to come to America. All right, let's see. I remember that some large mutant lizard attacked here last month, which wasn't something worth talking about when mentioning this country. I did have a good laugh when I saw Izanami slap it across the face. It's nice to see that girl getting out of Yomi every once in a while. Last time I saw her, she was super depressed. And there had been a devil with her, the son of one of those Satan brats. And I just came from a part of Japan that was a small part of devil territory. Curious. There were a few connections so far. Maybe I should go and visit Izanami. We're not exactly friends, but I didn't think she'd turn me away for a small chat. But there was also that mess that her son caused. That Susanoo raising a ruckus off the coast of Japan, fighting that devil. There were a few connections so far. Maybe I should go and visit Izanami. We're not exactly. I blinked in realization, looking back at the paper. The one which told me to investigate some coordinates off the coast of Japan, which sounded suspiciously like the place where Susanoo fought. That's 3 times that devil had been involved. The first time could be hand-waved, just happenstance. The second time was a direct interference. And now the third where that young brat fought Susanoo. I'd have to be a fool, or Indra, to not see the obvious here. Though, that arrogant god usually has his head up his own. I took a deep breath. Ba. Peace. No need to drag myself down to his level. Well, I read most of the stuff on devil.net. One of the things that kept me entertained these days. I highly doubted Indra would lower himself to use it, so he's probably in the dark. Not to mention if he's as flustered about his future plans being disrupted, he'd probably more focused on that than the real happenings of the world. No, he probably was told that Susanoo got his butt kicked and had a good laugh at that, then stopped caring. He looked down on the other lightning-based gods, so he wouldn't even bother acknowledging a devil that fought Susanoo. But that didn't explain how his predictions had all turned to dust. Regardless of this devil's strength, Indra was not a pushover, especially when it came to looking into the future. As much as I disliked him, he's the only one of 2 who could have even claimed rivalry with the Christian god when it came to divining the future. Last time I heard, this devil was apparently living in Yusaka's domain. I rubbed my currently non-existent beard in contemplation. It had been a while since I'd seen that old bastard Nurarahayan, and Yusaka was someone I was on decent terms with. I could easily get an audience if I desired without getting those Takamagara gods in a tizzy. The only issue there was that they're closer to the Jade Emperor than Indra, so it might cause a little friction. Gah, why were politics so annoying? I missed the days I just leisurely drank on the mountain and fought when I felt like it. I retired, and here I am still putting up with all this nonsense. And I knew as soon as I told Indra what I found out, he's going to go cause a mess. He's already throwing a fit when his little toy, Chow Chow, died and went to a different afterlife. I didn't have much sympathy for that brat. He was a kid without a guiding hand, so his earlier years and attitude could be excused, but he still became, somewhat, a man and still had those stupid ideas. He wanted to slaughter anything non-human to prove himself, or something equally ridiculous. To prove that humans were stronger, or something. And the fact that he was using one of the biblical gods' toys, his strongest one in fact, didn't seem to register on his mind. Well, Buddha was merciful. I hoped his next reincarnation was better. Maybe that was why Indra was ticked off. Losing his toy was one thing, but that spear disappearing was a whole other issue. Indra had some of his own toys that could match, or beat it, but it was still a prize worth having even if to keep it as nothing more than a bauble. I'm sure he'd love to keep it and lord it over the angels just to get a reaction. Well, I may as well finish up this list, otherwise he'd throw a fit. I got a couple days before this next one, and the food here was always good. Buddha is merciful. I'm sure it'd be fine to taste a bit of the local cuisine. England. Ha! Been a long time since I'd been here. Hadn't really had a reason to come back in about 600 years or so. Thankfully I didn't spread any new legends when I had a bit of fun at the time. Let's see, a castle in the middle of nowhere. Seems about right for how Indra's been sending me to places. I think I knew this place. Something about a family here. Oh, that Pendragon family. Descendants of that one kid a few centuries ago. I remembered him. Feisty little guy. Learned Tuki all by himself and got pretty dang good at it. He was one of the Heaven faction's heavy hitters outside of their realm. I transformed into a bird, flying over the walls undetected. I silently clicked my non-existent tongue at their lackadaisical attitude until I noticed the destruction all around. This place had been through quite the battle, lots of damage every. The faintest smell of fire and snake filled the air. I detected no signs of such things, yet they still persisted. Not only that, I felt a strange sense of peace sitting here, like I could harmonize with this place and meditate fairly easily. A strange thing indeed for a place that had seen such a battle recently. Now my curiosity was piqued. I flew around for a few minutes, looking for a good target to follow. And wouldn't you know it, a group of people from the Catholic Church had arrived in a burst of light. I guess I couldn't talk bad about Indra's timing. Something was certainly going on here. Whether it's anything noteworthy for us was a different matter entirely. Oh well, should stave off my boredom. Changing into a fly was as easy as breathing as I landed on a priest's robe. I didn't think he'd notice me considering he probably couldn't even see his feet with that gut hanging out. They walked with a purpose, everyone making way for them. I wasn't quite familiar with the relationships or factions here, being a bit out of my purview and a bit low on the totem pole for me. However, it was odd to see these outsiders run all over this supposed noble family for these humans. They pushed open doors and shuffled inside to a group of waiting men. One sat at the forefront, who had a look of confidence on his face. Oh, this should be entertaining. I could tell he wasn't going to take any crap from these pompous buffoons. I scanned around the room and landed on something very interesting. There was a bug hiding in the corner, blending in with the stone. I recognized a similar method of concealment, if different in application and origin. What did they call it? A glamour? My eyes pierced the veil. I saw what laid underneath its true nature. A fae. Annoying. No one liked dealing with them. It always ends up being more trouble than it's worth. Well, just as I saw through it, it looked at me and saw my true nature as well. Typical, hard to hide, or cheat, in front of one of those things. They give devils a run for their money when it came to contracts and agreements as well. Since neither of us made a move, it became a silent agreement to not do anything as we both were apparently here for the same reason. Where's Uther? The fat priest shouted as I flew off his body and onto the nearby wall. Uther is no longer the head of the family. The man sitting down explained calmly. I'm Agravain, and you will be dealing with me from now on. The fat priest huffed and pulled out a chair, falling into it with a creak. Oomph! We had agreements, acknowledgments of. You had agreements. Agravain cut him off. As Uther's head had been removed from his body, those agreements too are being reconsidered. That old bastard's dead? The priest blinked. Did you think he would willingly give up his spot? Agravain raised an eyebrow. The priest scoffed. So you usurped his position. A coup then. He ran his eyes up and down on Agravain, who didn't react. I think he mentioned you. His decrepit and talentless brother. The priest spat out. Uther was executed for the crimes he committed. Agravain said calmly. Now, Father Pierre, what about the contracts we had? What about them? Agravain replied instantly. We were told we would receive help. We would receive reinforcements and aid in the event of an attack. Agravain's voice was stern. Before you should speak of what we should be providing you in the future due to these arrangements, how about we discuss your absence when our home was under siege? We were preoccupied. The priest scowled. Really? The entirety of the church was preoccupied and couldn't answer our call for aid. Agravain snorted. What do you care? The priest slammed his hand down on the table. Your little coup won you the head seat. While that's technically true, it's also very far from the truth. Agravain closed his eyes with a sigh. I did not ask for this, but I suppose it makes little difference. Regardless, you violated the terms of our contract. Why should we honor the agreements between our two factions if you aren't going to do the same? Why you're going to rip of the agreements we've had between us for the last 500 years? The priest looked surprised. Do you have any idea what that means? It means we will no longer be allies after today. Agravain leaned back in his seat. We will be closing ourselves off for a few years to reevaluate our purpose. Do you think we'd just let you walk away with so many of our treasures in your vaults? We let you keep them because you did what you were told. Agravain let out a laugh. Feel free to check our vaults. We have no treasures to speak of. What? We were attacked. We were defeated. Do you think that the defeated side would get to keep anything of importance? I told you I didn't ask for this. It was thrust upon me. Agravain snorted with laughter. The sword I'm using right now is barely better than something mundane. Where? Who? That's none of your business. Agravain smiled. As we're no longer deciding to pursue our original relationship, I will classify that as a secret not worth sharing. Do you think the church will accept this? We're the ones who made you what you were. Do you have any idea how many resources we spent on your family over the years to keep it going? How many times we stopped you all from dying out just because of your ancestor? And this is how you repay us. The priest stood up, slamming the table. This is blasphemy. You're defying the will of heaven. Let's agree to disagree. Rah! The priest slammed the table again. What gives you the confidence? He growled. Did you find help in those abominations? Or maybe a false pagan god? Our family is faithful to our roots. We find no shelter in others but those of our blood. Agravain had a cocky smirk on his face. Little brat was definitely hiding something. Now that we established your actual feelings, how about we talk about the real reason you're here? Because it certainly wasn't to help us. Unless the church is that incompetent that it took several days to finally get our message. Agravain added, I liked his style. The priest was red in the face. I thought he might pop if he gets any redder. Then listen well, brat. I'm here on a holy mission from God. He spread his arms out. We detected a very large burst of holy power here, and we're investigating if that's classified. Agravain shut him down. Excuse me. Classified. Family secrets. Agravain leaned back. Anything else? Or shall I walk you to the door? Why you? He held his hand up in disbelief. Did you not hear what I said? I'm on a mission personally given by an angel. A mission from God himself. You dare deny me? Yes, Agravain said pointedly. Heathen! Are you done? Agravain said with a bored tone. This isn't the end of anything. All our sensors went haywire. Ever since the Excalibur swords have been stolen, we've been looking for them. Then suddenly there's a massive buildup of holy power that can match an archangel at the very least. And our sensors are telling us the Excaliburs were used here? We graciously allowed you to keep one of them. But there's no way that kind of response was only from one being used. The church demands an explanation. This was getting pretty interesting. Those Excalibur toys looked fun to play with, even if they couldn't match the complete sword from back in the day. What happened? There's been not a peep, and a battle clearly occurred. If you don't give us a sufficient reply, you'll do what? Agravain tilted his head. I said before, we are without any treasures anymore. We're destitute. He punctuated. Are you going to call a crusade? He said mockingly. How comical that you're threatening us when you couldn't even spare any of your people when we were in danger. I can say under an oath, under the truthful eyes of an angel, heaven being my witness, there were none of those Excalibur shards present that day. The priest growled under his breath. Lies and twisted truths. After suffering such mockery, do you think heaven will stay silent? Hellfire awaits you, brimstone and damnation. How bold of you to speak on God's behalf. Tell me, Father Pierre, when did you become an angel? Agravain snorted. Insolent! Agravain suddenly shot up, slamming his hands on the table, shattering his end. I should be the one saying that. He roared. How dare you come into my home and act like we owe you any kind of answer or explanation? You bastards didn't even show up when called. You get no right to demand anything of us. The church wants an answer. How about I publicly ask for an answer from the church? How many other smaller factions will look at us and think, what if we're in trouble too? Why you wouldn't dare? Try me. Agravain glared. Fine. The priest sniffed. I can see I'm not wanted here. I'll report back about your lack of cooperation. Let the higher-ups deal with this vermin-filled castle and its decrepit family. This isn't over. We'll find out one way or another. The priest snorted, snapping at his guards as they quickly shuffled out of the room. Agravain fell back to his seat. Went better than expected. He let out a long breath. Was it wise to provoke them like that, my lord? A knight standing to the side spoke up. I had to shift the conversation several times away from, well, you know, taunting him to lead him into a verbal trap where we could buy ourselves some more time. Threaten them with the only thing we could hold over their heads, their lack of aid as stipulated. To give the church a public slap would do more harm than any of our swords could at the moment. Even if they would have aided Uther and doomed us even further, they still promised that aid regardless. Ho, what a cheeky brat he was. The church cared too much about their reputation to not take that threat seriously. Even if we bought time, they could still easily destroy us. The knight said quietly, Maybe. Agravain sighed. We don't have any of our strongest weapons anymore. The years Uther spent building up our defenses are gone, fuck him even still. We have nothing but the strength of our own arms now. So yes, we would find ourselves wanting should we fight. But you forget who said they would be here should we call. But After how church abandoned us when it was convenient, do you think? You saw the look on her face. The words she spoke with conviction as she promised aid should we stay true to our honor. Agravain sent him a glare. You saw her sword, he added on in but a whisper. After seeing the real Excalibur wielded in her hands on our behalf, can you truly doubt her? I'm sorry, my lord. The knight bowed his head. It's all right. He stood up, patting the knight on the shoulder. I can understand your hesitance more than anyone. The knight stood up straight and slammed his fist against his chest. Long live the king, he said resolutely. Agravain let out a laugh. Long live the king. He echoed back. Well, wasn't that certainly something? I glanced back at the fairy who seemed just as interested in what I had learned. I had a feeling the world was going to get a bit more fun in the coming years. Chapter 247. Step forward, slash down, left, right. My sword moved rhythmically. Having done these motions so many times, it had been ingrained deep into my subconscious to the points where it's practically instinct. It was soothing, being able to push any stray thoughts away and just focus on swinging my sword. To feel my arms begin to get sore and sweat drip down my brow. It was difficult finding a way to work my body as it was now. That is to say, now that I've gained divinity and gone through a metamorphosis of sorts. I stood atop a magic circle that I constantly channeled magical energy into. It was reminiscent of the room I created back at the College of Winterhold, if applied in a more sloppy fashion. It anchored a bounded field around me that constantly changed the gravitational pull at different intervals and in different ways. I then forced myself to keep steady and perform the same strike perfectly each time. It was mentally exhausting and even grated on me physically. I let out a breath as my sword came down to my side, and with a thought, I turned off the magic circle. While the application of the whole thing was magical in nature, the outcome was more of a natural phenomenon, so my magic resistance wasn't hindering my training. I was wondering where you had gotten off to. I saw Scat-Hack approach from the side. My student snuck away to train, and didn't even have the decency to tell me. Should I be offended? She gave a little grin. I blinked in realization. I didn't mean to offend. I did choose a rather isolated place located within Yasaka's Kyoto. It wasn't only a city that existed here. There were forests and otherwise undeveloped areas. The more permanent residents would probably get too stir-crazy if there wasn't a more complete setting in this small dimension. Oh, hush! She laughed. I'm merely jesting. Taking some time alone for yourself is no crime. I pursed my lips. I don't want to be neglectful. I could have maybe. She flicked her finger. A small compression of air shot forward and smacked into my aura. I blinked again in response at her action. None of that. She chided. None of us are young maidens that require your presence at every moment. We all have things we're busy with, and honest effort and sincere affection is all we desire from you. That warm smile she flashed, it always made my heart melt. And just like that, you know how to cheer me up. I stretched my back. Speaking of effort, I have a date with Yasaka planned for the upcoming festival she's preparing for. I'm going to surprise Jin with a date too, maybe take her to the beach, since I don't think she's ever been. I'm going to surprise Meridia and see what she wants to do. Yeah, Meridia's the hardest to plan things with. It's best to not try to surprise her with anything that would take too much focus away from her duties. Artoria, I don't think she's in the mindset right now for a date with both Mordred and the Pendragon family still being things she's fretting over. That being said, I was still going to be there to support her as her boyfriend. Honestly, that whole thing was still a big mess. She'd been talking with Agravain the past few days, being kept abreast of the situation, but it's still slow going. Even Mordred took a second trip over there to check things out in person. There's that strange feeling in the air like we're all waiting for the second shoe to drop. And Reiku? Scat-Hack asked. I didn't forget about her. I chuckled. I sorta had a plan, but I was going to ask for an opinion. I thought maybe taking her to get some family photos made. I know she has a strange mindset about our relationship, but I wanted to show her that she really means a lot to me, so I was going to get some pictures of us together and set them up alongside the one I have with my mom. Some mom and son. Pictures I thought would make her elated. My student, Scat-Hack said softly. What? Bad. Should I go with something else? She walked up and pulled me into a huge, my face pressed into her ample cleavage. I should say it's surprising that you are able to act as sweet as you do in relation to the foolish things you often partake in. However, I've discovered that this is a normal occurrence since I've been returned to your side. She smelled nice. I tilted my head up, eyes meeting her as I moved in for a kiss, only for her finger to press against my lips. You wish to claim the scat hack as lips. Are you not forgetting something before taking such a prize from me? Perhaps a woman whom you had yet to mention. She quirked an eyebrow. Nope. I gave her a cheeky smile. Seeing her puff up was extremely cute. You are bold to tease this old woman. It does not matter how much stronger you become. You will always be scat hack a student. She gave my forehead a little flick. Does my scat hack want a date? A romantic evening? A candlelight dinner? Holding hands as we take a stroll under the moonlight? I rattled off, as I noticed her complexion grow increasingly more red. It even made me pause in my teasing. Are you blushing? Oh, of course not. She scoffed. Do you think the immortal witch of Dunscaith would blush at such a thing? I'm not some inexperienced girl. Cute. I poked her cheek, ignoring her indignations. You are asking for a beating. She huffed, turning away. Maybe I am. I smirked. Perhaps I have been too lenient on you. She removed her arms, taking a step back, though she sported a bright smile as she took out her spear. Well, I've been wanting to test a few things. I hummed, hefting my sword up. Foo-foo. I've also been wanting to test a few things of yours as well. That bloodthirsty smile adorned her face. I was racking my brain trying to figure out what scat hack would want in a date. But this would probably satisfy her for a while. She took a slow step forward. Her spear swung down and thrust it at me from several different positions. Each one of them was a blow that would leave me wounded if I allowed the strike to connect with my body but not outright kill me. I planted my feet firmly and swung my sword, matching her strikes as sparks flew with the collision of our weapons. Scat-Hack twirled her spear in hand, and then her grip slid down her spear as it was launched forward with a sudden, bursting speed. With an almost nonchalant movement, her spear had turned into a red blur as it was thrust towards my heart. The combination of thrust it forward and letting it jerk out of her grip slightly had momentarily made me surprised at the distorted movement. However, I never lost track of that deadly tip. My mirage flashed out, the tip colliding with her spear. And with a flick of my wrist, Mirage tilted slightly, deflecting it away from me harmlessly. I guess you haven't been lazing around after all. She laughed, pulling her spear back. She spun it in place a few times, never moving from her spot. Without any words, her spear lashed out once more. A straightforward stab right for my neck. It was an easy deflection, but she immediately followed up by sliding down to her knee and swiped the shaft of her spear at my legs. I slammed my sword into the ground, blocking it, but she just spun on the spot, regaining her momentum as the spear arched back towards my other side. It was like a hurricane as she was relentless in her attacks, a continuous barrage that didn't allow me a moment's respite. As soon as I blocked or deflected one attack, another was on the opposite side coming right at me. She continued to speed up until the point where her spear tip became nothing more than a red streak of light, almost as if it was attacking me simultaneously from every angle. This dance continued, neither of us moving from the spot we were in, as we each tried to win this spontaneous game that came about. No, it only came to a head when her spear slipped through my guard, flying by my face and tore apart a small opening in my aura. I let out a breath, my sword went slack in my hand, and a sigh escaped from my lips. Point to you then. She smiled, pulling her spear back, the butt of it slamming into the ground. She lightly leaned on it, looking all too smug. Foo-foo. My precious student, where did your bravado go, Her little giggle turned into outright laughter. Yeah. I rolled my eyes. I'm not ashamed to admit you still got me beat on the skill side of things. Yeah, as far as pure skills went, she still outclasses me. It felt a bit like tennis, where your opponent continuously pulled you more and more to each corner of the court until you just can't respond in time. Except with deadly weapons and a sadist teacher. Don't get depressed, boyo. She stood back up straight, spinning her spear again, almost out of habit. Not many people can match my skills. You have come far since I first taught you. Her words a genuine praise. It's nice to hear you say that. I nodded. But I have a retort. I snapped my fingers. A bolt of lightning dropped from the sky on top of her. The kick-up of dirt did nothing to hide the look of utter annoyance on her face. Not at my sudden attack, mind you. No, it was the fact that her face was now covered in dirty. She wiped her hand down her face, brushing it off. You play a dangerous game. She looked at me intently. I gripped my sword and smiled towards her. Bring it, bitch. That maniac grin appeared again as her center of gravity slowly moved towards the ground. Her spear erupted in bloodlust, taking a familiar position. With pleasure, like a coiled spring that was finally let loose, she shot forward. Her magical energy enveloped her in a thick hue, a palpable bloodlust that rolled off her in every direction. That deadly spear sailed right towards me as I took a step to the side, pushed my feet into the ground and swung up at the bottom of it, pushing it to the side. With a quick spin of her spear, her feet were already planted into the ground, the butt of her weapon aimed towards my temple. I ducked under it, the sheer force managing to make my aura flare up as it passed overhead. She followed up with her foot flying towards my stomach. I gathered my aura into my hand and met her kick. An explosion of energy erupted at the focal point, blowing us both a few meters back. This is the aura you spoke of then? She laughed. I can see its utility and strengths. I am quite impressed. I rolled my neck before I started walking forward, an action matched by her. Her predatory steps looked as intimidating as ever, however I was not that same person from back then. I had come a long way from the land of shadows, and I had quite a few tricks she hadn't seen yet. With a wave of my hand, one of my other swords appeared next to me. She looked a bit more serious, as she eyed the blade spinning around me protectively. With a flick of her hand, her gibog stabbed into the ground, flinging up large swathes of dirt. I noticed immediately that she hid runes within the cloud of dirt as the spells actualized and began to bombard me. I didn't move from my spot, my sword of destruction igniting with my power of destruction, and shot forward in a straight line through all the magical power coming at me. Her eyes widened as she was forced to jump out of the way. She eyed it warily as it curved in air and came back towards her. I could see her fingers around her spear tighten as she drew upon a large amount of magical energy and met my sword head-on. The explosive power of hers managed to send my sword hurling away. How do you like my bloodline ability? I grinned. What a frightening power. She acknowledged, turning back towards me. I would be forced to divert my attention to make sure I keep it at bay. The concept of destruction. I explained. I'm still exploring its uses. It was a bit straightforward in application. We will need train with it more in the future. She decided. I imagine that it has shifted since your new additions. Yeah. I scratched my head. Bit stronger, and it felt like it. Opened up more, if that makes sense. I needed to fully develop it now. Good. I would be upset if you didn't acknowledge your immature use of it. She smiled but leapt up into the air without warning. As fast as she ascended, she was shooting towards me once more. Damn it, give a guy some warning. I grunted, her spear meeting the flat of my blade. Our faces were only a foot apart at this point. Here is a warning. She raised one hand off her spear, drawing a rune. I do enjoy your face. I hope you will not be too hurt. It wasn't just a normal string of runes. There was a primordial rune mixed in. Fuss! I shouted out at her. Her eyes narrowed as the invisible force rippled. It wasn't the full shout, but it would be enough to push her way, or so I thought. Instead, runes appeared behind her, actualizing and offset the attack I used. The string of runes she created in front of me finalized and came together as they turned extremely bright. Just as they gathered into a ball of light and erupted into a beam of pure destruction, bursting towards me, I fed aura into my semblance. The parts of me that were hit turned into lightning, crackling around the spell's destructive properties instead of fighting it. It was large enough that a good portion of my body turned completely into lightning to avoid it. Theme! I whispered out in my lightning form. The first part of the become ethereal shout in the dragon language. It had a strange reaction with my semblance. Instead of becoming ethereal, to become a spirit that existed on a different plane of existence, I instead turned completely into my element and entered the same plane. I jutted around and slammed back down a few dozen feet away, returning to my complete shape. She paused, looking at the spot I had been in, then back at me. She opened her mouth and closed it, clearly contemplating what she just saw. My semblance. I grinned. I can burn my aura to turn myself into lightning. The more of my body I turn, the more it costs. And with my new divinity, it's turned into divine lightning. I used to shout, to make myself ethereal, and ease into the complete element transformation, since I'm still working it all out. Hadn't had much time to really train all this new stuff. With Scat with me now, though. She knew about the dragon language. It was something I used a little bit back in the Land of Shadows, as I had picked up a couple words before leaving Skyrim for the first time. Impressive. She looked very intrigued. Now that I've seen it, I will do my own research. I believe Jin will have ample resources for me to peruse, as I understand it clearly. Both this aura and semblance are things I have too small of a foundation to better help you. Well, add it to the list of things I would love your help training with. Asking me for more training? She raised an eyebrow. Your flirting has certainly improved. Well, I know how much you enjoy beating me up. I snorted with a small laugh. I will not deny it. Sadist. Masochist. She shot back without hesitation. That smug look of hers. She knew it made me groan. The truth is hard to hear, my student. She laughed. You know what? I clicked my tongue. I have one more thing I want to show you. She smiled again, looking ready for battle. Show me everything you have, my student. The way she said it sounded almost sensual. Was this foreplay for her? I gripped Mirage tightly, pulling it back with a thrusting motion. I had this idea after my fight with Susanu in the other world. The technique I used to finish him off with. You can consider it a variation of that. Oh, she looked excited. Don't die, I added with a stern tone. The kaleidoscope rolled in front of me. The possibilities that existed from the point I was standing, and every action I could take towards Scat. The influx of information, the infinite extensions of myself that filled my vision. It was a single, slow thrust into the air towards her. One possibility of me that simply thrust forward. Another that stepped to the side and did the same. Another that went in the opposite direction. A third that jumped into the air and stabbed downwards. They continued as I grabbed all of them and then anchored them all onto my singular attack. Scat eyes widened. It was an almost instantaneous reaction on her part as runes lit up and she jumped backwards, spinning in the air before landing on the ground. There were now an uncountable number of gouges taken out of the ground around her. With my myriad sword strike, it held all those possibilities onto my blade, and slashes to a single slash. With this technique, all of the possibilities were released, for lack of a better word. Whereas my birds were me layering myself onto my singular slash many times. This technique differs further from that as it allowed for a different set of outcomes than just the slash from where I stood. Scat shook a little as she roused herself back to her feet. She lifted her head up. Her breathing was a bit uneven. Her clothes were cut up, and there was blood seeping from several cuts all over her body. I was worried for a moment that she was hurt until I noticed the flush on her face and the sultry look she gave me. It threw me off that I didn't even contemplate the method by which she avoided the majority of my attack. She sauntered towards me, ignoring her injuries. She literally jumped into my arms as I caught her, her lips pushed against mine with a forceful motion, her tongue invading my mouth. Take me home, she growled, pulling away. I blinked in realization of what she wanted. Not wasting any words, I quickly opened a new portal right to my bedroom. Chapter 248. Lewd warning below. Scat. Scat clung to me as we burst into the bedroom. Her soft lips parted ever so slightly as her tongue pushed into my mouth, intertwining with my own. Her fingers ran through my hair, grabbing hold as she refused to let go. We practically dropped onto the bed as soon as we walked in, her legs wrapped around me. I could feel her breath tickling my face between movements, her cheeks flushed with a needy look in her eyes. You've neglected your duties, my student. She breathed out as we were forced to finally break the kiss to breath once more. I propped myself up as I sat atop of her. She practically squirmed underneath me, an inviting smile adorning her face as her hands started roaming my chest. And what duties were those? I couldn't help but kiss her again, slowly moving down to her neck. She tilted her head back, hands grasping around my head as she let out a small noise. You play coy. She spoke in bated breaths. This scat hack has waited since those bygone days. You have teased me long enough. You claimed me as your woman. It is time for you to make it true. She decided, leaving absolutely no room for argument. Not that I would do so. I wanted her just as much as she wanted me. And frankly, I didn't know why I was hesitating as much as I was. I finally escaped her hands, standing up enough to overlook her. That skin-tight suit she wore, it hugged her in the best ways possible while also covering her up enough to not be obscene. She watched my eyes trail down, examining every inch of her body. I reached out, giving her leg a nice squeeze, earning an amused giggle from her, though it was only for a moment before I was fixated on her bouncing chest in front of me. Do you have any idea how hard it is to focus on fighting when these are bouncing in my face? I let out a small growl as I finally took those soft mounds into my hands. They were heavy, my fingers sinking into the soft flesh. She didn't say anything to dissuade me from playing with her boobs. If anything, her breathing picked up as I fondled them. Her nipples begun to poke out from the thin fabric that made up her battle suit. You love the scat hacker's bosom so much? Then I shall take care of you this way. Scat Hack breathed out with a gentle smile on her face. With a flick of her finger, she cut her suit and tore it open, allowing her breasts to bounce free from their confines. I didn't have time to admire her as her hands already began working on my belt and let my erect cock spring free into her grasp. Yes! She licked her hand and ran her hand along my length, making me gasp a little bit. This is the cock I've been waiting for. Her hand mixed with her own saliva as she meticulously made sure I was hard and ready. I positioned myself, placing my member between those two breasts. Scat Hack immediately used her hands to push them together, wrapping them around me. She slowly moved them up and down as I thrust forward, setting a rhythm that sent the pleasure coursing through my body. I moved my hips back and forth, the head of my cock poking out every so often as she leaned up and opened her mouth. Her tongue greeted me at each thrust in anticipation. Do you like my tits, student? They aren't as big as some of the others, but they are large enough to milk this big spear of yours. She started picking up the pace. HNN. She let out a content noise. You can be more aggressive. This scat hacker's chest is here for your exclusive use. Fuck them as hard as you wish. I will take it all. I groaned, speeding up the movement of my hips. She squeezed her boobs together firmly as she realized what was coming. I didn't try to hold it back, grabbing hold of her arms to steady myself, and the bed shook under our weight. Scat Hack! I breathed out with another groan. I'm coming. The words were forced out through haggard breaths, as I made no effort to hold it back. I paused in my movements, feeling it building up to climax. She took the reins, hand grasped over my member and jerked it firmly to finish me off. Ooh! She let out a surprised sound as the first bit spurred onto her face. She held her mouth open, catching more onto her tongue. I felt the jolt of pleasure run through me as she continued to move her hand, making sure it all flowed out. With each twitch, her breasts and face became covered in my seed. I leaned back slightly. Her hand continued to pump a few more times, making sure I was fully relieved. She smiled rather smugly. Her tongue flicked a corner of her lips to lick away what was within reach. Tasty! She giggled. Jin was correct. She added, wiping away the excess that spilled down her face. Of course she'd tell you. I snorted, letting out a breath of ecstasy. Foo-foo, did you think she wouldn't? Scat Hack laughed. And I do hope you are not finished, otherwise I will be very disappointed. As if to respond, I felt my dick twitch in her grasp. You were saying? I replied, looking down at her with a smile of my own. I was still hard, and that wasn't changing anytime soon. Oh my student does have some stamina after all. Perhaps he isn't as useless with his spear as I thought. She licked her lips, staring at my cock. I knew what she was doing, but I still felt a bit of competitive spirit come over me at the implication. I reached back my hand finding her stomach as I slowly ran it down to between her legs. I can feel how wet you are even through your clothes. That caused her to blush a bit more vigorously. It wasn't the mere arousal that flushed her, but a hint of embarrassment that covered those cheeks. Don't act so prideful. It has merely been a long time for me. She turned her gaze away. I lightly began to run my fingers up and down her inner thighs. Without prompt, her clothing, her battle gear, turned to motes of light and disappeared. I hope you won't run away from my naked body this time. She tried to sound sharp and prickly like usual, but it fell flat between her bated breaths and flushed face. This time, I moved off her body, sliding down to between her legs. You're mine, so I'm going to enjoy every inch of you. Huh! She made another little noise halfway between surprise and pleasure as I brushed her clit with my tongue. A little tease, just to get her react. She was beautiful, every part of her. That little bit of hair she had only accentuated her beauty down below. I began to run my tongue along the outside, gently nibbling all around the outer lips. I could feel her rocking her hips back and forth, a small moan escaping her mouth as I worked all around her. HNNN. She muffled out a moan, her fingers finding my hair again. Her legs tensed up, almost kicking in the air as she continued to make sounds of pleasure. I went in a bit deeper and was able to taste her arousal. The juices of hers wouldn't stop flowing, and she only seemed to try and aggressively push me deeper between her legs as I continued to explore her entrance, experiencing every inch of her pussy. Wilhelm, she let out a whine I hadn't heard from her before, her own look of ecstasy flashing across her face as she shuddered. Student, she breathed out with a content sign. I want your cock inside of me, she said with her usual bluntness, even if it was mired with her needy undertone. She released me enough to stand up. She bit her lip as her legs spread a bit wider, looking at me. I quickly took off the remainder of my clothes, tossing them to the side without a second thought. She was dripping wet, and I was still just as hard as I was before. Good. Come to me. She reached her hands down, spreading herself visibly for me. I failed to teach you this lesson properly before. I was not your first, but I shall make sure to teach you everything I know. Seeing her like that, how could I possibly hold back? I lined myself up with her entrance, my tip prodding her opening as I slowly pushed inside. It was nice and slippery. Even with the tightness that gripped me, I was able to slowly push my way forward. I could see her tense up with the first penetration. That look of satisfaction that filled her was one I could never forget. The slow movements to begin with got her used to me. To spread her insides, to accept the shape of my cock that would be taking her many more times in the future. Ah! She let out a soft moan, eyes closing with a very happy expression. Yes! She exclaimed as my cock went further inside. Gently good! She let out another content sign as my hips started to move back and forth, setting into a normalized repetition. HNN. You are adequate. Only adequate, huh? I snorted. Then should I stop? Maybe practice a bit more on someone else? So this was how she wanted to play it, huh? I brushed up against her clit again with my hand, looking down at her entrance where I had just been previously, watching her wiggle her hips expectantly. She let out a small whine as I only rubbed my cock against her leaking pussy, not going any further. Don't bully your teacher. She gave a cute little mew. Your teacher needs this. Then how about you tell me what you want? Teasing her like this was too adorable. Fuck me, she huffed. Take your cock and thrust it inside of the scat-hacker's cunt. I am prepared. I wish to experience all the desire you keep in your heart for me. Well, how could I deny that honest plea? I lined back up again, and with a swift motion, I thrust it back inside of her. Her back arched as I pulled out again, repeating the same motion again. She started to let out heavier moans as I began to pick up the pace. Harder! She moaned out again, gripping the sheets of the bed. Make the scat hack yours. She began pushing her hips forward as best she could in her position, trying to match my movements. Her sopping wet pussy was clenching tight around me as we got lost in the act. With every thrust, I watched her breasts bounce up and down. Her face was locked in a look of pleasure and contentment. Her mouth hung open as moans escaped past her lips. Fuck! I groaned out as she clenched tighter than before, her folds contorting around me as she quivered under my movements. My hands grasped below, sinking into that large, round ass of hers as I lifted her up just a little bit for a better angle. So far, I only had Meridia to compare to. It felt noticeably different, yet it was still inexplicably pleasurable. With the way she wrapped around me, how her folds clenched down, every time I pushed inside, I couldn't last much longer. Are you going to? Come again. She managed to get out between moans. Her arms opened up, grabbing and pulling me into her embrace. I welcome you wholeheartedly, my student, my lover. Fill this womb with your seed, and I will happily accept any consequences. She whispered into my ear. That was enough to push me over the edge. With a few more thrusts, I felt it build up again to the breaking point. I could feel it spurt out into her deepest parts, my thrusts becoming slower and more methodical as I focused on draining everything I had inside of her. Scathacka's hips continued to rock back and forth, doing her best to milk every last bit of come out of me. I let myself breathe out a sign of relief. My head rested between her boobs. I could feel her hand rubbing along my back, a surprisingly soothing motion after I had just finished emptying myself inside of her. My student, she whispered. I do hope you're not all spent. I am still unsatisfied after all. She adjusted herself slightly after I felt my cock twitch again. Foo-foo, I'll take that as another no then. She let me go as I rolled off of her, my members sliding out from inside her wet hole. It seemed like something changed. That slight bashfulness she had before was gone. That loving and delicate scat-hack, who tried to hold back her moans with an embarrassed face, was now nowhere to be seen. She now looked at me with hungry eyes, an intense desire burning in them. She slowly moved up and down towards my semi-erect cock. I will get you back up in no time. She tucked her hair back and opened her mouth, her eyes locking with mine, as she lowered herself down and took me inside. Oh! I breathed out, still sensitive from my previous orgasm. She began to bob her head up and down, tongue exploring every inch of my cock. She ignored the fact that I was covered in both of our juices as she went about sucking me off. Her hand gripped at my base, gently squeezing, and pump as her tongue twirled around, massaging all of my sensitive places. Adjusting herself, she slowly began to take me further down. Gulg! She made a strange noise as my cock disappeared down her throat. Gulg, gulg! She forced herself to keep it there, moving only slightly to massage my entire manhood with her throat. I regained my full erection within moments as she relinquished me with an audible pop. Ha! She let out a few gasps, chest bouncing up and down as she regained her breath. Looks like I still got it. She looked back up again, hand gripping me tight as she made sure I continued to stay full mast. She slowly positioned herself over me, her dripping sex only an inch above my tip before dropping herself down, fully impaling herself upon my manhood. Be prepared, my student. I'm not through training you. I will make sure this spear of yours is properly taught, even if it requires all day. Her lascivious smile might have been intimidating in any other circumstances, but at this moment, I could only feel myself quiver under her folds once more as she began bouncing up and down on my cock. It's not a matter of if I'm prepared or not. I grabbed at her hips, watching her eyes roll back a little as I pulled her down in one motion and thrust upwards. She let out throaty moan, which quickly turned into uncontrollable mewls. But can you handle me? I wasn't entirely sure I could run out of stamina anymore. But I was sure going to find out. Loot over. My, you have a good look on your face. What's gotten you in such a good mood? Yasaka eyed me as I walked, portaled into her office. Had a good training session with Scathach. I hummed, stretching my arms. It had been a very pleasant several hours. The cuddling was nice too, but I could only do it for so long since it was still in the middle of the day. I started my training in the early morning and we exercised past noon. Scathach was still resting when I finally got up. Did she finally get the banging she wanted? Yasaka asked. I almost choked at her blunt response. Was I that obvious? No. She waved me off with an eye rolls. You were very subtle. A small giggle escaped her. And I can still smell her on you. Huh, I guess a simple shower wasn't enough for her nose. Well, I didn't mean to come off as. I didn't know the correct word to use. You didn't. She laughed again. But she mentioned some things, so it was more obvious to me. She did. I blinked at that. Was I being a bit too neglectful? I hoped not, 'cause I didn't want them to think I was just interested in the sex, which admittedly made me hold back a tiny bit. We do have girl talk every now and then, Yasaka said coyly. Scary. Oh, huh. She waved her tail at me, flippantly. Now, to what do I owe the pleasure? I hope that there isn't another family that needs a reminder anytime soon. Oh gods, no. I sighed. Still, I feel like the next shoe is going to drop any moment now after the Pendragon family. Which reminds me, have you heard any news? No. She pursed her lips. It's been eerily quiet recently. And I also have the same feeling. I've put my feelers out, checked in with some people I know, but everything has been remarkably quiet, relatively speaking. The church has been making noise, but they always seem to be. Maybe it has something to do with how large their institution is. She shrugged. Oh, huh. She waved her tail at me flippantly. Now, to what do I owe the pleasure? I hope that there isn't another family that needs a reminder anytime soon. Oh gods, no. I sighed. Still, I feel like the next shoe is going to drop any moment now after the Pendragon family. Which reminds me, have you heard any news? No. She pursed her lips. It's been eerily quiet recently. And I also have the same feeling. I've put my feelers out, checked in with some people I know, but everything has been remarkably quiet, relatively speaking. The church has been making noise, but they always seem to be. Maybe it has something to do with how large their institution is. She shrugged. Chapter 249. Fluffy tails in my lap, they always brought a smile to my face. Even as I sat here doing paperwork of all things, I couldn't help but grin like an idiot as I ran my hand through the soft fur. Okay, I have another one. Yasaka spoke up. What do you do if Lady Amaterasu greets you? She asked, writing some things on her own documents. She had been giving me an impromptu lesson on etiquette. I cleared my throat. Sup, bitch? I said with a straight face. Yasaka turned to me, giving the drying look she could possibly give before one of her tails left my grasp, swaying back to her side. That's another one you lose. I was down to 3 now. What did I say wrong? I gave her a shocked look. She tilted her head towards me, eyes drooping. A look that said, "Are you serious?" She held it for only a moment before breaking out into giggles. Please don't say that to her. Yasaka dropped her face into her palms. It's the greeting of my people. To not use it would be culturally insensitive too. I'm well aware that the term was popularized on the internet. She deadpanned. Hey, when I was younger, I was a shut-in. I said defensively. Most of my social interaction was through my computer. Kind of sad I burned it along with the house. Well, besides when I had club stuff. I do kind of miss the theater. I should make some time to go see some of the big productions around the world. Don't meme at my goddess. One of the tails in my grasp was pulled up before lightly fluffing Mimi across the cheek. She probably won't even realize what you're doing. Yeah, that could turn out terrible than if she was offended at your tone or vernacular. I have to remind myself that not all gods here are like Izzy. I nodded. I was kidding, obviously. She knew that, of course. I would never jeopardize Yasaka's relationship with her patron like that. It's kind of funny. What? That Izzy, the mother of Japan, mother of the current reigning gods, is more culturally aware than her children? Yasaka blinked before chortling. When you put it that way. I quickly scribbled what I needed to slap this last few pages onto a stack I had already completed. Done. I threw my hands up. Already? What's your secret? I just drew dicks on all of them. I said proudly. She narrowed her eyes, reaching over and grabbing a random document. She scanned it before puffing with. Her tail began to bombard me with fluffy attacks to my face. You mean it? She huffed cutely. I don't know why I believed that even for a second. I of course had a laugh at her expense. Now to kick back and relax. I leaned back in my chair, arms behind my head for added effect. Now you're just rubbing it in. Yup. I grinned. Well, I see how it is. She sniffed, retracting her tails. I wouldn't want to interrupt your relaxation, so I'll just keep out of your way then. I just realized I can never win, because you can just do that every time. I snorted. I take it back. Gimme that fluffy tail. I reached over taking it back. The fox Yukai giggled with a smug look on her face. Have I ever said I adore how much you play with my tails? She shifted into a warm smile. You know, they're intimate parts for us kitsune. Outside of Kunu, you're the only one allowed to do this. Would it be weird if I asked to brush them sometime? I asked. She blinked and actually blushed a little. That's even more of an intimate gesture. It's usually only done by parents to their children or mates. Oh, I didn't mean to overstep. Just Forg. While we were certainly in a relationship at this point, I didn't know how far of a step forward that meant to her. The idea of a mate is something a bit more than what we probably had right now. Despite everything we had between us, some things still couldn't be rushed. It's not like I was ready to get down on a knee and propose. Who knows if this was something in that same vein? Hush! She pushed a finger to my lips. I just wanted you to understand the significance. That doesn't mean I'm against you doing it. If anything, I would very much enjoy having you do it. The usual flirty and mischievous Yasaka sported a noticeable red hue on her cheeks as she said that. Oh, I'd love to if you wouldn't be against it. And now I could feel my cheeks heating up. Just got done fucking scat hack, yet now I'm sitting here blushing. However, I feel like I got a little bit closer to Yasaka now. Well, this became awkward. Yasaka quickly shifted from the bashfulness. Now to change the subject. Have you considered the letter from Lady Gremory yet? I let out a groan, letting my head fall to the table. I'll take that as a no. I've given it some thought, I admitted. Perhaps not as much as I should, and I just keep finding excuses to put it off. I don't want to pressure you about it, but I also know it's going to eat at you until you finally decide. She lightly poked my shoulder. I know. I groaned. Hell, my semblance, the aspect of myself manifested from having my aura unlocked. It's an expression of my desire to avoid confrontation with things I don't like. I couldn't help but laugh at the irony. How fucking ridiculous. We all deal with things in different ways. She scooted over, pressing against me. I'm not judging or condemning you. I just want you to deal with it in a healthy way. All right. I let out a sigh. I'll reply and set up a time and place to meet her. I resolved myself to this course of action. While I don't have the same anger I had originally, I do still have some resentment. Whether I'm unfairly projecting it onto the other people of that family, I don't know. However, I never cared to find out at this point. I would have been fine to just forget about it, but it seems like I need to finally deal with it head-on. I willingly went to fight a god, and now I'm hesitating over meeting my grandmother. I already had a few things planned in the next few days, along with the meeting with you and Amaterasu, so it'll be after that. As long as you no longer keep it bottled up. Yasaka smiled. And you should tell the others. Yeah. I pursed my lips, letting out another sigh. I feel like Artoria would probably get upset with herself if she finds out I kept my troubles to myself. Some weird logic that she should have also not brought anyone else into her own matters and dealt with them personally. Good, that's settled. What are your plans, exactly? She asked curiously. Going to do anything fun? Well, I wanted to go visit Izzy, maybe right after this. I think it's been long enough to not be awkward after. I trailed off. You beat up her son. Yes, that. I deadpanned. Thankfully, she didn't seem completely angry, but just mildly upset. Oh. I paused, biting my lip. What? Did something happen? I don't know. I said quietly. I was a bit surprised. I glanced at her as she looked at me expecting an explanation. She sort of kissed me on the cheek. Oh, is that it? What do you mean? Is that it? Oh, sweetie. She kissed my cheek herself with a giggle. You're so cute when you're clueless like that. Don't dwell on it if you don't want to. She said simply. Now, what are your plans? I'm curious. I mean, they're not really anything intricate. I wanted to see Izzy, make sure to clear any air, to properly apologize for what I did. Then I was going to stop over to Remnant, check up on some people. I have a few friends there I hadn't seen and I kinda miss them. How long will you be there? I don't know. I shrugged. But I can time it well enough that I'm not gone more than a day from this world's perspective. Hell, I might swing by a few places on my way back just to check up on things. It'll only take a few hours from my perspective even. That's convenient. She nodded in approval. At least you won't feel rushed into anything then. Maybe I should have a book written up on etiquette for you to study while you're away. Oh my, look at the time. I abruptly stood up. I should really get going. You silly man. She laughed. Come here. If you're heading out, I want my goodbye kiss. She didn't wait before pulling me in. That familiar flavor I associated with her quickly filled my mouth. There was a part of me that didn't want to leave, but that was pretty normal with any of my girls. So, I was wanting to offer to unlock your aura. I spoke after breaking the kiss. You spring that up on me right as you're leaving. She said dryly. Well, obviously I'm not going to do it now. I rolled my eyes. But I wanted you to think about it. And I wanted Jin's opinion before I tried it on you, if you accepted, that is. It's never been done on a yukai, so I don't know what would happen. From what I understand, there shouldn't really be any issues. So I don't exactly have a reason to not accept it. Getting stronger is always a plus. I felt that I've hit a plateau in recent years with my own training to the point where I haven't been taking it that seriously. An all-around physical boost, as well as a nice protective shield that can take a good amount of damage. Not to mention gaining a semblance. All right. I'm convinced. She kissed my forehead. I'll bring it up with Jin next I see her. You go make sure Izanami isn't upset. Takamagara above, we don't need that when Lady Amaterasu comes down. And you'll be happy to know that Susanoo returned home, so you don't have to be wary of him either. I ever tell you how amazing you are? I wrapped her up. Yes. But you should do it more often. She gave that mischievous smile of hers. You look like you're walking to your funeral, Drake commented. Well, I kinda messed up and I know she was upset. I let out a sigh. It all worked out. I still beat up her son. Well, I think she didn't care as much about that as the act of doing it. I basically went behind her back and took matters into my own hands. I wasn't oblivious to the potential lines I crossed. Think she forgave you then? No idea. But that's what I got the flowers for. I held up the bouquet that I picked up before coming over. Apparently lilies are supposed to be interpreted as an apology flower in some aspects. I walked up to her house, and I was a little surprised when the door didn't swing open upon my arrival. Instead, I had to knock on it a couple times and wait there for a few moments. It's possible she isn't home. And right on cue, the door swung open. Izzy stood there in the threshold, arms crossed, staring at me. Wilhelm, she said evenly. She was amicable last time, even if she was upset, probably because she was in mother mode with Susanoo around. I don't have the benefit of that anymore. Izzy, I paused looking at her expression. Izanami, I corrected. She frowned at that. Since when do you call me that? She snorted, stepping out of the way. Well, are you going to come in? I perked up a little as she gestured inside. I guess it was still good that I could still call her that. Maybe I was imagining how upset she actually was. Regardless, she was owed an apology, and I would give it to her. She slammed the door behind us as I walked inside. She eyed me and the flowers in my hands. I'll go get a vase. She still didn't say much as she went to the kitchen. I only heard a few cupboards open and closing, some things being moved around and the water running before she came back out. She unceremoniously grabbed them, but it was almost gentle as she carefully placed them inside the vase. Honestly, I think she quirked a smile as she arranged them in a way that pleased her. Now, are you going to speak, or just keep standing there in silence? She looked up at me. I'm sorry. I finally blurted out. Oh, and what are you sorry about? She crossed her arms again, staring at me expectantly. I opened my mouth and closed it again. I wanted to make sure I properly voiced my thoughts. Are you perhaps apologizing for beating up my son? She raised an eyebrow. No. I shook my head. Honestly, I don't think you even care about that part. He's a god. He was healed in no time after the fight. The only thing that was harmed was his ego. Wilhelm, this isn't a good apology. She said dryly. I'm not done. I said awkwardly. I'm not apologizing for that. I'm apologizing for taking it upon myself to try and fix it. For shoving my nose where it didn't belong. I had no business taking matters into my own hands, yet I did so anyways. But most of all, I'm sorry for putting you in that position. Between me and your son. I forgive you. I blinked, staring at her. Just like that. Did you expect me to kick you out or get angry? Izzy huffed. You acknowledged what you did was wrong. You gave me a genuine apology. I won't hold on to any sort of grudge or anger since nothing unfortunate happened. She stated, I forgive you, Wilhelm. Oh, I didn't expect it to be that easy. You came back. She muttered. That means more to me than you can understand. Ah, I can see how that's a tender spot for her. I'm sorry. I repeated. I know, and I'm glad you're back. She smiled gently. And thank you for the flowers. I don't believe anyone has ever given me flowers before. I couldn't help but chuckle. My mom jokingly told me when I was young, if I ever upset a girl I care about, I should bring her flowers when I apologize. Your mother was a smart woman, Izzy praised. I suspect you brought her many flowers when you were younger. The first time I got in trouble after hearing that, I ran outside and found a dandelion a few houses down. I was so excited that I ran back and didn't even realize the little bits already scattered as I gave it to her. She looked so confused when I handed her basically a stem with a shit-eating grin on my face. And it seems your foolishness hasn't changed much, only the scale. Yeah, I deserve that one. I couldn't really argue with that. So, bringing your children back up. Apparently, Amaterasu is going to make an appearance before Yasaka for the first time in forever. And my presence was requested. I made sure to add that last bit in air quotes. Wilhelm, don't beat up my daughter. Do you really have to ask me that? Do I need to bring up Susanoo? It was one time. Yes, it was only one time you beat up my son. We shared a look before both laughing at the absurdity of it all. I promise, I'll try my darndest to not do anything. I said with all honesty. Good. Don't even bring me up if you can help it. Though, I suspect it'll be mentioned regardless, since it's easy to guess why she's descended in the first place. Izzy sighed. Just tread carefully. Yeah, I got it. Yasaka's patron goddess, your daughter. Lots of intertangled relationships, all about. I'm content to sit back and let Yasaka do the talking. I knew this already, but I wanted her to know too. I felt like she at least deserved to know that I would be talking to her daughter. Thank you for telling me. There isn't much I can do with that information, but I am appreciative of it nonetheless. Now, tell me what you've been up to. You look exhausted. Have you been causing more problems? She inquired. It wasn't me this time. I let out a sigh. So, you hear anything about the Pendragon family? That Western family, no. But now that you mention it, I assume something occurred. She tilted her head. Well, it's interesting that even Izzy hasn't heard any news about it. Artoria wanted to pay them a visit, show them the error of their ways after she heard some unsavory details. Oh yes, I can imagine how that went. Most families like that have quite a few skeletons in their closets. Tell me about it. Fucking kids in cages. We somehow took the conversation to the couch without even noticing. I leaned my head on her shoulder as I let out a yawn and continued. I may as well start from the beginning. Small interlude, Azazel POV. I don't understand why you won't let me go. Damn it, Valet, I told you already. Do the words, political shitstorm, mean nothing to you? I sighed for the 10th time in the past 10 minutes. Nope, he said shamelessly. Why do I gotta worry about all that crap? I just want to go fight the red bastard. Besides our relationship. I snorted. You're a prominent member of the Grigori, so your actions reflect on us. How the hell do you think they'd take it if you waltz on over and pick a fight with someone who went toe-to-toe with Susanoo? Don't know, don't care. He shrugged. I'm white, he's red. It shouldn't matter about all that crap. Damn it, Valet. I pinched the bridge of my nose. You don't even know if it was the boosted gear. It was red, and on his arm. Even Albion said it looked like the boosted gear. Do you have any idea how many red gauntlet sacred gears there are? Like 2. Boosted gear and twice critical. So I got a 50-50 chance at the very least. And even if I'm wrong, he's pretty strong, so it'd be a good fight. Nope. I shook my head. You're dead wrong there, kiddo. What? The hell I am. Let me put it this way. What exactly is a twice critical? That shitty sacred gear that mimics Draeg's boosting ability. And where do you think that comes from? The boosted gear houses Draeg's soul. What powers the twice critical? Valet blinked, looking thoughtful. I'll give you a hint. What do you think happened to the heavenly dragon's bodies? Wait, seriously. Yup. Pops took their bodies and experimented with them early on. Tried to make something useful out of them. Now Albion's throwing a fit. He wants to know if there are any sacred gears with his ability floating around like the twice critical. Well, now he's saying it's not fair that only twice critical is no, and not a variation of his ability. Those 2 dragons, always so competitive. There aren't any based on Albion's divine dividing ability. First, Dear old Dad went through most of your stuff trying to perfect the transfer and make sure it stuck onto a physical form. Yours was much harder to manage due to the nature of dividing something else as opposed to Drake's ability to double the owner's own power. By the time he managed to get some headway, there wasn't much left of you to work with. Vala groaned, holding his head. Albion's now gloating that he was too strong to be copied like Drake. Of course that's his takeaway. Whatever. Anyways, so, Dad had pretty much all of Drake to work with, so he just made like a couple hundred twice critical. I shrugged. I got a storeroom in my lab with a couple dozen of them. I spent a few years picking them apart, finding any differences. There are some stronger than others. I think there's one in particular that's the cream of the crop, but I don't know where that one is. Otherwise, the others are just mediocre tools, not even qualified to be mentioned with other sacred gears. I clapped my hands. So, no need to go over there. I still want to go. Damn it, Valley, I said no. Fuck you, I'm going. I'll ground you. Try it, bitch. I'll go tell Lavinia you're causing trouble. Fuck you. Vala spat out, seething, but he wouldn't push it again. There were many things Valet could handle. Lavinia scolding him was not one of them. He'd never admit it, but she was basically his older sister. I can't even go find Biko for a fight 'cause that old monkey called him back for some shit. The fuck am I supposed to do now? I'll tell you what, why don't I go over there and meet with Yusaka? I might be able to get a few answers if I approach with something good. Maybe then we can figure this out. And if he's the wielder of the boosted gear, maybe we can set up a fight or something. He wouldn't drop it, even if he relented for now. May as well make sure he doesn't cause any trouble when it finally happens. Really? He eyed me skeptically. Valley, would I lie to you? Without a second fucking thought. Hurtful. I clutched my heart. I admit, I do want to see about getting my hands on those sacred gears she has. She denied me last time, but after the attack they suffered, they're probably hurting for resources. Well, I doubt she can deny my generosity this time. Chapter 250. You ready? I asked Reiku as she fixed her hair. I believe so, but I'm unsure of what I am supposed to be ready for. She looked at me as she adjusted her blouse. She looked quite beautiful, an elegance to her that was hard to put into words. It's a surprise. I smiled. Your mother is curious now. She shared my smile. Whatever it is, I'm happy to spend time with you. However, I have told Yusaka that I would be available later today. It's fine, it won't take all day. Just treat this as a date, a few hours just for us. My son is taking me out for a date. Reika fidgeted in place, looking very excited. Your mother has never been on a date before. I know, that's why I wanted to do something for you. I reached out and grabbed her hand. I admit that I had trouble finding something that would be special, but I think I found something a little interesting. Oh, you didn't need to go through the effort. I am your servant. I'm here to help you in any way. You don't need to worry about me. Don't be silly. I poked her shoulder. You're also my woman, so I'm going to make sure you're happy. Now, shall we go? I would be delighted, she preened as I opened a portal to our destination. It was not in a supernatural part of the world. I wanted this to be a rather normal experience. Though, what was mundane for me would be something utterly new for her, so I hoped this worked out. Reiku eyed everything around us. Even as we walked out of the secluded spot I dropped us in, she curiously gazed at everything as we walked down the street. Master, what are we doing? She still seemed confused as I led her around the winding roads of the city. Right here. I lightly tugged on her hand. I reserved it for a few hours. She tilted her head, looking at the building. I wasn't surprised that she was confused, as it probably wasn't something obvious to her, or part of the modern knowledge deposited by the Grail. How many holes were there in the information that was given? I pushed the door open. The studio we walked into wasn't very large, but it had a good atmosphere. Hi, can I help you? A woman at the counter asked. I have an appointment, Schweinorg. I replied. Oh, great. We just got everything set up. Let me run back and tell the boss you're here. She smiled before excusing herself. Master, Reika said quietly. You know, it's a normal thing these days for families to have photos decorating their homes. I thought it appropriate for us to get some mom-son pictures taken. Mother and son pictures?" She repeated. "Yup. All the photos you could want. As many as you want. However you want to show off. Just the two of us." I grinned. "Your son wants to show everyone his amazing mom." I squeezed her hand. She made some very cute noises. I don't quite think she knew how to react. Your mother is very happy." She finally settled on. A face half about to cry and half smiling, so brightly. I knew her view as my mother was something very important to her. So, I wanted to spoil her a bit, let her have her way. It's not like we had a normal kind of relationship, so what was the harm in doing something like this? To accept the role she had thrust upon herself, and allowed her to act as my mom for certain periods of time. I wanted her happy. "Mr. Schweinorg, we're ready for you." The woman came back out, gesturing for us. Reika practically skipped forward as we walked back to the studio portion of the building. It was about what you would expect. A bunch of different backgrounds, a bunch of cameras and equipment for this sort of thing. "So, how do you two want to do this?" "We have a number of options available." There was a second woman behind the camera, looking at us. What are the common ones that parents their children get together?" I asked. Well, she only stared at us for a moment before answering. I guess it was strange, considering Reika didn't look that much older than me. "I have some samples here if you're interested." "Oh yes, I would love to see some." Reiku perked up. "Wonderful." She stood up, walking towards some cabinets and rummaged through them a bit. "Here we are, some past work I've done." She laid them out for us to see. Granted, they were mostly done for infants or children, but Reika didn't seem to care. "Oh, do you have this background? What about this coloring?" "We do." The photographer just smiled at Reika's eagerness. "But how about this color right here? I think it'll match the darker color of your hair well, which contrasts your son's red hair." I took a back seat, letting Reika choose everything. While some concepts and things were still foreign to her, she was able to pick up the gist of it all pretty easily. She spoke with the photographer for what felt like hours finding the right things, the perfect setups. I didn't speak up, just intent on watching her have fun with it. That look of utter joy on her face the entire time, it certainly made my heart beat faster. Time really did fly by when you had fun. While I wouldn't consider this something particularly enthralling, it was easy to get swept up into Reika's enthusiasm. We eventually got seated and started on the pictures. "How about a silly one to start off?" the photographer asked. "Oh, like this?" Reika giggled, smushed our faces together as she stuck out her tongue. I reached out and pulled on her cheek, earning another giggle from her as the camera flashed. "That's good. How about we transition into some subtle ones? Wilhelm, why don't you lock arms with Reiku?" "Like this?" I asked, scooting a little so we were a bit closer and taking her arm in mine. "Good. And Reiku, how about you put your hand on his and tilt your chin up just a little bit?" The photographer adjusted a few things on her camera. "Good, good. Wilhelm, don't slouch." "Got it." I made sure to straighten my back. "Perfect, now don't move." She stated. The camera flashed some more. "Oh, these are going to turn out well. Why don't you both come and take a look, see what you're working with?" "Yes, please." Reika shot up and hastily walked over. I couldn't help but chuckle and follow after. "Oh, it's wonderful!" she exclaimed. "Look, look!" She pulled me over. "My son is so handsome." "Huh, they were pretty well done." "I mean, I would hope so. She's pretty expensive. Not that money was really an issue for me, but it's a matter of principle. I love them. However, can we try some without the space between us? I feel like it detracts a little bit. How about instead of locked arms, we try putting ourselves shoulder to shoulder?" The photographer rubbed her chin. "I can see that. Yeah, let's give that a try too." "Yes, let's try everything." Reika nodded happily. "Well, I booked us for several hours, so everything it'll be." Reika clung tightly to me as we went back home. The sheer joy she showed on her face was something to behold. "So, you want to hang these up?" I offered. "I would love to." She beamed even more. "Do you have a preference where?" she asked. "Nope. Put them up however you want." I gave her free rein to show them off. Usually, it'd take several hours to get everything sorted, pictures developed and edit or what have you. However, Money can often make things run much quicker. Throw a stack of money on the table and ask for them to be quick about it, and I had the stuff in my hand within an hour. And it was good quality, too. They even framed them and everything. Well, I did probably pay the rent for their building for the next couple years. Oh, I like this one right here. She set it on the mantel in the living room, right next to the one with us, standing next to each other. Perfect, she exclaimed. And I like this one with my head on your shoulder, she giggled to herself. Definitely worth any effort if I could see her like this. Hey, Reiku. I reached out, tugging on her sleeve. Yes, master. I got something I want to add. I took out one of my most precious items. It was the only thing I took from that house when I burned it down. I think this would go good right next to the ones of us. Is that? It's me and my mom, I said quietly. It's the only picture I have of her. Personally, I think it looks great right here. What do you think? Reiku reached out, gently rubbing her fingers along it. I very much agree. Thank you, master. Thank you for treating me as someone important enough to be placed next to her. Reiku. I brushed her hair back a little bit. You are important to me. Please don't think otherwise. Master. I could see her quiver again. Well, if there was ever a moment. I slowly stepped forward and moved my head in as I gently placed my lips to hers. I could feel the instant reciprocation as she deepened the kiss, her arms grabbing hold of me. She sort of pouted as she finally pulled away. Her little kaleidophone buzzed. Gotta go? I asked. We had been gone for a while, probably more than intended. Yes, she muttered, fiddling with it as she apparently worked it out at some point. You going to take the extra copies with you to show off? She replied without a hint of shame. Yep, that's my Reiku. Boo! I popped up behind Jin as she worked in my workshop. She practically jumped up. Will! She exclaimed. Too cute. I laughed, wrapping her up. You always do that. She pouted. What if I was working on something important? Well, I wouldn't have done it. I nuzzled her neck. You think I'd really sabotage you? She let out that cute huff of hers. No. How you been? I asked. Good. I was finally able to test my spells on those magicians from that organization, so it gave me some data to correct and change some things. She perked up the way she always done when talking about magic. I'm curious to see it. I heard the way you took out all those magicians by yourself. They were mediocre. She shrugged. I don't think that Magicians Association wanted to send anyone worthwhile. I guess the teacher that came along was decent, but he was just so straightforward I didn't really have to try. Oh well, I'm sure you'll get the opportunity to test things more thoroughly in the future. Well, things like that keep happening, so that's a foregone conclusion. She laughed. But I haven't seen Artoria in a couple days. Admittedly, I've been cooped up in here. But is she doing okay? About as well as expected. Rin's been sticking close too, and giving me updates that way. She's the sort of person who focuses intently on things and tends to push others to the side. Mordred's used to dealing with this, so she'd been helping as well. I wanted to give her some time to settle everything without any major distractions. Obviously, I did check in and everything, but I wouldn't pull her attention away too much. At least, I'd give it until I got back from Remnant to make sure she's good. That whole thing was a mess. Jin sighed. I've seen enough things like that in Remnant, but to also see it in person is disgusting. I hope those poor people can recover. It'll take time, but we've got the stuff to fix them. I reassured her. And speaking of Remnant, I was going to pop over for a little bit. Are you asking me to come with? Not so much asking, as just informing you what I had planned. I didn't want to assume anything, but of course the offer is open. I see. She looked down, appearing deep in thought. I'm still a little scared to go back. Can I stay here? Of course you can, you silly girl. I kissed her forehead. I'm not going to force you into things like that. Thank you, she whispered. Anything you want me to pick up, or that you need from there while I'm over? More dust, probably. Not that we're running out, but it's good to have lots. She looked contemplative. Are you going over to see Salem again? Maybe. Is that something you're against? Maybe, she repeated. I don't know, it's weird, I guess. I never thought I'd be in a situation where I have a lover, And here I am, the spirit of knowledge with a man to call my own. I thought I would exist solely to give knowledge to hopefuls that Ozma brought with him to wage war on her. She let out a groan as she paused in what she was saying, rubbing her head. These stupid restrictions, still annoying. At the very least, it'd probably be beneficial for Remnant if she was more concerned about you flirting with her than whatever else it is she does. Jin added, vague words to get around her restrictions, but I could read between the lines. I also want to see my friends, or Altis call them. Well, Roman and the others, it's probably best that I still lay low, but I want to hear from Pyrrha again. Pyrrha's a nice girl, you do need to talk to her some more. Jin nodded in approval. It's fun to tease her too. I grinned. You're bad, she huffed, slapping my shoulder. That poor girl. And you need to tell me what's happened since I've left. I'm way too curious about how your whole situation ended up. Are you still a wanted criminal? Are you called the Dildo Warrior? There's so many questions I need answers to. I couldn't help but laugh, remembering how I took that bullhead out. I'll make sure to bring you an update. There was a question I wanted to ask you. I thought about just springing it as a surprise, but I thought you'd rather have a heads up. Well, I wanted to take you out on a date, and I thought going to the beach would be fun. I figured you've never seen one in person before. Oh, she blinked. Oh, yes, she exclaimed. I'd absolutely love that. She squealed, wrapping her arms around me. I've never been to the ocean, nor had a date. Yup, she probably would enjoy planning things out properly. How about we do that when I get back? Kia, you're the best. She hastily pressed her lips to mine, giving me a sloppy kiss. I can't wait. Jin's excitement was interrupted as the door opened up. Scat stood there, looking at us. I heard screaming. She said simply, "Whoops, got a little too excited." Jin said bashfully, "Hey, glad you're here." I looked towards my teacher, even with Jin still in my arms. I was going to pop over to Remnant. You want or need anything while I'm there? The world Jin hails from that is besieged by those monsters. Scat asked. Yup. If it is no trouble, I would actually wish to travel along there as well. Scat replied. You want to come to Remnant? I was surprised by her decision. I wanted to roam around and slay some beasts. I was feeling a bout of nostalgia, and I did not wish to bring more trouble if I searched out foes upon this world for the moment. I merely desired to journey for a few days without any consequences. Oh, please, feel free to kill as many Grimm as you want. It would definitely help. Jin said immediately. I will kill many for you then. Scat laughed. Do we have a departure time? I was just about to head out. You need me to wait for anything? Should you inform the others? She questioned. I wasn't going to be away that long. I figured we could more or less be back within a day of this world's timeline with some good calculations. Very well. I do wish to stretch these old muscles of mine. I have a soreness between my legs that will persist unless I move around. She shot me a little smirk. Oh, I want details when you get back. Jin understand the subtext immediately. Foo-foo, I will gladly give them. Scat adopted that amused smile on her face as she eyed me. Shall we go then, my student? I will not get in the way of any business you wish to take care of. While I would never consider her in the way, I could take that as her just wanted to roam around without any direction. Sure, let's go. I flicked my hand, creating a link to the world line of Remnant. Well, there wasn't much to think about. Should I feel bad for the Grimm about to be on the receiving end of her spear? Even in the worst-case scenario, what could possibly happen that worsens things there even more?